Welcome to the TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the name, you know the place. Come on in. It's a Sunday afternoon, a lazy Sunday afternoon. You've been sitting on your couch all day drinking coffee, going through Netflix's offerings or Amazon's offerings or Disney Plus's offerings or whatever offerings you're going towards. You've been just chilling out. Now let's talk some football now. Let's turn this a little bit forward. And as always, I don't like to tend to go live unless we got a little something to talk about. And admittedly, we are in now definitely the darkest period of the offseason where there isn't even any rumors of free agent signings or trades or any of that. We'll talk a little bit in a second about why that's kind of a good thing. But first up off the gate, we finally got to hear from the new man in charge, our new big defensive coordinator, Clint Hurtt, who was finally announced as the defensive coordinator. It was long rumored he was going to be. He's brought in now, does his initial press conference, and as you listen to the notes from the press conference, what was spoken about, you walk away going, wow, this is just pretty much everything that we were asking for the last year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, as far as a transition in this defense. I don't know if Hurtt is going to be given the autonomy to be able to perform everything that he says he's looking to want to do, because in a lot of ways, this is 180 degrees difference from where Coach Carroll has not just leaned towards as a defensive mastermind type. This is the bedrock, the DNA. This is his inner workings of who he is as a coach, his scheme and how he runs it. And so to talk about running it in this such a different fashion kind of had me dropping my jaw a little bit. And again, welcome news from my standpoint. I'm also a little emboldened by the fact that you're bringing Desai in here as well as sort of the key marker of this. Hurtt himself spoke to how key the addition of Desai was going to be to the coaching staff for essentially what they're looking to get done here. You don't do a sea change like this, right? You don't throw out the old and bring all in the new without bringing in the minds and the abilities of people to get it done. And they're going to be going from, in a lot of ways, it would seem like the 4-3 under, soft zone principle defense, 2 gapping up front, heavy reliance on stopping the run and the deep ball, to sort of moving out of this now. More of the blitzing, more of the talking about how we can use Jamal Adams better. Hurtt spoke to this directly. I've got to use him better. We've got to know how to get the most out of him. He's still a really good, great player. And this, to me, when you combine it with him talking about blitzing more, talking about being aggressive more, I've long said, and again, it's a little bit like Hurtt's been tearing a page out of what this channel was talking about for the last couple of years, which is, again, what gets me so encouraged by it. As you all know out there, I'm not an easy guy to sway along, and if I've got a train of thought on something, you're not going to usually pull me off of it unless you're really giving me something to chew on. And there's a lot to chew on with that. You're taking your most expensive asset defensively now, and maybe you're going to put him in the position to succeed. And like I've long said, Adams is best what? Going forward, not going backwards. Hurtt talked about this. We can't have this guy back here in cover 1, cover 2. That's not his game. I've got to do better than that. I mean, that's directly referencing things that we've talked about on a weekly basis here. So again, encouraging, they're fixing it. As we said with these things, my theme this offseason is lessons learned, learn your own lessons. This is an item of that. Don't take an asset that you go and put 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick and Bradley McDougall for, and then jam him into your scheme and say, no, you're going to do it this way. You're going to do it right like this. Stay in your zone. Stay in your zone, which is the equivalent of go stay in your corner. And we can't ask Jamal Adams to do that. He's a freelancer. He's a guy with great instincts. He's a guy that you want just roaming around there. The offense never knows where he's going to come from. They never have any idea. And he can truly come from anywhere. That's the point of that too. So we're going to see more of that as well. Of course, for many of you who have long lamented this, the linemen dropping backwards into coverage, those days seem to be gone as well, as he's acknowledging that wasn't such a great idea. And no, it was not. So I'm glad, again, we're hearing things that are thinking, this isn't good. He's saying that isn't good. They're going to fix it. They can get it fixed. Lessons learned, right? And they didn't get to any sort of, intricacies as far as, of course, how the defense is going to be more aggressive, what they're going to do. Like I'm saying, I'm reading into a little bit of it with this Jamal Adams aspect of things. I think, too, in adopting a lot of the Vic Fangio defensive elements, that opens up the defense to being a little bit more aggressive as well. As I've always told you guys, it's hard to be an aggressive blitzing 4-3 defense. It's a little bit tougher to do. You can get it done, but it's not as easy to do if you're a 3-4 defense, which is also what we got to hear Clint talk about. We're going to be more multidimensional, right? More hybrid. Some 3-4, some 4-3. We can throw both elements at you. And I really like this because that is what then opens the door up to being more blitz heavy, to being more able to disguise and confuse offenses, opposed to when they've got the 4 down linemen, as we saw with our linemen trying to drop into coverage last year. You basically eliminate right at that point in time those 4 guys from being any kind of problem in coverage as a quarterback. And so now all your reads go from linebackers to the back end, and it just takes one less man off the board versus when you're in 3-4. You have 3 down defensive linemen, an extra linebacker out there, 1 extra guy to account for if I'm the quarterback in the pass game. I wish I could pick something away that was bad, but it was all good. I'd not wish, but I'm glad actually I can't pick away anything bad. It's awesome to see that we're seeing this door opened up in this way, and that maybe Carroll is truly that old dog trying to learn a new trick, whether they're able to or not, whether this succeeds or not, whether once we get when we get down to where it's live ammunition's firing here, right? We're no more in the practice. We're no more in training camp, no mini camps, and we get to live games. Can Carroll stand to be sitting there looking at a 3-4 defense that's putting 6-7 guys up on the defensive line and all the threats that then exposes to his back end, and then causes him to immediately shift back into the old direction of, no, let's just do what we did before. It'll work better this year, I'm telling you. Can't make any guarantees on that. We saw this very same thing play out on the offensive side of the ball this past year with Waldron. You brought Waldron in, but we saw a lot of Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde with the offense floating between embracing what Waldron was trying to do. You could see the new type of play calling in there, the motion-based stuff, all that, and then sliding back into the old, right? Hammer the ball up the middle with the run game and then take our deep shots. And even Carroll referenced this, of course, midseason, saying, yeah, we really like Waldron. He's really open to doing a lot of the things we've done in the past. No, you brought him in here to do the new. So hopefully they stayed and tried and true to this throughout the whole course of the offseason, into the season, and trusted. There's a lot of wrinkles within this defense that are a part of the new modernized approach of things. Very encouraging to see from my standpoint. I hope Hurt is given the kind of control he says he's being given. I hope Desai and him work together as seemingly in the background. It seems like they will be able to, because this is going to be at its best if they're both, peanut butter and jelly back there, right? Peanut butter and jelly. And then Carroll can be the bread, okay? He can be the Wonder Bread. So good news there on that front. I have been diving into a ton of college film. I'm watching prospect after prospect through these tapes, game after game on some of these guys. So getting very, very much deeper into this draft. It's an unusual draft as far as strengths, weaknesses, all that stuff goes. This is just an odd draft. And this is going to get to a little bit of a bigger point that I want to talk about here in the end of my kind of opening monologue bid. This draft is kind of slanted towards the defensive side of the ball at early look-see, at least as far as the top end goes. Okay, at least as far as for our purposes here, right? We're really only going to concentrate at the moment with tier 2. We could talk about tier 1 in a second. It's about 10 or 11 guys, but tier 2 this is where you as a general manager are going to make your money this year, is in tier 2, which is going to be a bigger stretch of players than years past. Second through the third round should all be in that tier 2 phase. But these are where, when I look at that clump of guys, to me, I see cornerbacks, safeties, defensive tackles, linebackers. It's kind of where a little bit of the strength lies there in that spot of things as far as I see. Now there's also some good talent there at the tackle position. Centers got a couple of very interesting guys as well. But I do wonder, as we hear Clint Hurtt talk about where this defense is going, and if it's going to go to having more 3-4 elements in there, more of the blitz stuff in there, they're going to need to bring the horses in that can get that done. I've long said to those folks that wanted to see Coach Carroll's defense become blitz heavy and full throttle, baby, let's go. Yeah, you got to kind of scout and draft and sign players that are good at blitzing too. It is a skill, right? It's just like coverage. An ability to blitz is a skill. It's not simply, I see open gap, I run through gap, I go get quarterback. Sometimes it's also, I've got to have a technique in how I rush. Can I get skinny? Can I dip? Can I fight the offensive lineman's hands off me when I blitz? Can I disguise my blitz? Can I time it at just the right time? That's one of Jamal Adams' best attributes, is he's excellent at about, you're not quite sure he's going to come until he's coming. And usually it is post-snap when that recognition is going to happen from the quarterback position. So that part kind of sticks out to my mind a little bit here, is we've got a defensive heavy draft in tier 2. You've got a defense that now looks like it's going into a bit of change. You have Carroll already as a defensive-minded coach who wants to lean to that side of the ball anyway as far as the assets go. Could this bend them around towards going a little bit heavier in the draft towards defensive players? And my early kind of thinking on this is that, yeah, probably so. They'll probably spend their money in free agency, maybe a little bit to the defensive side of the ball, but at the end of the day, I could see that those 2 picks we've got in the second and third round both going to the defensive side of the ball. Which some may really lament, but the cornerbacks in this draft, there's so many zone 6-foot long guys that have played a ton of zone in college that fit exactly to what Seattle wants to do. I'm really kind of hard pressed not to say, boy, this is just sort of the way that this seems to be drifting towards, in my opinion. So there's still, again, guard, center's decent, but then when you look at the lacking aspect of this class, receiver, tight end, quarterback, running back. So if you're picking up in that, let's just as run this as sort of as an exercise here. You're picking in that tier 2, round 2, round 3. You've got a great linebacker looking you in the face. You got a pure scheme fit cover outside corner there looking you in the face. And then you got, a running back who in other years might be a 4th, 5th round grade, but running back's a need, right? Or a tight end who in other years might be a 4th, 5th round grade, but tight end's a need. This is where I can see the front office drifting themselves towards that defensive side of the ball. And it is, I've got to a degree, from my standpoint of things, say, well, I get it, I understand it. I'm a guy who advocates for picking the best player available on the board. If the best player available on the board happens to be a defensive player, well, it is what it is. You don't control where the strengths of a draft are year to year. You can only do with what lands at you at your pick and who the best player is looking at you in the face. There may be an offensive player they lean to. There's certainly, again, tackles could be. There's going to be a couple guys sitting there at the upper end of the second round when we pick they're going to be really good tackles in this league for a very long time. That certainly could be a no-brainer. Let's just go do that, get it done. There we go, boom, boom. But you look at the recent draft history, we haven't taken a lot of tackles. I think Okung and Afedi have been the only 2. Carpenter, I guess, for a hot minute before they moved him to guard. But so they have gone tackles in their drafts in the last 10 years a couple times with their first pick. So it's a potential. And again, tackle's a good spot. I like the tackles coming out of this draft. Where we'll be picking, obviously, right? Anybody can tell you, I like the Alabama guy, and I like the Iko Ununu guy, and Charles Cross is great. Yeah, those guys are up in the first round. We're not touching them. But Abraham Lucas, Daniel Fa'alele, Nicholas Fertut, the Ohio State offensive lineman. There's a kid from Penn State who likes to hump players after he has blocked them into the dirt and pancaked them, which I don't take from that what you will. Take from that what you will. But there's a couple other guys in that lane of things. Penning, Rainman has got a lot of love out there from certain guys. I can't find tape on the guy, but there's a lot of guys in the draft. You could be picking a tackle there as well. Love what I'm seeing from the draft and that aspect of things, but do wonder if Carroll's going to be drawn towards the defensive side a little bit more early on. It is pretty quiet right now as far as rumors go with our Seahawks. There's not a lot trickling around a bit here, right? It's been pretty quiet overall. I would say that this is a good thing at the moment. I'm sure many of you are seeing all of the NFL teams out there with franchises that need a quarterback who are photoshopping Russell Wilson into their jersey, and it is admittedly getting a little nauseous having to watch them just bend over backwards trying to make it happen. There are some, again, hot rumors out there that continue to percolate, but you're not really hearing anything from the camp of Seattle here. You're not hearing anything really from Russell Wilson's camp, all silent on both of those 2 fronts. This is really seemingly, to me, again, coming back to a little bit of clickbait stuff. Maybe it's a little bit of franchises that are shaking the tree just to see if, well, what if we would, maybe do something. But I still lean towards, we have no idea where anything stands at this point. It is a good thing the longer that we go into this offseason without talk of what's happening with Russell Wilson, right? So I believe the Stafford trade was already being consummated about this time last year. So the fact that it's silent right now is very encouraging. And the longer it stays silent, the longer that there aren't rumblings and there's discussions in the background, the longer that stuff isn't going on, the better. One of the key moments for us to get past in this lane of things is going to be, of course, the combine. Because Schneider last year wasn't the combine with it. It was actually, I think, Trey Lance's pro day that he was meeting with the Bears. But that will be a day where there'll be a lot of more discussion on the Russ talk. Again, though, good right now, quiet right now, and that's a beautiful thing as far as for us hoping that we continue to keep our quarterback moving on here into the future. I do thank you guys for watching here. I also, before we get over to the chat, I have some great news to announce on the channel here. I'm going to be doing some series of videos now as just part of the expansion on this channel. I'm working right now on the next Great Seahawks Moment video. And this week I'm going to be doing an interview with Chad Brown, former Seahawk linebacker. I'd say former Seahawk linebacker great, actually. A really good player for us during a really dark period of the franchise's time as it was just kind of going through a little bit of an evolution at that point in time. But I'm going to be doing an interview with him on Wednesday and putting it all together and hopefully getting it out around Thursday or so. But it's going to be just a series I'm going to be doing hopefully with kind of ex-players as anybody in those that I can draw in here. But just kind of talking about the Seahawks. And with Chad, we're going to be talking a lot about his career. But another interesting part with Chad, and he's a guy who's on radio there locally in Denver. And so he is covering the Broncos over those last couple of years. And so I thought Chad would also be an interesting guy to bring in, not just for the fact Seahawk legend, one of the great original free agent signings by Paul Allen that really started the sea shift change that occurred for this franchise becoming not one of the dregs anymore, but becoming a legit franchise now, a franchise that's respected, even feared at times. That was Paul Allen, right? And part of Paul Allen, right out the first thing he did the door was he brought in Chad Brown from the Pittsburgh Steelers. He was like the Godfather, and he made him an offer he couldn't refuse. That, or he put a horse head in Chad's bed in his hotel room. I'll ask Chad. We'll find out. I don't know. But Chad also has a really interesting perspective from where he stands because he's in Denver. And why? Denver's been running Vic Fangio's defense recently, haven't they? He's been head coach the last couple of years. So Chad can give us a little bit of insight into not only relationally how that defense kind of looks versus to what the defenses he ran in the past looked, versus is he an advocate for it? What does he think about this type of defensive scheme in this modern NFL? Is this the best type of scheme to do? Is this the scheme he would run? I have a feeling he's going to have a little bit of a predilection towards enjoying those old Steeler Blitzburg defenses and run a lot more of the 3-4 stuff. But it should be an interesting conversation. We'll have that out to you guys this week. Hopefully I'm on Thursday. We're gonna record it on Wednesday, and then I want to put some I got some video cut-ups I want to put into it because I found some interesting footage of Chad in his career that I want to put over the top with the video. Of course, we can't do that if we're doing it live. So that is going to be en route. I will continue to do those series. If you guys have a player that you'd like me to interview, certainly not all of them are, you guys can say, for instance, Walter Jones, but I don't know if Walter Jones is available or wants to do it necessarily. But I'm going to just start doing this as kind of a series, and again, in the hopes of continuing to expand the content here. And of course, as we're getting into the off season, gives us some more stuff to kind of turn over, looking back at Seahawks history. Carl, oh hell yeah, Carl, it's good to see you. I was thinking about you the other day, hoping you were doing good, man. I hadn't seen you in a bit. Hoping all is well on your end, but good to see you in the house. Erismana says, "Sup, peoples?" What's up, man? Jaboy Michael, yo, what's up, Jaboy? Devin, hey, I caught you live. I need this today. Been empty without football. Good to see you, buddy. Go Hawks. Well, it's good to see you, man, and I agree. It does feel a little empty now as we have no football. I mean, it's tough when your team gets kicked out, but then now when there's just nothing, it's like, what do I do? You know, it's like the kid just picking at a rock with a stick. Like, come on, there's got to be something we can do here. But it'll be hopefully a fast off season, and maybe, you never know, we get a little bit of a baseball here maybe at some point. Kyle, what's up, Kyle? Ethan, hey. Kyle says, D-line coach is saying everything right. Pete doing everything right now. Only if Russ would come out and say he's staying in Seattle. maybe when we'll get some closure on the whole trade rumors. Yeah, there would be, there certainly, I would think, be a little more of a closing of that door completely if it was intended to be closed at this point. We've heard on the opposite end of it that maybe Russ wants to just explore options. And I don't say that from a cynical standpoint of him exploring options means he wants out of town. Maybe he's just, what's the lay of the land? What are the options available to me? Now he's under contract, can't go anywhere, can't just say, force your Seattle's hand. Seattle can just definitely possesses leverage in the situation. But I think just kind of just a putting your ear to the ground, hearing what's out there more than you're looking for something. That's my guess on it. Again, I think this is pretty murky right now, pretty foggy, pretty uncertain. Kyle, as also Tampa fans want Russ and said the best deal is a second and Kyle Trask for Russ. No, if Trask is any good, then why trade him? Laughing my ass off. Yeah, Trask, and I'm not trying to be cute here. Trask is trash. Trask had receivers to throw to all over the place in Florida. Kyle Pitts, even Freddie Swain was there through some of his time there, and he still looked like trash. So his decision making is awful. He's one of those guys who makes throws where you say, "What did you see? What did you see on the field, bud? What did you see on that play?" There's a lot of silly trade offers out there right now. A lot of silly trade offers out there right now by fans, and it's a hard swallow. Say, okay, we're gonna give up 3 first-round picks, give up a second-round pick, and then we're gonna give up a player. Now that stings. That stings. That hurts, right? That gets you right in the gonads. So they're gonna go, well, 2 first-round picks, and then we'll give you a couple journeyman player, and here's a 3rd-round pick too. Do we take that? Like, no. There are no discount rates when it comes to Russ. I've maintained this for quite a while. I'm even more fervently on board with this than I have been in the past. The starting rate is at 3 first-round picks. Make no mistake about it. That's not going to be the ending rate. That's where we begin our negotiations. And then like an auction house, we can go through and run this out a bit. But we're going to end up with, at the end of the day, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 3 first-round picks, a player, and maybe a 3rd-round pick in addition. And I've been on this for a while. I still am on this. You just don't get players like Russell Wilson trade every day. And yeah, I know Aaron Rodgers on the market. Yeah, Watson's on the market. They've got a little bit of blemishes on them, despite Rodgers having won the MVP. His age alone has to put a little bit of a blemish on going out there and getting him versus Russ, who's 7-8 years younger than him. And Watson, we already know what, his blemish is. Jabal Michael, I'm excited to see how the defenses run. I am too. If they're doing what they're doing here, this is what I was calling for whoever our new next defensive coordinator would be attacking downhill. Let's come after offenses. Let's acknowledge the fact we're going to give up a big play from time to time. But on the other end of that, let's be opportunistic. Let's take the ball away. Let's get the big sack at a key moment because we're just avalanching the offense on every single play. I don't think they're going to go to being the most blitz-heavy scheme in the league. Don't get me wrong there, but I do think when he hammers home aggressiveness, blitzing, utilizing Jamal Adams more and better, those are all indicative of the fact that they're going to tend to turn this in a lot of a different direction than they have recently. And it's been cover one in the past with the lurking strong safety defender down underneath to be kind of a robber down there. Or, as they've gone into recent history, it's been the cover two, right? To put your 2 safeties back in a cover 2 shell, and then they go into a cover 2 look post snap. So those aren't really very inventive. What he's talking about is going to be a little bit more inventive. And I love hearing it. Love it. Jamal Michael said, heard something about the Seahawks being suitors for Saquon. How would you feel about it, and what would you give up? Oh, boy. I really don't want Saquon Barkley. I really don't want. I would just, if you're going after Saquon Barkley, just bring back Penny. Let me double check what the deal is on him. I think he's under 1 more year of contract, so I'm just double checking. I don't want to speak out of school on Saquon. I mean, let's deal with the first problem with Saquon Barkley. First off, the guy's injured an incredible amount and multiple lower leg injuries at that. that's going to dissuade me just from the jump when it comes to a running back, especially a guy that's basically leaving his rookie deal. If he's already injured when he's a rookie, as I always say, they don't get less injured as they go along. So I'm a little bit hesitant on that one. The other aspect of this is that he's a pure boom bust runner. He's a guy that, okay, he's going to get you 3 yards here, get you 3 yards here, get you 2 yards. There's a negative 3 yards, and okay, then he gets you a 40-yard play. And the 40-yard play is going to go on his highlight reel, but no one's really going to pay attention to all those other runs in between that amount. And I think a lot of what Barkley has going for him right now is the draft hype, where he was selected in the draft, how good he looked coming out of Penn State, and less to do with how he's been as a player when he's been out on the field. And I know he had a very good rookie year, but again, it was all a lot on the back of that. We're going to get this big play from this guy. He's just the big play waiting to happen. He's like, sort of the Sean Alexander type. And again, if we're talking about going for that type of player, why don't you just take Penny? Sports Track isn't coming up for me for some reason, by the way. So it looks like their site's down. I think he has another year, though. I want to say it was like $10 million if I'm correct on this one. And if it's at that amount, I don't want to bring Saquon Barkley in at that point. If it's a free agent contract and Penny's looking at grabbing a lot more money than him, and you can get him at a lesser deal because somebody's going to be willing to pay Penny on the back of his production at the end of the year, I can see it making some sense from that standpoint. But I'm with you in Tech World. Saquon kind of sucks. He doesn't full suck, but there's the boom bust runners I'm good with to a degree, but they also can also be real aggravating to watch, and they don't do a lot to really, in my opinion, do much to wear a defense down. They'll get you the big yards. Amari Taylor says we should get Tariq Woolen. All right, I haven't seen him quite yet, Amari, but I'll check him out. Megan says, AB, can you explain the tiers in the draft and the differences between them, and also how they impact a team and their picks? Yeah, of course. I think I got it here. Let me give you guys my tier system here. It's a very, very deep tier system. It's very deep. Let's give you the goods here. All right. I know this is stunning podcast radio here. Podcast radio. All right, so these are my tiers, folks. And what I mean by this is that people get caught up a little bit in the draft. They get caught up a little bit in the draft rounds. There's 32 picks in the first round, so henceforth there are 32 first-round players. No, there's not. There's 32 second-round players. So that means there's 32 second-round worthy players. No, there's not. What you really have is you have talent potential points. And what I mean by this is it's a tiered system. I look at this draft really in sort of 4 tiers. I pretty much look at all drafts around a 4-tier point. Because what you're talking about in draft is you're talking about potential players. What are they going to be? No one's, drafting for bust. You get more of your bustier elements showing the longer you go into the draft. But you're also looking, I'm really measuring these tiers by really what potential you're going to be able to draw out of these tiers. Obviously, tier 1 is star potential. Tier 2 would be long-term starter potential. Tier 3 would be, somewhere in the neighborhood of, potential starter, good backup. And tier 4 is you're taking it's all kind of a crapshoot right around that point. And some of tier 2 and 3 bleed together. But the point on this is that in this draft, in my opinion, you got about 12 guys that are your top guys in this draft that are grade A, guy should go in the first round, has really good star potential, not a lot of bust factor, pretty clean medically, pretty clean off the field as much as we have as far as that information goes. And that those guys are they're kind of inarguable to a certain degree. You can talk about one's being better or who should go back, but you're going to be in pretty good shape with any of those guys. You can talk about saying, well, I like Derek Stingley, and other people saying, well, I like Sauce Gardner from Cincinnati. But both of them are probably in that tier 1 range of things. Same thing with the pass rushers, Thibodeau and Hutchinson. You can argue all day about who's more valuable, but they're both in that tier 1. Now, to me, tier 2 lasts a little bit longer, especially in this draft. It's like a 13 to 65, maybe even to 70, maybe even up and further. I'm just starting to get into the 70, 80s range of where I'm looking at as far as these picks. So I can't consciously completely say I know for sure that these guys above that would be in this range. But what you see in these guys is good starter potential. Certain guys within this have got a little bit of star potential to them. Some question marks to their game. Maybe they're a great pass rusher who can't play the run. Maybe they're just a zone-based corner who can't play any man. There's some things to them. Maybe they've got some off-the-field stuff. Maybe there's some injury stuff to them, like George Pickens out of Georgia, a guy that was injured in spring ball this past year, missed most of the year, came back into the championship game, had a really good championship game. And if you go back and watch its 2020 film, that's a first-round wide receiver. And this isn't exactly a draft that stands out. There's first-round receivers that'll go in it, but they're not as... you're not as excited. He could have easily been the best wide receiver in this draft if he had a chance to play the full year last year. So that's your tier 2 kind of guys. Now, the tier 3, where you're getting into really, in my opinion, right through the end of, I probably should have extended it up even into 75, because I do think it's deeper this year in this realm of things. So my tier's a little off from what I'm seeing kind of now on it. I'd even go past that point of where I got it. But the tier 2 to the tier 3 have still got a lot of really good guys in this draft. When I get into tier 4, though, when I get somewhere in the neighborhood of about midway into the 5th round and I go on, and this is every year basically plays out. You may have the year it may be different year by year as far as the quality of drafts, season by season, whether it's you've maybe got 35 players that are first round worthy, right? Or maybe the tier 1's higher. Pretty much tier 4, the end of the draft, 5th round, mid 5th round on, they're all pretty much flyers. That's why I don't like to really do a ton of scouting on those guys as we get into those tiers prior to the draft, prior to Seahawks picking them, because they're not likely players to be very good NFL players. They're not likely to make the team, even if they are drafted in that realm of things. They truly are on a wing and a prayer. So this is kind of where I see more of the breakdown, and then it gets you less, I think, caught up into is he a 4th round guy? Is he a 3rd round guy? Is he a tier 1? Is he a tier 2? Is he a tier 3? That's kind of how my personal breakdown. It's how I just look at it, Megan. It's my own little way of working at it. And again, it does slide a little bit as I get deeper in. And I would probably, if I could, I would probably in this one elevate out my second tier even more than I did. Go Hawks Survive. Or Jaboy Michael says, wouldn't say Saquon sucks. He's just with the Giants. I mean, I'm not saying he sucks, but there's definitely. I think he's a little overrated by some people out there. Go Hawks, I have approach for the O-line. For me, I'm going to attack left tackle and center through free agency, and then plan to address right tackle unless Zion Johnson's available, and then move on from Gabe Jackson. Ooh, sounds like a plan. I think you're gonna get a lot of competition for a guy like Teron Armstead's services out there in free agency. There's not a lot of left tackles out there, of course. There may be some guys that get put on the market that we did, like Taylor Lewan. Maybe he slides out onto the market. But I certainly like that approach of things. It does sound like Kelsey's coming back to the Eagles, which is going to reduce down the center market just a little bit. But with that said, I'm go for it, Go Hawks. I'm okay with that. If they took that standpoint on it, I would be perfectly fine with that. Just address the offensive line by any means necessary. Megan says, and can you also please explain what you mean by the 3-4 and 4-3 defense? Yeah, Megan. So when you watch the telecast, of course, you're getting a sideline shot of the game, and you've got the down lineman, the guy with their hands in the dirt, and then you have your guys standing up. The guys that have their hand in the dirt are your down linemen, right? Sometimes it can be a little bit off with this because you'll see Seahawks run 3 down linemen, and they'll have their defensive end standing up, so it'll throw you off a little bit on it. But just to make this simplified, you have 3 down linemen up on that front, right? And then you have guys standing up around them. That's usually going to be a 3-4 defense. So you have 3 down linemen and 4 linebackers around those 3 down linemen. In a 4-3 scheme, or what Seattle runs, you'll have 4 linemen with their hand in the dirt, and then you'll have 3 linebackers around them. Seattle likes to run the 4-3 under, so rather than the linebackers, those 3 being right behind the defensive linemen, you get them shaded, where one linebacker will absolutely be on the line of scrimmage. He'll still be standing up, but he'll be right next to one of those defensive ends at that point. Sort of has given them in the past a little bit of a de facto like 5-man front, but it's still a 4-3, not a 3-4. And the 3-4-1's the key on it too, is you'll see the two guys on the edges of the defensive line standing up. If you're looking for one just real key, if you see that, it's usually a marker that it's a 3-4 if you're looking for just a quick deal. Maxwell says Hurtt said he will have full autonomy of the defense. He's saying that, man. He is. Hopefully it's true. Hopefully it's true. I still know that Carroll runs this ship, though. He's still in charge. Gawak says, if we want to go D in the draft, then just spend the money on the O-line. That would be where I think this is going from a logical, reasonable standpoint. You look at there is some good offensive linemen in this draft, but easier to maybe get the defenders you want in the draft and then go get your offensive guys that you want to add in free agency. And a little bit of a way, by the way, that I remember this stood out to me from Mike Holmgren days, because Mike Holmgren was asked after his run, and I think it was just a year or two after he got out of Seattle, what would you have done differently when you came into the door and you had the full control and power like you did as the general manager at that time? What would you have done differently from how you did it? He said, I would have done this part opposite. He says, when we came in the door, we went old on defense, and then we went young on offense. He says, I would have flipped that up. I would have gone older on offense, younger on defense. And this would also be, that quote always stands out to me, this could also be a little bit of a movement over into that direction of things by that way of it. That Carroll also kind of understands this philosophy from it, which is fine. You can go get the free agent linemen who can be brought in. They've done well in the past. You can do well again with them, and they can hit the ground running. Less time for them to need to ramp up and know what they need to be doing. What's up, sports fan? Go Oxford says, give me Ben Jones and Teron Armstead. I'll take that. I'm with Megan. I'm not as sure on Jones, but I'm with her as well. I can be convinced. Amari Taylor, we need to draft Bryce Young next year. Russ getting old, so we need to find a new one. So I hope to get Bryce Young. He's a good player. He is slight. Man, he's got to add some weight on him. But he makes some great throws, great live arm. Very smart kid. Got a real intelligent approach to the position out there. Processes really well. But he does need to gain a little bit of weight, and we'd have to figure out how to get a pickup high enough to get him, Amari, because he's probably going to go in the top 5 right now as it stands. Megan says, B, I'm willing to drop $500 large to the chat that Russ stays in Seattle for at least 2 years. I'd love to see it, Megan. I hope you're right. I don't need no money from him. We don't need no money dropped in the chat. We just need you to be right. So I hope so. It still is there's a little eerie quietness still going on. We still haven't had the full, the gates of the Russell Castle close as far as some sort of indication being that he is there's no way he's going. He's here. Stop calling us. Stop with your stupid photo jersey insert stuff and your silly trade, hot stove league top. This is not happening. But it doesn't lead me to believe he's being moved either. So we just got to stay silent. We're in the midst of winter in more ways than one right now. We just got to weather this storm, get in past the combine towards the draft, and then we'll know he will remain. Sports fan, it's weird to see NFL fans thirsting over getting Russ while also lowballing us to get him, laughing out loud. Yeah, I'm with you on that. You see, you went through all the time and the effort to Photoshop that, my guy, and the least you can do, and all you got to come up with is Jalen Hurts and a first-round pick and Andre Dillard. No. Yeah, it's a little odd. Do you want him or not? You're not going to get him in some alleyway, dirty style, with your pants down around your ankles, okay? We're going to need a little whining and a little dining. Going to take a little bit more than this, boys and girls, okay? B-Russ says, worst Russ clickbait so far I've seen was a trade proposed where Russ, Lockett, Carson, and Dunlap go to the Bucks for a ton of guys. I guess just ignore the dead cap we would face after that. Yeah. Yeah, you couldn't. The Lockett one would just kill you. He's not even into year 2, I think, of this extension that he just signed. So that bonus money would hurt. Yeah, I think the one thing we can take from with some of these trade proposals at the very least is that they're so silly. They're so silly. They're not coming from inside sources or people that truly are in the know. They're coming from somebody's butt, basically, because they're pulling it out of that, and they have nothing else to go on but that. EES Geezer, thank you for subscribing, sir. You are kind. I appreciate you and salute you, sir. Corey Coleman starting off the dono train right. What's up, Corey? Thank you for the $10 donation. He says, happy Sunday, B. Happy Sunday to you as well. Zion Johnson or Perrion Winfrey would be a solid choice at 41. Johnson looked very good at center with hand placement and feet at the Senior Bowl. Well, thank you for the donation there. Corey, I think both of those two guys would be exciting players to add in the second round. I certainly wouldn't be having a reaction video like I've had through the last 3 first picks we've had running the stream. I'll say that much. So I like those guys. I like their potential. If you got to say one or the other for me, I go Zion Johnson. Zion Johnson to me is probably the best left guard in this draft. He is a guy that would allow us to free up $3 million because then we can move on from Gabe Jackson. So his addition alone basically adds $3 million to your cap on top of solidifying your left guard position. I also, to your point on that, think that even if he flames out basically at left guard, you could then put him at center. So I think that he's got a little bit of fallback plan if plan A doesn't work for him. With Winfrey, played out of position at Oklahoma, 1 tech, just basically launching himself at 2 blockers play after play, but doing so athletically, doing so with grit, doing so with physicality and twitchiness. He's very bouncy out there. But can he play 3 tech? Well, kicked ass in the Senior Bowl, 5 tackles, 2 sacks, basically running out of that 3 tech role that he'll be playing in the pros. So through the week of practice looked good, at the game looked good. Seems like he can make that transition. He's got the talent. He's got the talent, but that little bit of that bust factor to him versus what I think is more of a safer bet for Zion for a position in left guard that hasn't been good since Steve Hutchinson left. That hasn't been a strength of the team. I'm not talking Hall of Fame strength. I'm just talking about like a strength of the team. One of the better parts of the team. Thank you though, Corey. You're awesome. Appreciate you. Megan says, did everyone here Flores has been signed by Pittsburgh? Yeah, he's being brought in as sort of an assistant coach to Tomlin, which is good to see. You don't want to see that guy get blackballed for stuff that's maybe potentially beyond the pale and that he shouldn't be for. So it's encouraging to see that he's staying in and good at Tomlin to bring him in. He's going to help that defense out. I'll tell you that. It's going to make them better. Herbicide, hey y'all, LTs are in high demand. I'm not so sure we are going to pay the price for a great one. We might be stuck with Dwayne, which I guess things could be worse. Yeah, Herbicide, I agree with you there. There's not a big market for left tackles. And certainly there's only like Teron Armstead as your real, I'm talking about tiers in the draft. Well, Teron Armstead, your tier 1 left tackle, and then below that's tier 2s and tier 3s. And there's not a lot of them. If you're not getting Teron, you could be getting Fisher. You could be back with Dwayne, like you said, and then maybe not as much by choice, but just by necessity. Is what it is with that in that realm of things, right? You can only control what is available to you to pick. There could be guys left tackle available to him high in that second round. I will say that. Are those guys will be ready to roll and good to hit the field to keep Russ upright? I don't know on that stretch of things, but that also is a possibility to deal with it. Megan Gock Rogers says, ask Chad about Paul Allenby. Oh, I plan to, Megan. That's actually going to be one of my first questions is how he was brought in the process here, what it was that Paul Allen did personally in talking to him. Was it just that they slapped a big check and that got him on board, or was it something, more above that? So, yeah, I've got a couple questions. I've got a variety of questions I'm going to be asking Chad on this one. We're going to be deep diving. I'm probably taking up way too much of his time. Going Survive says, claim your USFL team. I choose the Stallions. Okay, I'll go Stallions too. because I don't know any others. Bodine, hey Hawks Nest, I'm glad I caught you live. What's up, Bodine? Good to see you in the house. Jason Doucette, go Hawks, Jason. Jason says, nice Sonics, T. Only a matter of time till they're back. I'm trying to make them get back here in spirit. I do this with my attire. Let's bring this Sonic energy back. I do miss them, man. I do miss them. I can't believe it's been this long for the NBA to get them back. I mean, it's like, well, we're going to have to wait 30 years to get the team back in Seattle. Kind of brutal. That's right, bud. Bring back our Sonics. Bring them back. Bring them back home. It's like you took Lassie and you took her to Europe and you put her up in a Transylvania castle. And we're just saying, bring her back now. Let her come back and run the fields of the Midwest here. Let her frolic. Let her help save Johnny. Riverside, I'd rather have Penny than Barkley. Me too. Riverside says rather have CMC than Barkley. Me too as well. I'll take Christian McCaffrey over Barkley as well. Chase Stern, is there a tight end in free agency? And also, are there any trade targets at other positions that you really like? You could make a very good argument that the tight end class in free agency is the strongest of any positions in free agency. Obviously, Gronk's out there. I'm best guessing he's probably going to retire. You've got O.J. Howard out there, former first-round pick from the Alabama, taken by Tampa Bay. Never really was able to quite tap into that there in Tampa Bay. Some due to injury, some due to being buried on the depth chart behind Gronk for a given time. You got Jimmy Graham, if you want to go down memory road, with that guy's got 3 forks sticking out of his back. Zach Ertz is a guy that the team has flirted with quite a bit in the past when he was at the Eagles and had a really good season for the Cardinals when he went over there. Eric Ebron, longtime okay tight end in this league. CJ Uzoma from Cincinnati, probably going to be re-signed by Cincinnati, so I don't think he's going to end up on the market. Max Williams, been a good player for the Cardinals, had a torn ACL last year, but he was a good tight end for them just before he's playing his best ball just before he went down. Evan Ingram, a guy that started out really hot with the Giants out of Ole Miss, a real H-back type tight end, and just kind of flamed out as time went on, but still a lot of talent there, still only about 27 years old. David Njoku, talented kid out of Miami. His tape was awesome coming out of college. He looked like he was going to be one of the next best pass catchers in the sport with some of his ability to move and catch. Mike Gesicki of the Dolphins. I mean, this is just a who's name of tight ends. So if you want tight ends, really, to me, you don't go to the draft. You go to free agency this year. We still have even our own Gerald Everett as well as available there. So other guys too, Mo Alley Cox, Robert Tonyan, Hayden Hurst. It's pretty good group of guys. So I do like it. You could kind of pick, honestly, I don't have like a preference on those. David Njoku, O.J. Howard, Mike Gesicki would be interesting with Russ. I think even Evan Ingram, if you didn't go with Everett, bring in as a move tight end could be interesting. I like these guys. I'm usually not as pro a whole unit of free agents within a class, but I kind of like all these guys. Let's not go with Ertz though. That's the one I would say that I would cross off. He's got too much of that. Too much of the guy at Detroit that we Pettigrew. It was the other guy we signed, who ended up being way more injury prone throughout his time. You got Greg Olsen injured. I don't want to do that again. So no old tight ends that are broken down. But Megan says Saquon has elements of suck, but not the full suck. So says B. That's a great way to put it. Exactly. Just some elements to his. Randall McDaniel. What's up, Randall? Good to see you in the hat. Somewhere around 10% of the Hawks Nest viewers like the like button. Let's help our man out and smash. Yes, please do. If you like what you're listening to here, hit that like button for me if you could. Small, quick little thing, just a little tippity tap. Helps the channel out considerably. Rodney Presho, you should do some Mariners talk as well. I need someone to bitch and complain to when they have an off day. I think we will be opening up a little bit of Mariners coverage here. Obviously, it's going to be reliant on the baseball season happening and being a thing. But we will try to do something going on with that to kind of get that going on our end of it. So I will Definitely going to do a little bit of Mariners stuff this year at some point, but man, I don't know if we're going to have a season. That's the only thing on that one, Rodney. I don't know if there's going to actually be a year yet on it. We'll keep an eye. Megan says, how is a player's tier position determined? So yeah, I'd go tier 1, Megan. It's basically superstar. Tier 2, this is a better way to put it. Tier 1, superstar. Tier 2, star potential. Tier 3, starter potential. Tier 4, wish I might, wish I may. This ain't going to be a star. So those are guys that, like, every once in a while you'll find a 5th, 6th round guy midway through the 5th round onwards that's something in the league. But it's real rare to happen. And when the guys get into that tier of it, that's where it stands. But that's the quickest, easiest way. Star, superstar potential, star potential, starter potential, fringe guy. Aaron says, do you know which tier our first pick is in? Tier 2. I would say both of our second and third round picks would be in tier 2, Aaron. Kyle says we signed Derwin Thompson for former Chief to a future contract. He said Mother Chiefs. That's funny. He has some promise, but Andy Reid doesn't like running backs, laughing out loud. Decent pickup. Andy Reid does have a very strange relationship with running backs since he's come to Kansas City. He'll go for these old guys that are done. He'll kind of ride with weird guys that are on the other side of things. Even when it's strange. Future contract. It's a flyer, Kyle. I don't know too much about Derwin Thompson. Megan says, so why draft a player from the lower tier? Well, you're going to be in the 5th. So you're midway through the 5th round, right, Megan? And you might be looking at a list of players and you go, I don't think any of these guys is going to be anything. Well, you go for the biggest boom guy you got on that list, but there's just not a high likelihood he's going to give you any boom. So you're not going to pass on picking. You're going to pick. You're going to take. It doesn't hurt you to take a 5th, 6th, 7th rounder. Those contracts aren't guaranteed. Cut them at any time. And certainly Seahawks have done so in the past with those type of players. But that just because they're not likely to be something doesn't mean there isn't, like, if there's a let's say there's making a 3% chance you're going to get a starter out of the midway through the 5th round on, like a 5% chance. Do you pass on that pick because it's only 5%, or you take the pick and then blow the guy out? As well as the lower tier ones, Megan, you can find sometimes a backup, a guy, if you gave him 3 or 4 games in the league, it's like he's going to get exposed. You need to bring him off the bench for a moment to just hold it down for a hot minute. He can do that. Kyle says 155 players are planning to boycott the combine due to the bubble protocol. Oh, well, I can't blame him on that. It's already got to be unnerving as it is to go to, all the way out into Indianapolis, get down into your underwear and run around and lift weights all week with grown men staring at you. And then now they've got this whole bubble thing on top of it. I'm sure it's probably like, you know what? They can just come out to my pro day. Take my pro day numbers. We'll call it a day on that. Megan says, OB was watching the Super Rugby from New Zealand with my favorite team, and Joe Burrow. Sacks in the Super Bowl were mentioned several times. The game became known as when my two loves combine. Nice. That's nice that they're watching the Super Bowl. Yeah, Joe got the stuffing knocked out of him this year. It's a little bit criminal of what the Bengals have done with him as far as the offensive line they've given him, and he has gotten. He's lucky he doesn't have another torn ACL. I thought he legit almost got another torn ACL in that game. He had a bad roll up. YDY says, hey, Brandon, while rebuilding an O and D line in one off season is doable, my concern is the move to more 3-4 and man coverage will take more personnel moves than just this one off season. Yeah, I mean, potentially. I think you can. You're right. That was the thing I'm wondering with this, right? Why? I mean, when I was kind of leading at the top with you, you sort of touched on what I was probably trying to get to and not eloquently articulating it well enough, which is that you worry that, okay, you make this transition to the defense. That now requires all of these resources poured into that defense. Carroll's going to want to get that defense right quick. and there are a finite amount of resources. So if you're using this huge chunk to one side, how much is left over for the offensive side of the ball? And if you go, well, not much, then they're not really still going back and then dealing with one of the main issues that's been at play, for instance, the offensive line, right? That's where you go, okay, well, is the defensive improvement going to happen at the cost of upgrading the offensive line? And if that's the case, I share your concern at that point, because the two things can happen. They are doable. And part of what I've said from the onset of this is that my priority 1 and 2 this offseason are, number 1, deal with the offensive line. Number 2, deal with the defensive line. And if in dealing with, for instance, the defensive line, it's making a transition, fine, you're still doing what I'm doing. And because I'm not asking you to put a whole lot of other resources in a whole lot of other places, you could technically pull it off. It's all about want, though. That's what that comes down to, too. Do they want to go all in? Do they want to sacrifice future cap space to make this defense work quicker initially than it would do so if you were have to wait a couple years to get all of the proper personnel to make it go? And I think he said, too, with this 3-4 stuff with Clint, we're going to be multiple. So they're not just looking to run full 3-4 stuff. They're looking to run 4-3 and 3-4 principles. And so maybe a little bit of a less reliance on having to get a purified roster, defensive roster filled with 3-4 guys, as opposed to takes a couple extra guys. We need an extra defensive end who can play some early down stuff in 3-4, or we need an outside stand-up linebacker, right? Like people have been advocating for Chandler Jones and Von Miller. Well, you bring in one of those two guys, pair him with Darrell Taylor, and look at that. You got your outside 3-4 linebackers. That's off the list of needs for a 3-4. And look, you have Bobby Wagner and Jordan Brooks. Now you have 2 of what you need in a 3-4 defense, which is 2 middle linebackers. Look, you got those 2 guys already on your roster. So there's another box you can check off of lack of need of personnel you need to go. Now, cover corners, yeah, you're going to need to go find some cover corners. I do say that Trey Brown can do that. And then so there'll be work to be done, but it's doable. It is doable. And it's not going to be as much as I think if you were making the full meal deal change to a new defense. Brandon says, I was really down on Hurt until the press conference. He has to be a secret Seahawks Twitter member. I know, Brendan, I felt the same way. It was like listening to a dream scenario of what you'd want to hear. It's like me talking and puppeting the defensive coordinator. That's what it was like, hearing my words coming out of his mouth, as far as, not that he's listening to me, but that he's saying the things we're wanting to hear so badly. And to the specifics of it. I showed it in my thumbnail. It's like, be more aggressive. More blitzing, 3-4 looks, using Jamal Adams correctly, not having our defensive linemen going backwards but forwards. It's wondrous to hear. I hope he's not blowing smoke. I hope Carroll gives him the reins to let him do it that way, even if it's a little bumpy ride initially, because the benefits of that will pay off, especially when you have all these teams that they've got such an old, dusty book on how to beat the Seahawks that doesn't even have to be updated year after year. They just, the opposing offenses just take the book out, blow the dust off, open it up, and they're like, okay, what are these same plays we're going to be able to utilize this week to beat them? And that also goes out the door with the new. The new might not work or not, but they aren't going to be able to calibrate as easily in their weekly game planning for you because they don't know what they're going to get. And it made me excited too, Brennan. It made me laugh. The Desai signing and the press conference have been 2 things that have helped me to not only make peace with Hurt signing, but to actually be excited about it. Even though I wanted to see them get what I wanted to be considered the best candidate, and I wasn't sure if Hurt was that. I didn't know for sure, but I don't know if that he was. I question where the last 3 candidates you basically have elevated to defensive coordinator have all come from in-house. So you just have the best factory for defensive coordinators in the world, or maybe are you not looking, you're not looking as much in depth at the situation as you should to find the best qualitative guy. But these have been encouraging points, and I hope he keeps that energy. EES Geezer says, as a Titan fan, no Ben Jones. Okay, so that's about what I thought. I watched a little bit of tape on him, Geezer, and I was just kind of it was okay. He's a guy. Jace, I got my wisdom teeth pulled the other day. Sucks. I look like a pufferfish. Can eat solids for another day or 2. Sorry, Jace. Well, good news is you only have to do it once in your life. Megan says, hell B, you know I'm right. I called Russ's finger injury, coach staying, and Desai coming to Seattle. You know it's true, dude. I do know it's true. I do. The prophet of the Hawks Nest, Megan Gock-Roger. It was fun, by the way, Megan, to listen to Brendan try to pronounce your name on his channel this last week. That made me smile. Poor guy. Y2KHA, interesting to see how we use the safeties next year and what we do with Diggs. Yes, I think we know. I think I can say what we're going to do with the safeties. You're going to get cover 2 shell looks, but then you're going to see them be multiple. You're going to see them be different from what they're showing pre-snap versus what they will show post-snap. Diggs is, as I've said for a while, probably not coming back. He's not coming back because he's getting older as a player. Not coming back because, he suffered a major injury. But mainly not coming back because of the fact that you can't afford to pay 2 safeties top of the market rates at the same time. No team in the NFL is doing it. Not one. Not a one. Not one. So, that's probably something we got to take away from and go, if no team's doing it in the NFL, it's probably just not going to be done unless you're the true outlier. Like I said, we were an outlier once 10 years ago with Cam and Earl. We paid both those guys top of the market money at the same time. At the time, when no NFL teams was doing it at that point either. But you did that with a defense that for 4 straight years was basically the best defense in the NFL. This defense has not been that. So to pay Diggs that money is just not going to happen. And really, the final nail to this coffin got driven home by Diggs a couple weeks ago. Cat's crying out here a little bit. Stop. Be quiet. Jesus, you're losing your mind. He went on an interview deal, and he kind of threw some shade at Carroll, threw some shade at the defense. Too many cooks in the kitchen. We were late to get the play into the huddle at times last year. There was a lot of stuff. A guy like that doesn't kind of throw the shade like that if he's going to be coming back to the team. And I think that's probably an acknowledgement that the negotiations have not gone away, if there were any negotiations going on at all, to bring him back. So I just think all the arrows point towards Diggs probably signing somewhere else. Empower Code. Hey, Brandon, I just wanted to say that you're an amazing analyst in person. I know things are tough with the season over, but I appreciate and commend your hard work throughout this challenging time. Empower Code, thank you so much. I appreciate it, brother. I love doing this, man. I love talking with you guys, Seahawks stuff. So it's much about what I love to do, and you love to do something that ain't hard to do, But I appreciate the kind words, and hopefully we'll just keep going on this, man. The growth's been amazing. The sport's been amazing. We've been tough year this year, but it didn't stop us a lick as far as our growth goes, which has just been very encouraging. Jeremy Talalut. Thank you for subscribing. I might have butchered your last name, Jeremy, and I'm sorry for that if I did, but I do appreciate you subscribing. You're awesome for doing so. Charles Riley I'm a little behind on the chats here. Chase Stern with a $2 donation. Thank you, Chase, sir. I appreciate you. Says, any right tackles in the draft you really like? My 1s and 2s are very simple on this one, Chase. 2 guys that I think will both be probably available when Seattle picks, or at least one of them will be available. And if we take one of these 2 guys, I will jump up and down on stream. I will do a little jig, a little Irish jig from the old country, taught to the men by the fairies. Taught to the men by the fairies after they got a pot of gold underneath the rainbow. And I will be that guy doing that. So if you give me Daniel Fa'alele or you give me Abraham Lucas, one of those 2, I will be happier than a pig in shit. Right? I'm going to be super happy at that point. That would be good. I know a lot of people are high on Curhan. Both of these 2 guys you bring in will make you forget about Curhan. So those are kind of my 2 guys at the moment. There's some other guys that are all right. Those 2 guys stood out to me because I feel like it's the appropriate value where you'll be picking with that spot in that point. But I'm just starting to also get kind of expansive in the tackle look. Chase, I went deep in corners this last week, so I'm like 11 or 12 corners deep into the draft, but I got to start moving now over into some of the other stuff. We got a little subscriber train going on here. All right. What's up, Krausen74? Thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. All right. I always like subscriber trains. Appreciate you guys signing up to the Hawks Nest here. You are awesome for doing so. Charles Riley has been celebrating 6 months of membership in the Hawks Nest program, and he says, Brando, I'm stoked for the Chad Brown interview. Well, if you guys got any specific questions you'd like to see asked, definitely post them on in the chat. I will look through some of those questions or in the comment section too, because I might miss it here in the chat. But I am super stoked for it too. I was happy he said he'd agree to do it. I just feel like it's got a couple of different views on this interview where it goes beyond just career retrospective. It goes on to how you can push this forward to what we're looking at with this team. But it also, what I want to do with this, Charles, is we get some people in here at times who, have this feeling that, the Seattle Seahawks as a franchise seemingly had started in 2011, 10, when Carroll came here, or when Russell came here, or when the Legion of Boom became a thing. That's when we became a franchise. When in actuality, we had 30 years of fun, entertaining football. Wasn't always the greatest. Sometimes we didn't get the mountaintop, but some really good teams through that time, some great players through that time, some Hall of Famers through that time, some guys that are just below the line of Hall of Fame through that time. And they're worth being revered. They shouldn't be forgotten about to history just because they weren't the Legion of Boom or because they didn't hoist a Lombardi trophy. And so part of what I want to do a little bit with this video interview series I'm going to do is pull back that layer on these guys, and maybe if I can get people in watching the series a little bit more to look back on those past guys and still be able to appreciate what they were as a player and what they accomplished, even though you weren't around to watch them every Sunday. You didn't get to see them game in and game out, what they brought to the football field and the team. But glad you're stoked for it, Charles. I hope this interview thing can continue to be a popular thing here on the channel. As I always say, I want to just keep expanding and growing here as I can in every which way. Charles with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles, as well. Says, Brando, my wish list for future interviews are Ricky Running Juarez, the Blades brothers, and Terry Wooden for starters. Any of those would be aces if possible. I'm good with all those guys, Charles, so I will definitely reach out. I was thinking about reaching out to the Blade brothers the other night, and Ricky would be fun. Ricky would be very much fun. The only question with Ricky, would he speak in the interview in third person the whole time? Ricky doesn't normally do interviews. Maybe I'm thinking of Ricky Henderson. Oh, Lordy. But thank you for the $5 super chat, Charles. And yeah, I'm gonna start just putting the net out there to a variety of different ex-players that I would kind of like to talk to. Got some interesting stuff that I think that they could speak on. Ricky would be one of those guys. Blades definitely. Wouldn't be interesting too, the old linebacker for the Seahawks. Go Ox 05. So with the Fangio defense, it creates a 4-3 under front with 3-4 personnel. So I'd like to see Taylor as a stand-up edge, a free agent edge, and stand-up Dunlap at 4-eye, 3-tech, and Puna. That would probably work. Be interesting. Dunlap's the one I've got a big question on where he's going to fit in this new defense as much as anybody. But I think they keep him no matter what, because at the very least you could bring him in as a rotational end in pass rush situations. And theoretically, he's got the size and his abilities of stacking up offensive linemen with his length, setting edges. He's got that in his game. Dunlap had a tough year for most of the year in pass rush up until the end. He did not have a tough year really, though, as a run defender, one of our better run defenders on the edge, which sometimes in this new defense, lining up in that 4-eye, which, 4-eye is essentially you're on the inside shoulder of the tackle rather than on, heads up of the tackle or on the outside shoulder of the tackle. You're obviously getting your best pre-snap advantage on a tackle if you're on his outside shoulder. The wider you are, the better. The more you get in heads up on him or inside, the more that then reduces down your ability to get as much of a vibrant pass rush going. So it's going to be interesting with Dunlap how they use it with that. And Puna with that. Is Puna a guy they would try as a nose? Is Puna a guy that they would flip out as? I think they'll try to flip him out as a defensive end, as a 3-4. Because he's kind of doesn't have the length you like there, doesn't have the size you like there, but he does have he would be an interesting player to me in a 3-4 as a 3-4 end. I don't know, there's a part of me he knows how to deal with double teams. He can still be impactful from that. There's part of me that's interested by that by just a little bit. Arturo Mansour Hole says I saw we got a new defensive coordinator. Arturo, we did. His name is Clint Hurtt. He elevated him up as our former defensive line coach the last couple of years. He'll be a first-time defensive coordinator. They also brought in Sean Desai, who was the Bears defensive coordinator last year, to sort of pair with him. They kind of go together as two heads in one, so to speak. But very encouraging. Seems to like not only did you bring in a new defensive coordinator, you're also going to be doing some different things on the defensive side of the ball. When you moved, when Dan Quinn got the head coaching job with the Falcons and you elevated Chris Richard from defensive backs coach, Richard wasn't doing anything really different defensively. When you did the same with Ken Norton, bringing him over from Oakland after you had him in here internally, didn't do a whole lot different. Some little wrinkles. You tried to play base for a whole year, the cover 2 stuff last season, but didn't do really that much differently than what you had done in the past. So now you're actually going to get a difference. Now we're actually going to get a little bit of a change. Amari Taylor says, it was some mock drafts got us drafting Trent McDuffie. Hey, Trent McDuffie's a great corner, one of the better corners in this draft. And frankly had really one of the great seasons the PFF has seen from the cornerback position in college last year. Let me bring up the I got the stats here under his profile that I got set. So let me see where I got him placed at right now. So I've got him right now sitting as my number 3 corner on my board. And I've got my player comp for Trent McDuffie as Xavier Howard. Very smooth corner, nice feet. He's never taking false steps or getting turned around. To play zone, you need to be patient, especially with the bail type zone coverage the Huskies were running. He's got an effortless back pedal, able to keep the eyes on the quarterback while in zone and react accordingly to the quarterback's eyes. Very aware of what a receiver is trying to do against him, rarely gets beat. Overall good in the run game. When he comes downhill, he's shot out of a cannon and arrives to lay a hit on the ball carrier. He's not always engaged in the running game, but also doesn't fail. If the run comes to his side, he has the edge set, or if he's the free defender, will come up and make a tackle. He can high point the ball in the air, though not a real interceptor, though quarterbacks basically just barely targeted him in college. But the interesting PFF metrics he had was PFF's coverage grade last year for him was 89.5. That was first in the Pac-12. His completion percentage was 44%, first in the Pac-12. Forced incompletion rate was 16.7%. That was fourth in the Pac-12. And his passer rating allowed was 52, which was second in the Pac-10. So I looked at him as an ideal cornerback for the Seahawks. Ticks all the athletic boxes. Would not surprise me to see Seattle select there, though I will say they've never taken a cornerback higher than Shaquille Griffin in the late 3rd round a couple of years ago in basically a 10-year stretch. So they've never gone up that high before, Amari, but that would be a good player. Go Hawks, did y'all see Myles Garrett at the Celebrity All-Star game? I saw him dunk. Yeah, he looked pretty crazy. He looked like Zion Williams. Zion Williamson. Sam Z says Dwayne could stay for another year. He could. It's possible. It is possible. We landed that spot of things. I wouldn't be surprised. Charles Riley, another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. He says, maybe you could ask Chad Brown who he thinks might be the best interview out of my list and beyond. I will, yeah. I'll see if he's got recommendations on who I should maybe reach out to. So great. Yeah, that'd be a great opening up here, maybe to get some more in through, because he can give you some guys on who's some characters I got to talk to. Thank you for the $5 donation. You're awesome as always, Charles. And I'm way behind in the chat. Sorry, folks. We're going to catch up the chat here, but if you're just new to the channel, I'm behind the chat because I try to respond to everyone's comment. That does put me a little bit behind, but I do try to get to everybody, so bear with me. Barry says, I haven't watched basketball since the Sonics left. I haven't really either. A little bit here, a little bit there, but you broke my heart, NBA. You broke it in 2. Sam Z, I would run it back with Dwayne. I wonder what Russ thinks. I think it may be just the smart way to go with this, Sam, because you're just left with that's who's available. That there's just not the option out there to trade for or in free agency. And if you go for the young guy in the draft, they're not going to be ready to hit that ground running. They're going to take a year or 2 to get to their potential. Jackson Shore, yo, Brandon, made it. Always a good day when my favorite YouTuber is live. Oh, thank you, Jackson. You guys are very kind tonight. I appreciate that. Megan says, B, do you think the 12s will ever get back to in Pete and John we trust era? If so, how? If not, why? Well, I think yes, if you went and got to a Super Bowl / won it, that certainly would get people endeared with their faith back in them. I think that they lost that in the respect of they had a first 5-year period, Megan, where they could do no wrong. Every move, every bit of water that they poured into the magical flange turned into wine. And then they went through the last 5 or 6 years where it seemingly was going almost in the opposite direction in every move they made. Not completely so, but in a high preponderance of the moves they made, that was the case. And that trust, like all trust in all things, right, Megan? If my girlfriend has trust in me and I go out and cheat on her and then she forgives me, right? Still got to trust there, right? But I've started to hurt that trust. Now, if I go and cheat on her 5, 6, 7 times, where's that trust at? So, you're given trust for as long as you don't abuse it. And I think many of the 12s, it's to a certain degree, feel like a little bit of that trust gets abused, especially, for instance, when Seattle's leaving $11 million on their salary cap books in a make or break it year with their Hall of Fame quarterback. That starts to make you go, well, wait a second here. Especially when, Megan, you don't fix your mistakes and you keep making the same mistakes. That will erode trust in a big way. Jackson says, love this shirt, bro. Sonics. Hey, bring back our Sonics, man. Bring them back. George Kittle's in the house. What's up, George? Faithful to the Bay. All right, man. You're a hell of a player, George. Brendan, if you're GM, how do you spend on O-line and D-line? Who are your picks? Well, I'll be doing definitely, Brendan, a very specific in one of these streams coming up very soon before free agency. I'll give you a full, here's my off season, exactly how I would do it. It's going to be aggressive. I'll tell you that, Brendan. I'm going to be sliding a lot of money around on my books, right? I'm going to be really working my cap hard to what I could potentially get it to. So that's going to be the first part of it, is that there's going to be aggression. If I was to give you in general terms, obviously, Teron Armstead is a guy that I pay top market prices to bring in. Ryan Jensen's a guy that I would try to see where he's at. I'd look for a trade out there if there's a center out there that maybe could be available. I think the Falcons might have a guy. There's a couple guys out there. Mitch Morse from Buffalo. See where kick the tires on that and see if Buffalo is planning on re-signing him despite where they are with their cap situation. I would try in free agency to address basically left tackle and center specifically. Get those knocked out. I'd go get Jadeveon Clowney as my other defender on the other edge side. I don't think he's going to cost a whole hell of a lot over there as far as that free agent signing goes. Probably, again, I haven't fleshed this out completely. I'm still sort of thinking through where I would want to go with all this stuff. But that would be probably the starting gate for the first bit of money I'm spending. And that's a large chunk of money. I'd bring back Rashad Penny. I try to re-sign DJ Reed. I try to bring back Sidney Jones if I can get him at a cheap rate. That would be my caveat for that. And then in the draft, I would be looking at a right tackle. I'd basically be looking at best player available with my first pick in the second round. Best pick available. So if I get a, guy slides that even though it's not a position as much maybe need as like a right tackle or whatever, I'm going to still take that best player. And that makes it harder for me to address with telling you what I do at the draft because it makes it a little more open-ended. If I'm looking for best player available, I can't lock into positions for you. But I would essentially come out of the draft with a couple more defensive players. I'd go light defensively in free agency. I'd go heavier to the offensive side of the ball, tight end, left tackle, center, even right tackle, if that is what becomes available. And not just by the free agency, by the way, folks. Let's look beyond that. Let's look to the cut list. Who are players that could potentially be cut because those teams are running into salary cap situations or traded, right? I mentioned a guy like Taylor Lewan, who he himself has talked about, not really sure where his situation lies with Tennessee, plans on playing a lot more years in the sport, and coming off an injury last year, coming back, trying to round back into form maybe a little bit too fast. Tennessee's looking at a cap situation that's precarious right now. They've got two guys that they've got assigned a monster contract this offseason in A.J. Brown and their defensive tackle down there. So they're not maybe going to have the money to spend necessarily on Lewan at that point. Does he become available? So I really, that's why I push it. Like I say, I'm going to apply a little bit of the Mike Holmgren methodology here. I'm going to go a little more aged on offense, a little more younger on the defensive side of the ball. Being also understanding and that when I look at this draft, at least early on to me, the draft is a little bit more weighted to the defensive side of the ball than it is the offensive side of the ball as far as the available talent is concerned. But I promise, Brendan, I'll draw out we'll do a show based around just my plan, how I do it. I'll be doing a full breakdown on the numbers and the cap and all that stuff, where I'll really flesh it out fully for you, and probably within another couple weeks, if not sooner. A lot of available good tight ends? Yep, absolutely. Herbicide says, good news about Dwayne is he's awesome every other year. If you look at his PFF, it's consistent, mediocre year, great year, and so on. Last year he was average. This year he should be really good. It's logical. Why do I? Very interested in Seattle signing at cornerback. Do they try to bring back Jones and DJ or sign more man press type of cornerbacks? Who they sign will be a big indicator about scheme that they will run. Very true. I mean, if they go out and they do sign man corners, that's going to be indicative of the fact that they are truly going to be going to more man coverage. They're not going to bring in a man guy to play zone. So that would be something to know that, hey, this isn't just lip service they're giving us. They're not just trying to, blow sunshine on us. We're actually going to be getting the change that they're talking about and that we want to see. So yeah, I agree. And you've got to bring in, you do need to bring in the man corners if you're going to get them. You don't have them sitting on the roster right now exactly. I don't know how much DJ Reed can do it. Trey Brown can play some man. But I don't think the other guys, Blasson Austin, John Reed, I'm not sure how comfortable they would be necessarily in man versus why you brought him in here to play zone. Joey 2 times says, you thinking about Ebron? He's a name for me, Joey 2 times. He doesn't get me really excited as a tight end addition, to me. He's always a guy to me that never quite, sorry, I got cat hair all over my face. My cat's shedding here. God, cat. He's never tapped into his first round potential. He's at times has shown flashes and flickers. I think he's not all that interested in blocking, and his hands still do remain at times to me inconsistent. Herbicide says a 3-4 defense needs press coverage out of the cornerbacks, correct? You need to run a lot more of that than they've been running recently, Herbicide, yes. Yeah. It's not, I will say, Fangio's defense has opened the door more to blitzing with off cornerbacks, right? The corners basically are back there in off coverage, and then the blitz comes, and then they react to the route they see. So let's run this through really quickly. You have a quarterback who sees a blitz coming. He's going to go to his hot route, slant route, right? That's over on, let's say, the left side of the field. So, just lost my train of thought there. So you've got your corner and off coverage, let's say 5 yards, 6 yards, whatever. And now we got the snap, slant comes. Fangio's defense teaches those corners how to drive on that ball, or doesn't teach them, but it's just in their schematics. They will then drive on that ball in a slant route when off coverage versus always requiring press, which can then in itself be beat on those slant routes too, right? How many times do we see guys come up and press guys and then they just get completely quickly free of them on the slant route? You'll see more of it, but the transition you're making here and this is part of the benefit, obviously, of making this transition to Fangio's defense versus what you've been doing with Carroll's defense. They're both 4-3 under defenses. They're both defenses that operate off the principles of zone base. So there'll be changes here, but there's still going to be certain things that foundationally you're going to continue to do. Jackson Shore, did you see the Rams parade? There was nobody there. Like, I say the Rams have no fans. Yeah, it was somebody did a screenshot of our parade in Seattle versus the Rams parade, and it was the saddest thing I've ever seen in my life. I swear, it looked like there was about 46 people on the streets of LA, which on a normal day of traffic, LA's got more people on their streets than what was there for the parade. It was almost like the parade made everybody leave the streets. But that was sad to see. And as we've said on this channel many times, Jackson, they're trying to make it a thing in LA. They're trying hard. They're trying so hard. But that sunshine is a hell of a drug. Joey 2 times says, one time a Bucks fan accused me of being a bandwagon's Lions fan. Try to wrap your head around that. It's like an oxymoron, Joey. It's an oxymoron. Kyler Robinson, do you think Trey Brown will be a starting cornerback next year? I do, Kyler. I don't think there's anything with him that an ability that'll hold him back. If we go to more man-based coverages, that's not going to hold him back. Coming out of Oklahoma, he ran both zone and man, so he's got that in his bag. The question comes down to how's that ligament? And when you have these surgeries on the lower legs, ACL, ligament, a lot of times into that next year, there's going to be some soft tissue injuries you're going to suffer or be held back by that don't let you get back to where you were right before the injury or as close to you can get to where you were right before that injury. Sometimes it takes that extra year. So I do think that if he's able to get on the field and get over that injury, yes. But whether or not he's fully over that injury, it seems like there's just a wide variance on these players. Some guys can bounce back quick, fast. Other guys, it just takes them a little bit more. Randall McDaniel coming in with a big fat $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. You are awesome, brother. I appreciate you, my man. Always coming in hot and heavy with those donos. It says Rams parade looked like a WNBA champion parade. Facts. Yeah. It just was, it was just, and again, if you guys look, you can probably find it on Twitter. Just look at a juxtaposition of us in Seattle with nearly 1 million people down there in downtown, and then LA, and you've got like this smattering for like a block and a half. And if you looked at the shots, it almost looks like once you got out of camera view, it just became back to normal LA. They just sort of ran it through really quick, and they're like, okay, that's it. We did it. There was a parade. It technically did occur. But did it? You know what I mean, Randall? But did it? Did it really? If a tree falls in the forest and no one's there to hear it, did it happen? Herbicide, Commander Stadium sucks. Bad. I don't think I would go there if I was Russ or Giants or Eagles. Like the worst stadiums in the league. Very well said on that, Herbicide. We had this, of course, bite us in the butt. Back in 2012, a game we beat the Redskins, looked like we were primed and ready to go take down the Falcons. And then, of course, after that, it was going to be Hulk smashing the San Francisco 49ers on their turf to then take us to the Super Bowl and put Ray Lewis to bed right into retirement. Unfortunately, Chris Clemens tore his ACL on that crappy Washington turf. And it's one that they let high school games in there. They don't take care of it. They've mismanaged it for years. They're famous for doing so. I still don't understand how Dan Snyder still owns an NFL team, quite frankly. That's neither here nor there. It's a bad stadium. And certainly I don't know if he wants to play on that turf and if Russell's aware of that. The Washington football team makes sense from a standpoint with Russ on that he did play his high school ball in that neck of the woods kind of. But past that, I've not been as much understanding that connection there. Defensive-minded coach, offensive line is just okay. You got a couple skill position players, and yeah, the defense is good, but you're going to have to give up one of those defensive assets to Seattle to move Russ. We're going to get Jonathan Allen. We might get a Chase Young included as part of that package. Just doesn't make a lot of sense to me on that one in particular. I do always continue to go back to Giants, Eagles are the ones that make some sense. Those would be the 1 and 2 teams, and to me is the front runners to go get him. But Seattle's still got to be willing to give him up. I don't think they will be. Jackson, I've been doing more and more research on this draft class, and I see why you like the Falele dude. Looks promising. Yeah, he's a guy to me. When I draft guys, I want potential. I don't want to draft guys from a cynical standpoint of saying, what's his floor? What's the bare minimum he can give me? I'll figure, I don't care about a ceiling. I want to know what I'm getting. I'll go more boom or bust. I'll go with the guy that I've got a ceiling that's up near the stratosphere of the atmosphere, and maybe I don't know what his floor is. And when you look at Falele, that's just kind of the case. He's a big, literal, gigantic mold of clay, 6'9" and all of 6'9", and not thin, wiry frame, big, thick, strong as an ox. And guess what? He's been playing football for like 2 years. He comes from Australia. He was playing rugby and basketball through all his time growing up. So you got this athletic guy for that size who's also monstrously strong, who's just learning the sport, dominating college football as he's playing in the sport in 2 years at Division 1A. And he's going to slide in this draft because people are worried about his feet. People don't think why isn't he polished enough? Why isn't he refined enough, they'll say. That's what you're going to hear about Daniel. Why isn't he refined enough? The kid's been playing for 2 years. What are you expecting from him? Give him some time to grow. Put him in an NFL weight room for a year. Get him with a guy like Dickerson to teach him the way. And you watch what you're going to get because you'll get yourself a monster. Certainly Abraham Lucas is a little cleaner. Certainly Abraham Lucas is going to be a guy with that floor that's a little bit higher. But boy, Falele gets me excited about his potential. Devin Schultz, what do you think of Harold Landry as a potential suitor for the Seahawks? I think it's going to cost a lot of money, Devin. As I was speaking about with Tennessee and their cap situation, they're over the cap. 2 other guys they already have to pay, say nothing of Landry. In addition to that, I do think he gets away. I do think there's probably going to be a 3-4 team that ends up targeting him with more money to spend than we do have to spend. I don't think we're going to have the money to match. I think he's going to get something like 12 to 15 a year, somewhere in that neighborhood. And that's probably going to be a little too rich for Seattle's blood to pay. That would be my guess on that. But I like him, Herbicide. Not Herbicide, Devin. I like him a lot. In fact, Darrell Taylor's comp coming out of college on draft day was Harold Landry. I heard a couple guys make that same kind of comparison. So, he's good. He'd be good to match him with Darrell Taylor. It wouldn't be bad. Herbicide, hey, did you see all the petitions to changing all the stadiums to grass? Hope it goes through. Yeah, I did see that, and it was great to see. I'm glad the players are taking this bull by the horns a little bit and pushing for this, and that hopefully fans get on this. It's ridiculous. The NFL has not done this up until this point. Somebody else was saying that this on my previous streams that the soccer leagues have already transitioned to full grass stadiums. So why is everybody else not doing this? Why is the NFL not doing this? Your most valuable product, the most valuable assets of that product are being harmed by this one thing at like about a 35, 36% higher rate on this playing surface than other playing surfaces. From that strict standpoint, why wouldn't you just on that basis alone change it up? Is grass that expensive? I think as somebody else was saying, this gets a little more nefarious in my opinion, where it's, okay, it's field turf is faster. Field turf, you get on average 8 more points, 9 more points a game scored on field turf than natural. And I'm just pulling these numbers out of my butt. But if that's the case, the NFL looks at the numbers and goes, yay, fans want scoring, more field turf. And it sucks if that is what's brought them to that decision, but they need to fix this. They do. It's the players having these innocuous plays where they barely are planting their foot and it gets stuck like somebody put super glue underneath their cleats all of a sudden. Not good. Sam Z says, Pete does not like drafting big name players. It's true. They have tended to avoid a little bit of the big name players in the past. Though they've also, Sam, not necessarily been picking high in the draft to go get those big name players. You've been picking in the 20s and beyond for a pretty long period of time now. Joey, the problem is the sloppy, messy grass fields like Soldier Field. Well, I think what they've got to do, and also with that, Joey, I can't speak to if this is what happens with Soldier Field. I know that this is what happens with the Washington football field, is that they let these high school teams come in for a week and play like 5 games a day or something on those fields, and then they get torn up. And it's like less about management at that point and more about protecting the field turf and not letting them play on it. You protect it. You don't let it, it's there for football. It's there for NFL football. You want to do something in the offseason, so be it. But during the season, the field surface is for the football players. So I don't know if they've done that in Soldier Field in the same way, but I know with Washington, that was what was causing that. I remember with the Chris Clemens injury, because they were talking about all the high school games that had been played on the field leading up to that playoff game. And I remember just thinking at the time, this is so dumb. Like, why did they let them do this? Gox, address this O-line, draft some dogs. Let's do it. Ethan says, running around in your underwear, lifting weights all day. Are you telling me you don't do that already? Well, I do that already, but I do that in my home where there's not people just staring at me. Big Country, the Bengals arguably had the worst offensive line to ever be in a Super Bowl. I think Big Country. And what's up, Big Country? Good to see you, my guy. I agree with you on that. I think that's probably about the worst one we've seen in a Super Bowl. I can't remember one being that bad. And I become flummoxed by the Bengals and their approach to their offensive line, their approach to protecting Burrow. And I'm going to flame the hell out of them if they go through this offseason, again, skipping over this process. I will be flaming the hell out of them. They got money to spend, where they need to do what they need to do at this point. Jackson, the more I see the free agent center class, the more I want Kelsey. I don't care that he's 35. He's the perfect scheme fit. Word out there in the ether has been that Kelsey's going to return to the Eagles. Don't know if it's true. That's just the word. Joey says, y'all are welcome for Averill and Quandre. Thank you, Joey. Detroit Lions are one of our minor league systems. We like to run a little bit of our minor league camps. We're going to eventually probably take Hawkinson off you. Okay. We're going to wait another year on that one. but we're gonna go ahead and grab Hawk next year. We're also gonna take Frank Ragnow off you next year. Okay, so we're gonna do a 2-for-1 next year, but we'll throw you like a Freddie Swain and a Cody Barton. You know what I mean? We're not just takers here. We're also givers here in Seattle. Even Deck will imagine if Burrow had our elite O-line. Yeah, right. Sam Z, Rams O-line was terrible. It was. Yeah, but you had more of an attack in the Rams offense that was more predicated on the short and intermediate passing game. And when that's the case, that gets the ball out of that quarterback's hand faster. And it's you sort of clean up a little bit of your problems then with the offensive line to a degree, just to a degree. But the Bengals line that was really bad. Poop Dog. What's up, Poop Dog? Says, will Dwayne be too old and slow for the new offensive line? He may be so, Poop Dog, but you may be driven back to him by a lack of options where there's just no good guys out there in free agency to get. You have guys in that second round that by the time you draft, like a guy like Nicholas Fertitte out of Ohio State, where you go, he's going to be rough for the first 2 years. He's not going to be at his best. Year 3, he'll be great, but year 1, year 2, it's going to be rough. We're bringing Dwayne Brown in and going, well, he at least gives us decent play out there. It's not going to be a revolving door. It's not going to be a turnstile. He can at least hold up, but it certainly isn't the best. It isn't where you'd like to be at it from an option standpoint, Poop. Like you'd love to go get Teron Armstead. I even think a guy like Fisher, though he's not played as good as Dwayne necessarily last year, I think even a guy like Fisher, who's a little younger at that point, maybe even a bit better of a bet. But you could be just left with that being the option that you got. Dupe Pleb says, why ignore the kitty? Kitty wants attention. Yes, she does. She gets attention. She cries when she gets it. She just likes to yell at me constantly, whether she's getting attention or not. So she's immune to it. Jackson, when you have a quarterback like Russ, the O-line is 10 times harder because he makes some bad decisions sometimes. Agreed. I think, and on there's the other side of that coin too, Jackson, right? Give him a great offensive line. And now he has the time to take a little bit of that extra time, and he will be a surgeon with that type of offensive line, in my opinion. Sam Z says, Dunlap retiring? I haven't seen that. Hawks, if we are going to more man, does that mean we are letting go of Sidney Jones? Not necessarily, Hawks. Oxo. Some of it is probably dependent on what the cost is to bring back Sidney Jones. Again, we're not going full 3-4 man coverage now 24/7. We're still going to be varied in our approach according to Hurtt. So this means you'll still run some zone-based stuff. There still would be room for a guy like Sidney Jones, especially if you're bringing him in on a 1-year, $2 million deal or a 1-year, $3 million deal. It's not a tremendous amount of investment to round out the cornerback room. I will say this, though, as well, as far as the potential to move on from Sidney Jones. Seahawks could come out of this draft with 2 cornerbacks very easily who fit their scheme perfectly. And in their traditional type, they're big corners, 6 foot tall, can play zone, can tackle. There's a lot of guys. I've probably gone through what am I at? Like I'm probably 13 names deep or something. 6, 9, 10, 11. So I'm 11 corners into my look in this draft. 9 of those are zone corners. 9, at least. So that's also a little bit of what opens that door up too a bit. Jackson, hoping Jamal plays more linebacker this year. Perfect way to maximize his talent. Could be, but what about those shoulders? Mason Dale, did you ever look at Rasheed Walker? He has the tools to be great, but a little underwhelming in pass protection. Yes, that's the kid from Penn State, right, Mason? Did you guys see the GIF of him humping the guy after he pancaked him? Don't see that very often on a football field. How do you react to that one? You got a lineman who pancakes you, and then he starts humping on you, and he weighs 330, right? So even if you're going to get all yoked up and pissed, you still look pathetic trying to get out from under him as he's sitting there humping. But then we're going to have to throw hands. I'm getting kicked out of that game at that point. I'm getting kicked out. I gotta do it. Fortune Quest says your kitty loves you, kitty. My kitty does love me. She's had a little bit of a scare with her. She had a little upper respiratory thing, but we got her in on the vet, and she's She's back. She's nearly back to 100%. She's running at 96% right now. Mason Rasheed Walker is great. His tape is some of the most inconsistent tape you're going to see in this draft. When he dominates, when he does it right, it looks great. Other times he looks like he's having like a blonde moment. It's like just turns into a ditzy dude at times on the field. And it's hard to kind of understand, what's going on in your head? I tell you, there's some prospect, very rare I like prospect. What are you doing here? What is your thought process here? So I'm not sure what to make of that, Mason. I guess it's the job of the coaching staff to get a guy like that to a consistent place, but I'm not super excited about what I've seen out of him so far. Jackson, I know Brendan wants to not pay DJ Reed, but I disagree. We need to keep him and Jones together as long as they're young and healthy, and with Trey Brown coming back, our corners can be good, if not elite. Yeah, I think with Brendan, a little bit of it is cost for him. What's DJ Reed going to cost? And I think if there was a lower end cost, he'd be on board with it. But I think like me, he's looking at the market and he's going, okay, Shaquille Griffin got $14.5 million last year. DJ Reed's kind of better, though he doesn't have the length, speed, size of Shaquille. He's kind of a better player. Certainly he shouldn't earn $14.5 million, but if I'm looking at wanting to bring him on like a 4-year 24 versus 4-year 40, there does come a spot on that where it becomes a little bit too expensive. Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you again, Charles. Fourth dono already, my guy. You're heating it up. He says, wonder if the LA Rams have the lowest ticket sales of any Super Bowl winner, excluding a COVID season. Have to be, right? Oh, yeah. I would say so. I bet there's a big part of their game package every week, Charles, where they're giving away a huge glut of tickets. Like all that third level stuff, that's probably, no one's buying that. That's probably being given away every week. It sounds like I'm picking on LA, but like, it's just a fact. Like LA's having a hard time. They just won the Super Bowl and there's no heat in that town for that team. There's no heat. Even Bill Maher was making a joke of it. I saw I'm not a big Bill Maher guy, but just like I saw some random joke come up on my YouTube feed about him busting the political comedian guys talking about how bad the Rams fans are. Like it's gotten into the zeitgeist that deeply on it. Like, okay, it's not just me then. It's not just me. I'm not just taking crazy pills here, right? Paydirt Sports Cars, thank you for the $2 donation. It says you see Seattle signing a free agent or trade for a defensive end. The guy that stood out to me most, of course, and people will probably laugh at me because there's been a long period of time where I like this guy. I love the season that he gave us. He's the guy that I've gravitated towards and saying, let's go target this guy again. It's not going to cost you a 4-year, $50 million deal to get him. You could get him on a 2-year, $23, $24 million deal, maybe even something in that range. And he might very well give you the production. He might very well give you the production of that guy you go out and spend that 4-year, $50 million deal to. And that's Jadeveon Clowney's the guy that jumps out to me on that. Some people we've got someone here. I know we got a guy in the chat here who loves Hassan Reddick. I think it's Go Hawks, who's a big Hassan Reddick guy. This guy gives you a little bit more maybe versatility than Clowney. I don't know if he gives you as much as a run stuffer and it's just kind of an overall edge player, but a guy that's really come into his own and developed and starting to really tap into it. Those are the only two guys in free agency. It's not a deep class for edge rushers. If you are going to do some more stand-up things, I'm certainly open to doing a Von Miller or Chandler Jones deal. If now you're going to be more 3-4 based, hey, I'm open to that at that point. That was my whole thing with them, is I wasn't anti them. I just didn't want to bring them in to have them put their hand in the dirt for the first time in their career as a down defensive end. Ty Pelzer says, crazy to look at Seattle's defense the last 7 years compared to 2012 and 2015. It's been a big difference, Ty. And it's part of where we go to saying when people go, this was just one bad year, for instance. This is part of the data that those of us who say this isn't just one bad year. There are trends at play here. There are mismanagement issues at play here. There are bad personnel decisions at play here. And they go back for basically the last 5, 6, 7 years. And they have been consistent in how poor the decision-making has been. Now, the results haven't always borne out to what the poor decision-making is, because you had about a 3-4 year period where Russell Wilson was playing like an MVP, saving football games at times by being a magician. I'm doing a game right now on my great moments in Seahawks history video I'm doing right now, which is the Houston Texans game from 2017, a game where Jadeveon Clowney absolutely single-handedly wrecked the whole Seattle Seahawks offensive line. And Russell Wilson basically throughout the whole day had no pass protection, yet it ended up throwing for like 370 yards because that day Deshaun Watson threw for like 450, so it was a complete shootout. But things just weren't being held up along that line, but they had that magic coming into play, which got them winning a little bit more games than they lost over that period of time. And it's kind of fooled people. It's fooled people. And it's part of why I hammer it so much is don't get so caught up on this. Did you win more games than you lost over the last 5-6 years? How good of a team have you been? Have you been an elite team? Have you been one of the top 10 teams in the NFL over the last 5 years? Legitimately? I don't think you have. But well said, Ty. Joey says, I think the majority of players would prefer the grass as well, but they still need to do something about teams with chronic turf problems. It's just grass. It's not that hard. They just don't want to spend the money. That's some of it, Joey. They got to spend the money on it. As I was saying, my other thing with this is I believe too, you can't let these high school teams play. You can't let it be used during the season for anything else other than football so they can manage it properly. Pater Sports Car says, if they sign a left tackle, who would you want it to be? I'll give you my 3 guys on this, Pater. These would be the 3 guys, and it's these 3 guys, frankly, because of I'll give you 4 options. Here would be my four runs at it. I go for Teron Armstead first. I try to blow him out of the water with a big free agent signing deal. I then go to Fisher from the Colts. I know he didn't have a great year last year, coming off a major injury. He wasn't even really supposed to play as much in the year as he played last year. Shows how tough and gritty he is that he got back. He's not amazing, but he's still good. I think still solid going forward. He'd be my number 2 option. Number 3 option would be dialing up the Tennessee Titans to see what a trade for Taylor Lewan might look like. If number 3 option isn't there, then I will double back around as option number 4 to go back to Dwayne Brown. And I arrived there begrudgingly. But if you look at Patriot Sports Car, go look at the left tackle free agents that are going to be available out there. And I did a list of guys that I thought would be potential guys you could even maybe put into that. These guys might be trade candidates because of the cap situation these given teams are in. Went through a variety of those players, and there wasn't a lot of left tackle guys that were on that list that went, well, this guy, no, they're not, you're not going to really, nope, they're going to keep that guy. Nope, they're going to keep that guy. So it's Patriot, it's really thin in free agency. The left tackle position is really thin. All the more reason why you may end up having to give a huge amount of money to Teron Armstead to bring him over, because he's the only bell on the ball without another pretty girl in town, right? And so he's going to be given a ton of offers to make that happen. But are we willing to pay that cost? We haven't for 10 years gone into free agency and paid big money to basically anybody. So do they make that change this year? I do hope so. Patriot Sports Cars. And thank you for the donation. Paul Third, quarterback rumors are getting far out of hand. I don't care what Tom Brady's dog walker said. He is retired. Rodgers and Russ will never be traded, or their general managers might as well hand in their resignation at the same time. I'm unsure on Tom. I think Tom has a door slightly ajar. I don't think that it's something that he's certainly going to go do, Paul, but I think it's a little ajar. I certainly don't think we have to hear anything about it until it happens, though that's not going to stop people out there from what about this team? What if you did this and that? Yeah, we'll see. The Packers don't want to trade. Neither the Packers nor the Seahawks want to trade Russ or Rodgers. The part that could come into play, so I'm pressing this, is if those two players want that to happen or press for that to happen. In Rodgers' case, he can threaten retirement. He can threaten to make their cap situation very difficult if they weren't to move him. So he's got even a little bit more leverage, I would say, than even a guy like Russell Wilson has in his situation. But I do agree with you. I don't think there's a reason no Hall of Fame quarterback is in his prime has ever been traded. And I think that there's not been one general manager willing to jump into that pool. It shows you the fear that would exist from a front office and the blowback they would receive and how they would be looked at historically, being that guy that bailed on that great player. You're not looked at kindly, historically speaking, when you are that guy. Jackson says that Hurt press conference made me feel joy and excitement. It did me too, Jackson. I didn't know I was alive anymore until I read those words from his press conference. Herbicide, I feel the same way. Russ runs around too much sometimes. You can only block for that guy for so long before someone makes it through. Sometimes he does hold the ball too long. Agreed. Dog nuts, homeless problems, heroin smack, clean up Seattle. We're trying. Mason, even though our guards aren't the biggest on the offensive line, they still don't fit the scheme well. At the same time, you can't change all 5 offensive linemen in one off season. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs did last year, Mason. I think they changed out every last part of their offensive line in one off season. You can do it, but you're flirting with fire. You're playing with fire when you're doing that. So I agree with you. It's hard to do. Part of why I think you got to make your bed with the guard situation, attack left tackle, attack center, and hopefully you can get around to right tackle. That'd be great. Kyle says, Goodell signing a new contract to stay commissioner. He's the absolute, never mind. We could have Manfred. I'll stick with Goodell. Yeah, it could be Manfred. That would be worse. Somebody showed a meme on Seahawks Reddit of the Star Wars Palpatine and the Skywalker talking, and then crossed as a picture with Goodell talking to Wilson in the press conference and said it's the same picture. It was pretty funny. But Goodell's going to get it. He'll get it. At least they haven't had a break in play. I'll give Goodell that. Since he's been running this show, we've not had a lockout. We've not had a strike. And as we're about to see with baseball, that's a lot easier said than done. Jackson, I saw that the Bucs really want Russ. Great. What do they have to offer? What are you going to do to Russ to trade that makes it realistic? They would be more in the player variety than the picks in what they're giving you. Obviously, they give you 3 first-round picks, but if they go 3 first-round picks, here's Vita Vea and Antoine Winfield Jr. They could do it through that method of it. Here's maybe Joe Tyron in as a kicker. So there's a way to pull it off. Any team's got a way to pull it off. But with the Bucs, what they have is a little more weighted of players who could interest Seattle, I think. Megan says, I thought you would have gotten a kick out of the mispronunciation. I told Brendan what I told you. Yes, I did laugh. I just keep working on it, Brendan. You'll get it. It took me about 30 runs before it finally clicked in for me. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Man, you're so awesome. I appreciate you, brother. He says, hit that like button, folks. If we want Brando to get interviews with the likes of Chad Brown and such, we got to give Brando a hand. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate it. That's right. I need your support. I need you. You're awesome, though, Charles. Thank you so much, man. Brandon says, I wonder if they change the free agent approach because they know they're on the hot seat. Hopefully that means Armstead and a veteran rusher. If this doesn't drive him, Brendan, if this doesn't push it to happen, I don't know what will. I don't know what you need to have a fire lit under your butt other than this past season and to hear what the fans are calling for, to hear the boos from your own stadium from the first quarter through the fourth quarter, as we saw in that Cardinal game, or snowballs to be thrown from the stadium steps, as we saw in the Bears game. So I hope they have. I hope that's the case. Weston Corbett says, I have a feeling we're going to be paying 2 safeties big bucks. I don't know. I would have thought we would have saw the Diggs deal come down if it was going to happen by this point. Maybe you're right, though. Herbicide says, watching Brendan trying to pronounce Megan's name was the funniest thing I ever saw. Jakobson. He gave it a good shot. He gave it a good shot. We got to go with God on these pronunciations sometimes. Joey says 2 firsts at the very least for us. I want 3 firsts. 3 firsts is where we're beginning, Joey. 3 firsts. 2 firsts is what you pay for Stafford. I want 3 firsts. Jackson Shore says KJ sounded butthurt that we didn't sign him, bring him back. Yeah, he did. And understandable for a guy that's played his whole career. I can understand where his feelings come from. I do always think it's interesting when these guys that get older and are playing for their original team hit that point where, look, you're not the same player you once were. We're not going to be able to pay you once we are able to pay you. We'll bring you back at a discounted rate, but you got to understand that's the name of the game here. No, you need to still pay me. As in KJ, in his case, what he said is, I'm worth millions to the locker room in what I do behind the scenes. I don't know how you quantitate that exactly. But yeah, I get where he's coming from, but this is where I come back to the team of you can get mad about it, but this is the reality and nature of the NFL. It's the nature of the whole NFL, not just the Seattle organization. There's people out there that'll tell you, oh, as you get older, they let you go there in Seattle. Look what they did with Sherman. I heard this some podcast time, but they pushed Marshawn Lynch out. Let's not change history. Marshawn asked to be let out. They didn't push him out. And they changed the way that they did business to keep Marshawn here, which was, we're not going to pay you a contract extension if you have more than 1 year remaining on your deal. They changed that for Marshawn to get him more money, even though he had multiple years remaining. They did that for Cam Chancellor, even though he had multiple years remaining. And Averill retired here as the Seahawk. Chancellor retired here as the Seahawk. They moved on from some guys. That's what you do in the NFL. And it just happened to be you had a lot of guys here who were good for a long period of time. So there was extra amount of guys to leave town. But that's the way it goes. And I always do come back, as it was in KJ's case. It always does come back around to the player goes, I ain't taking any discounted money. You know what I've given to you? I've given you my heart, my soul, my blood, my sweat, my tears for 10 years. Now you're going to make me take a discount? Well, that's your market rate. I mean, look out around the league. That's what you're worth right now. I don't care about that. And then they leave, and then they go sign for their team. KJ literally said this. He said if the Seattle Seahawks were offering him the veteran minimum deal and the Raiders were offering him the veteran minimum deal, he's going to go to the Raiders. Wait, what? Why? That's the market rate. Lolo says, I absolutely agree on the sacrifice of letting Diggs go. Paying two safeties top-tier money isn't ideal. I like Q, but this may be our farewell. And that's what comes down to basically exactly as you put it. I love Quandre Diggs. I love what he's been as an addition to this defense. He's been fantastic. The closest thing we'll probably see here to an Earl Thomas-type player maybe ever here in Seattle, and kind of the way he went about his business. But at the end of the day, there's more that goes into this decision than just Quandre Diggs being a good player or Quandre Diggs having earned a new contract. It goes to future performance. It goes to injury concerns. It goes to scheme fit. It goes to whether or not you can pay two safeties top of the market money. There are questions that go beyond just a player's production on the field. You've got to take it all into account, or as much as you can take into account to make the proper decision. Megan says, B, you need to ask him what he thought when he first met Paul Allen. First impressions. Okay. I'll add that one to the stack. Superior Records, Holmgren and Hasselbeck, the dream team. Kind of. Megan, Jackson says, the NFL draft's a second Christmas for me. It's my favorite of all drafts. I mean, it is for me too. It's kind of my second Christmas as well. Superior Record says, once Pete and Russ leave, let's trade the Hawks for our Sonics back. Am I right? I don't know about that one. I can't sign up on that one. Seahawks Gaming, Dante Hightower or Alec Ogletree as cheap Bobby replacements if they don't trust Brooks. Well, if they don't trust Brooks, Seahawks Gaming, we've got something really wrong going on if that's the case. Brooks has got to slide into that middle linebacker spot at this point. That's his natural position. Jackson Shore would love a collab with LJ Collier if he's available, of course. Dude is a one-of-a-kind talent, and you're his number one supporter, Brando. Let's make it happen. Jackson says, everyone is praising the Desai move, and rightfully so, but the Dickerson move is more important. IMO, we finally will embrace the Waldron scheme and grab some better linemen. Yeah, and move towards running the scheme the way Waldron wants to see it ran, which is, to your point, more mobile linemen, more reach blocks, more second-level blocking, a little more, little more of guys in space moving now. I agree. It's a big part. It's a big part to this too, Jackson. Jaboy Michael says, I just really want Teron Armstead. I would break the bank for him. I would too, Jaboy. I might give him the best offer of anybody out there in free agency, within reason. I'm not matching like Trent Williams' contract last year, but I might come relatively close. Jackson, UW always has good corners, so McDuffie and Gordon are no surprise to me. No, they're good. Both those guys' tape is awesome. And I'd be happy with both those two guys. Legit. Killswitch1437, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Killswitch. Well, I got a lot of new subscribers here on the channel here today. You guys are awesome. KHKH, what's up? Alex Callaway, any leads on the guy that used a monkey's paw to make the Mariners the best team in Seattle? None yet. We're following a trail of blood and gypsum. And hopefully we're going to be able to eventually, hopefully the breadcrumb trail leads us to the path. But right now, there's word that he's over on Camino. There's other word that he's over on Woodby. I've got a couple of ferries out there on the lookout right now with spotlights on the water. So we're doing what we can on that. And I am way behind in the chat, folks, so sorry. Sorry about that. Heat Cranks is in the house. What's up, Heat Cranks? Says Hurtt could be a guy to recruit D-line. Now he's a defensive coordinator. I'm hoping he gets your guy Clowney in Heat. I hope we get your guy Clowney. I'm advocating for it. I'm wanting to see it. And I am behind on the chat. All right. Mason, I've recently been deep diving into the offensive linemen this draft. Give Kellen Deesh, left tackle, and Donovan a chance. Okay. I'll write him down. We'll put him down. They're on my list. Thanks for the suggestions. Seahawks Gaming says Kamara and Armstead back together in Seattle. He's one of the fastest pulling linemen. He is. Very athletic guy, Armstead. Some great numbers coming out of college. Kamara is going to have to get his legal situation probably figured out. He's got a lot of stuff with that. Jackson says, I wonder if the Saints will be so desperate to move on from Kamara now. Well, it's definitely removed his trade value, the situation. He's not going to fetch you a third or fourth round pick at this point with what he's dealing with. Superior Record says, did you all see the other team stealing your 12th man flag thing? They're not going to be able to run with it like we've run with it. I mean, we've retired the jersey, and I know our Texas A&M, I think technically it started before us. So we sort of somewhat, I guess, I don't know if we took it, but we did it as well as them doing it. But yeah, whatever. They're never going to be able to refer to themselves as 12s. If they do, everyone will think they're talking about Seahawks fans. So it'll never get anywhere. They can try to make it a thing, but it's not going to be made a thing. Mason, how do you feel about the possibility of more man coverage? On one hand, it makes our defense more dynamic, but on the other, it adds another need this offseason of getting corners that can play man. It does that a little bit, I guess. I'm more in favor of the good outweighs the bad here in the respect of I want to see more of an aggressive defense, a downhill defense. The cost of doing business is that there's going to be more bigger plays given up than have been in the past in the prior defenses. I'm okay with that. Because I think the good side of that will be game-changing plays, will be more consistent pressure, will be more turnovers, interceptions, tip balls, quarterbacks making their reads quicker than they want to make them. So I think the good side of that will outweigh the bad, and it's worth to me at that point that you got to go get your corners to make that happen, then fine. It's going to be worth the returns, Mason, on what you're going to see from the field as far as production by doing that. It's just my belief on that. And I do think with Trey Brown, you got a guy that can at least do some of that already out the gate. So you got a guy in that can do it. You can probably find it in other places too. And they're not going whole hog man. It's going to be some man, some zone. But Weston says Brandon's the most involved host on YouTube by far. Oh, thank you, man. You guys are watching. If you come watch my channel, the least I can do is respond to you guys in the chat. Brian O'Connor, hey, new at this, was wondering what your thoughts are on the safety Lewis Kine in the draft. I did look at Lewis. So let me bring up my notes on him. My handy dandy deal here. So he's a 6'1". I've got him listed as more of a strong safety type myself. He will be there to make the tackle instantly after the catch, but he's probably going to give up the catch in coverage. He's best coming downhill, a little bit like Jamal Adams in that respect. He's not Adams as far as a blitzer, but you just want this guy coming downhill, not going backwards, not playing a lot of cover 2, cover 1, that type of stuff. Quarterbacks can move him with their eyes quite easily, and when he bites the hook, he takes it to the back of his throat. So he's very instinctive, which he's not got those instincts that are super upper level smart at times where he's always right in the choice he's making. It's like half the time you're right. And when you're biting, it's like a corner biting on a double move with a receiver. He fully bites on it. Good stop and start skills though, so he can recover. That's the part where I say he will give up the catch, right? So, you got me on the double move, but then I'll catch up and make the tackle as soon as that happens. Also makes him a good rally to the ball defender. Upper level as far as a run defender in this draft, especially for a strong safety goes, that's a very important attribute to have. Sometimes, and for me too often, he's slow to read things where the play's going or biting in his zone right after post-snap, which is not where the quarterback planned to go, and leaves the zone open for the quarterback to hit. So that thing I'm talking about where he's trying to make his guesses and he's not doing it intelligently, then when he doesn't make his guesses, he'll sort of tentative in his approach and what he's looking at, and then he'll still end up being wrong in his picking. So whether he's being aggressive or passive, he still sometimes is not always there with his reads on the field, which has me worried. My bottom line for him is he's a strong safety with good speed, tackling ability, and man coverage. He's a little weak in zone, and his ball skills and tracking ability are lacking. I've got Kine listed for my metric as a fourth to fifth round talent is where he stacks up for me right now. It's good to see her, or hopefully he'll be able to. Now he cranks, folks, when you see his name in there. That's our JD connection there. So maybe he's got some. I hope Heat, you're doing your Seahawk deal now by making the sales pitch to JD. Get him over here. Superior records. Well, it is better than Bengals, but didn't you see? Did you just lose Dwayne Brown? Random McDaniel says, would you make a run at Christian Kirk, or is wide receiver way down the list of needs? Pretty far in the list of needs, Randall. Christian Kirk would be an amazing upgrade over what you have in Freddie Swain. He'd be a better and able to do more, I think, than Dwayne Eskridge can do from a receiver standpoint. Eskridge can probably do more stuff as far as the fly sweep game goes, bubble screen game goes, but Kirk has been a really solid receiver. Kind of has a little bit of he's not Doug Baldwin. He's got kind of the similar body style and look to him as like a Doug Baldwin a little bit. But he was money for the Cardinals this year. You throw him the ball, he catches it, just gets open, just gets it done. Not a flashy player. What's it going to cost for him though? Does he get $10 million a year? And if it's at that rate, I can't spend that kind of money, especially with the contract I got to give to DK Metcalf, Randall. Paul Third with a $5 donation. Thank you, Paul. Appreciate you. Says, come on, Brando. 3 first for Russ. By that second draft, those picks will be mid to low 20s. Hawks will be back to square one without a quarterback. All right, so again, I always got to say with this, Paul, I'm not advocating for Russell Wilson trade. I've long said I want to see Russell Wilson remain here, stay here, not go anywhere. If Russell Wilson does get moved, you're going to get as a beginning place, I've said the starting place in negotiations 3 first-round picks, but that's not where we end. That's the beginning place. And if we're talking about being a team that doesn't have high picks, like a Washington team, for instance, you're going to be giving me significant other assets. But if we're talking about Washington giving me 3 first-round picks, one of which I believe is a top 12 pick in this draft, let's say 2 second-round picks and Jonathan Allen, or a second-round pick and Chase Young, that's probably what about the value would be of what you're going to get for Russ. You're probably not getting 3 firsts, 3 seconds, 2 threes, and I think that might be a little bit too much. But you will get a huge haul, and it'll be a lot bigger than what these guys out there are saying that, 2 first round. You're being loud today. You're being loud. It'll be much higher than we've seen prior on it. Mason says, I know every team and their mama want Teron Armstead, but for once in free agency, can we be aggressive and get a player we want? I'd like to see it. Paul Third says, Jake Ferguson, Wisconsin, 6'4", 244. I think he's my next tight end up. Let me double check. What is your deal tonight, Cat? Oh, man. Hard to type over this. So I got him on. He's on my list for sure. I was seeing if I had looked at him yet or not. I don't think I've looked at him yet. Nope, but he's on my list. I got Jeremy Ruckert and Jake Ferguson are my next 2 tight ends. So I'll definitely be taking a look at him, Paul. Jack said, if we don't sign Reed, I'll get over it. But if we finally have a solid corner and we let him walk, no re-sign DJ Reed and Sydney. That'd be tough. Hard to say. Kyle says, OS, Brando using relationship examples to talk football. Colin Cowherd, a disciple confirmed. Cowherd's been losing me recently, last year or so. I liked a lot of his stuff prior years, but more of what he's done at times now, feel like he's kind of pushing narratives rather than just thinking freely on his own points of what he thinks about stuff. But I use all sorts of metaphors here. JJ says, what happened to Keely Witherspoon? Steelers defense does different things than we do. You could argue maybe they know how to get better and more out of his talents than we could. We seem to bail off of him real quick. I don't know. A little bit of the Jekyll and Hyde stuff I talk about with this team. You go give him money, give him pretty good money in free agency, not a multi-year deal, but a 1-year, $4 million deal, and then you move on before you've even played one game. Meanwhile, you'll run with certain guys out there who will fail over and over again, and you keep trotting them out there. Strange. Ominous Jerry says, you are making my acid trip so much better. I love you, and I love this channel. Oh, my God. Just ride the wave, Ominous. Ride that wave. It's going to be a slow roll, but it's going to be a good roll. Just keep riding it up like a roller coaster. Just clickety, 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 clickety. All the way down, man. All the way down. Ride that sucker. CMZ, NFL is a business. Mason Dale, what type of deal could you see us giving Everett? Probably close to what we gave him this year. I mean, a 1-year deal, a 2-year deal, $10 million deal, 2-year $10 million deal, 2-year $11, $12 million deal at the most. Ethan says Stephen A. Smith made a top 5 LA teams. He puts the Lakers at number 1, which is fine, but he put the Rams, since they won the Super Bowl, ahead of the Dodgers. What the F? I'd argue Dodgers are number 1. Yeah, you could argue because the Dodgers got that old spirit in that town. That's one of the few teams that really does. I mean, Lakers have that to a degree too, but Dodgers go back to like 60, 70 stuff. Lakers are probably a little bit bigger than the Dodgers, but Dodgers are definitely number 2. And the Rams are just above the Chargers. Jackson Shore, poor lady that fell and oh yeah, the lady fell off and Stafford just walked the other way. He was drunk though, so it's like, probably was thinking he's somehow going to get sued or something. Randall, I went to a parade with my wife. My dad was quite the event. So glad we went. I wish I could have gone, Randall. I wasn't in town, but I would have loved to have seen. If I was even anywhere near Seattle, I would have come to that parade. That would have been amazing to see. Charles Riley with the $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. It says, Brando, at Megan Gockroger has let me know I can't speak poorly of Pete Carroll in the chat and has threatened to use powers you've bestowed on her. I promise to only talk well of Pete Carroll if required. LMK. Well, we allow for all opinion here, Randall or Charles. So, hey, if you got to talk, you got to talk. If it's the truth, it's the truth. We just let the truth flow freely here at this channel. It's got to flow freely. Superior Record says, let's talk about the Rams. You know, the Super Bowl, Super Owl champions, they now have more rings than the Hawks. Well, they've also been in existence, 20 more years than the Hawks have, and have just now one more ring. We're coming for it, though. You get ready. We're about to be up on our rise. We're about to go on a nice little run. Hey, how about 3 Super Bowl titles in 4 seasons? Oh, we can? Watch us. Watch us. Jackson says, wonder what Earl's doing these days. Low-key missed the dude. He was a beast in his prime. He was. Flamed out on that one just a little bit. Just a bit. Randall says, the big defensive tackle from Georgia slips. Are you drafting him? Davis? Is he more of a space eater than a pocket collapser? Kind of, yeah. Let me bring up my notes on Davis. So mammoth, quick and fast. He's quick and fast, Randall. He hit 20 miles an hour as a defensive tackle at his size in a football game, which is absolutely ridiculous. He can do a bit of both things. Obviously, if we're doing more 3-4 principles, him as a nose tackle would be amazing, Randall. If you put this guy in as your nose guard in a 3-4, that would be pretty awesome. He'd be a problem. He's a fun guy to watch. Not really refined. Another guy in that sort of Daniel Fa'alele territory of it, lump of clay that you're going to have to mold. But a guy who brings elements of his game with his size, quickness, speed that don't just come falling off the back of the bus every other day, and or the back of the truck every other day. And so certainly if he dropped, it might be hard for me to pass up on him at that spot in the second round. But he is a guy, Randall, I could see dropping in deep into the second round where teams look at him through the vein that you looked at him, where it's like kind of a guy that's not really a 3-tech, really he's going to be a 1-tech, hold the point of attack guy. And even when those guys are really good, it's just that they're going to last deep into the second round before they're taken, which was kind of like what Jaron Reed was when he was taken midway to the deep end of the second round. But I love Davis's game. He's awesome, and he's so freaking big. And guys that big should not move like he moves. Jackson Shore says, why would the Niners get rid of Jimmy G? It makes no sense. They will regret it as a non-biased football fan. Jimmy G is the reason the Niners are relevant. I don't know about that, Jackson. I don't know if I agree with you on that. I think the Niners are relevant because Kyle Shanahan came there and made them relevant, along with making some smart football moves. I watched this playoffs, and Jimmy G did not impress me in any of the games I saw the Niners play, and watched both of the two games. He was holding that offense back for most of those games. I frankly didn't understand why they didn't go with Trey Lance. I didn't think it could be worse going to Trey Lance than what Jimmy G was giving them in those games. I know he's had success there with them running that attack, but them giving the assets they gave for Trey Lance are indicative they know what they've got in Jimmy G. And it leaves you wanting. He doesn't have any mobility for the modern game. Your quarterbacks in the modern era need to have some mobility. He gets scared quickly, sees ghost quickly, doesn't throw with really great mechanics all the time, opens up too much, which removes the power on his throws and gets balls knocked down at the line of scrimmage. I'm really not in the Jimmy G category of things. I'm very anti-Jimmy G. Randall says, see the report of 150 prospects threatening to boycott the combine. I haven't seen specifics, but I think it has to do with the bubble. Yeah, some sort of vid protocol stuff. I mean, I don't blame him on that, Randall. Makes sense. You know, like I said, it's hard already to run through that. It's already tough to go to the combine. And you got to add this other extra layer of difficulty. Right, guy, you think the Seahawks should evict the Sounders so they could go to grass? Oh, that's probably, that is definitely not happening. I guess you bring up an interesting point, right, guy? That might be a preventative thing from making it happen, because I think they both do play around the same time on that field surface. But maybe there's a creative way around that. Maybe you can have two different sets of field grass or something. I don't know. I feel like there's a creative method here that they could employ. But it's a good point. Megan says, our fields down here are only used by one team unless they are shared with another sport in the offseason, i.e. cricket plays in the summer and rugby, football, soccer in the winter. Yeah, that's how it should be, especially with natural grass, and you got to take care of it. You got to be run over and torn up all the time. It's going to look bad, and you're going to have more injuries from it, and you're not going to get what you're trying to get from it. But modern agricultural science, I feel like the botanists out there have, hopefully found some ways to get this stuff bouncing back quicker. Alexander Matthews says, I agree. I'm sick and tired of is Russ staying or leaving. I'm with you, Alexander. I've been talking about it for a year and a half on the channel, and it's a discussion I have to have. Well, not wanting to see it happen, but you have to have it nonetheless. And I'm ready for this thing to go whatever way it's going to go with it. Bright Guy says the Bengals are cheap. Bengals are cheap. Probably the cheapest organization in the entire NFL. And that's saying something, because there are some organizations that are up there. Kyle says, Washington's more concerned with the allegations and name changes. No time to worry about the field. That's right. They got like 6 independent investigations going on to shenanigans at any given time. Tim, DB11, what's up, Tim? I'm encouraged by PC and his coaching hires. Leads me to believe PC is going to let his coaches coach, and he is going to be the motivator. Real question is, what do they do in free agency? Status quo or first-day players? Well, I'm going to bring up for you, Tim, DB. I'm going to show you something here real quick that I think will give you a little bit of an indication on where I think they're going to go with that. And this is it's going to be a chart of money they could spend if they wanted to. It's going to show you a little bit of the money they have and money they could have. We'll give a little bit of time for this to show up here. Pop this up. Okay. So I'm going to make this big so you can see this. It's going to go over my face for a second here. And this is going to show you the current effective cap space, where they could be and where they could be. So if you go up here on the line here, I'm going to show, we got the Seahawks up here, kind of up near the top as having the most cap space, right? Down here at the bottom, we got the Saints and the Packers having the least cap space, right? So the left side of this line, as you see, it goes about $38 million for our Seahawks in cap space right now. The right side of the line ends, right, where you see it ending up over $80 million, is the cap space they have that they could create, that they have the flexibility to create from within. So they've got a lot of money to spend there, Tim. They've got the means to get it done. The question is that do they get out of the dollar store mentality that they've operated in when they've had the money to spend in the past? And that I don't have a good answer for. because you had $50 million to spend in 2019, and you went down a laundry list of one-year deals on lesser guys, on lesser talent, and you ate up all that $50 million very quickly by doing so. Because when you do those one-year deals, you're not structuring it out 3-4 years down the line where you're able to push bonus money out and keep that first-year cap hit low. You're doing the opposite. You're paying for all of the cost up front in that first year. So I don't know if they're going to go off of that. I hope they are. I hope they've learned that lesson, that didn't bring the results they thought it would by taking that approach in free agency. But it's been about 10 years since they've truly spent in free agency. So we're going to have to sit back and wait. I wish I could give you a prediction on it, but I don't know what they're going to do on that. I would think they would, but I'm not certain. Right guy, is Stone Forsythe ready yet, or does he need another year? I don't think I'm going to count on him as my starting left tackle right now. I certainly will give him a chance to develop. I'll give him a chance to compete, but we need to get more talent out there past just Stone Forsythe. Ethan, I loved our decision to draft Penny Sewell. He'll be ready soon. Penny was a great pick by the Lions. Sherm City says, is Russ going to the Bucs? It's a fit from Arian's standpoint. That's the kind of quarterback he would like with Russ and what he wants to do. So it's a fit from there. They have the means to offer. They can throw guys at us, but I don't think he's going there. Jackson, if we miss out on Armstead, try and get Luan. That's my next favorite. Me too. Randall, I wouldn't have made it if we took a flyer on either the wide receiver from, I wouldn't be mad if we took a flyer on either the wide receiver from Georgia or Clemson. I can look up their names. Clemson kid had the neck injury and Georgia kid had his knee, both big-bodied and talented. No, I like, you're thinking of George Pickett with the Georgia. I'm not sure on the Clemson guy. I haven't looked him up yet. But Pickens is great. I mean, he's got a lot of receivers in this draft are a little undersized, or they're right a little under 5'11", maybe just barely pushing 6 feet tall. He's a legitimate 6'3", explosive, fast, an acrobat. He will lay out for a ball and make these just crazy catches where he's got no way of getting to that football, and he finds a way to get to it. I love Pickett. If you got Pickett, let's say in the 3rd or 4th round even, I think you're getting a first-round talent in that 3rd or 4th round period at that point. Sherm City says, when will Seattle get another basketball team? Within the next 3 or 4 years. Alexander says, yeah, that thumbnail. I didn't know the coach was that big. He's a big boy. He's a big boy, man. Herbicide says, I'm liking that running back from the Colts. If anybody, that Mac dude, he's good. He's good. He's been mentioned in the past a couple times. He's an interesting cat. Marlon Mack, coming back off that injury. Nate says, what about Orlando Brown? You think Seattle should sign him? Also, who's a good center to bring since Posick is average at best? Center-wise, you got 2 main candidates in free agency, Nate. Would be Ryan Jensen, Tampa Bay's free agent center. Kelsey would be probably the dream because he'd be a pure scheme fit for what we're trying to do here with our linemen. I don't know if the Eagles are going to let you get your hands on Kelsey. I didn't know Orlando Brown was a free agent. I was under the impression that he had signed a contract extension with the Kansas City Chiefs when they made the trade with the Ravens to pick him up. He's also a guy to me that I wouldn't be in favor of even if he was available. He's a guy who was best suited to be a right tackle, but he wanted to be moved to left tackle and kept there so that he could get left tackle money as opposed to right tackle money. But he should have just remained at right tackle. That was where he was at his best. Now, if I can bring him in at right tackle, sure, he'd be fine there, but I don't think he wants to do that. Why do I? I read articles saying Seattle needs to keep Bobby to have a good D in 2022. I can't see any way we can keep Bobby at over $20 million, and I don't think he will sign an extension at a big pay cut either. I get the same impression. I'm not as the belief that Bobby's going to take very much lesser money than what he's due to get. He might take a little bit, but not much. I also don't understand that we can't have a good D if Bobby's not here comment. We've really not had a good D in the last 5 or 6 years with Bobby Wagner here and younger. So what I don't get what that's based on. You know what I mean? Why do I've seen the same thing and I don't get it. Bobby's fine. Is Bobby the difference between us being a good defense or a bad defense moving forward? No, he's not, because he hasn't been up until this point. We We've been paying him top of the market middle linebacker money, and our defense is giving up a historic amount of yards in the air and is just okay against the run and gets killed in the screen game, which goes back to the middle linebackers. I don't get that as much. Jose Garcia, what's up, Brandon? Do you think Stone Farsart will be the starter next season? No, I don't think Stone will be the starter. I don't. We got to remember he was taken, midway into the 6th round. When you draft guys midway in the 6th round, you're not usually looking at them as your starters of the future. He'll be there in competition. He'll be in the mix. He looked good this year when he was given chances. Anytime he went on the field, he was fine. Even when he was playing right tackle in the Cardinal game, I think he was holding up okay over there. But I think you got to go more dominant. The place you've gone, Jose, on this offensive line in recent history is a little too softly every single year. What if we go a little too hard this year? What if we do a little bit more than the base prerequisite, the bare minimum? That's what I'm advocating for. And I think if you were to look at saying, let's ride with Curhan at right tackle or let's ride with Stone Forsythe at left tackle, they're our starter now going forward. I think you are falling into that trap a little bit again of, not you personally, but if we as an organization go this route, we fall in that trap again of talking ourselves into putting a player in a position who's just not quite enough. And then the team is lacking then because of it. Mason Dale, it hasn't gotten enough attention, but we have to get Eskridge more involved. He was a Waldron pick. I know he was hurt, but he wasn't there. But when he wasn't, there was little effort to get him involved. Agreed, Mason. You put a 2nd-round pick on a guy, you should probably try to work him into the offense a little bit better. To be honest with you, at times there wasn't a real cognizant idea of what they were trying to do offensively speaking. Sometimes we're trying to work it to DK. Sometimes we're trying to work it to Tyler. Sometimes we're going to use a little bit of the fly sweep game. Sometimes we're going to just throw it whole hog out. They've got to find a way to work him in. And there was times he was healthy last year where he couldn't push past Penny Hart or Freddie Swain on the depth chart. So I don't know if that's a little bit of his development in the background that needs to come along. He's got some talent. He's got as much yak ability as any other receiver we've got on this roster. But he's gonna have to kind of show it there. Bird Gang, thank you for subscribing, Bird Gang. I do appreciate you. A lot of new subscribers here on the show today. Thank you so much. But find Eskridge a role, that is for sure. Randy Miller says, "Run around Russ, run around Russ." Reminds me of that song from the 60s. Let me tell you, "Run Around Sue, Run Around Russ." Let me tell you about Run Around Russ. I don't know the song. I can't remember it. Seems apropos. Randall says, "Have you scouted the big left tackle from Kentucky? I think he's a first-team All-American. He's a monster. Wonder if he's a Fetty 2.0. I haven't checking him out yet, Randall, but I will. I'll take a look at him. Stang says, "Too bad the NFL's rigged." Well, that's gonna be the accusations that are thrown out, isn't it? When you get a game like that Ram game against the Cardinals there, or against the Bengals there. It's been interesting to listen to the debate throughout the week. People talking about that game and the fans out there talking about the plays at the end and then the face mask penalty. Still seen some weird things on the take with the whole face mask and T. Higgins play on Jalen Ramsey, where again, I've yet to still see anybody proponing to say that that's supposed to be a penalty who's been able to present at any point in NFL history that was a penalty. Where receivers called for face mask 50 yards down the field on a deep ball. Everybody that saw that play and is calling a face mask is calling it a face mask after they got to see it on slow motion replay, rerun over and over again. Live action, bang, bang play like that's not going to get called. But I understand why you say that, man. There's going to be a lot of people that have thoughts on that feel the same way at this point in certain respects. I'm not quite there, but I can get why people are in that measure of things. Why do I? What pass rushing cap casualties are out there that Seattle could trade for that you like? The main guy that stands out, I don't know if they would be guys that when I looked at my list, I didn't necessarily see guys that stood out to me as guys that are cap casualties. They're more guys that you would look at and say, well, probably would be a guy that you would trade. And I think that's kind of the important thing. There really wasn't anybody that was standing out on the other side of it with that. See if I could find my list here, and it's not coming up for me. So I had Grady Jarrett as a guy from the Atlanta Falcons who they're looking to trade. He'd be a great 3 tech for you. The Falcons went to a 3-4 defense last year, which misaligns him. He's not built to be in a 3-4 defense. So I would say he'd be the first guy. The other guy to take a look at is Danielle Hunter from the Minnesota Vikings. They're bringing in a new coach. He's had some issues with the team there of a recent. Do they look at him as maybe a guy to move on and try to pick up? He'd be a good fit for us, a good player. Again, there's those injury concerns with him, and you're probably going to have to pay him a contract if you bring him in. But those would be two guys, I think, off the top of my head that you'd look at. There wasn't a lot of other guys, though, that I saw as casualty types. You got guys locked in. The Bosa brothers are locked into where they're at. They're not going anywhere. Maybe DeMarcus Lawrence, but what's going to be the cost for him? Frank Clark, maybe, is a guy, if you're looking to go back to that old well, and Frank has not been good in Kansas City. Those would be probably the top guys off the top of my head. Randall says, if I'm McVay, I'm taking that TV deal. Twice the money for 1/4 of the work. Is he getting offered that? I didn't know he was getting offered that. I don't know if he's got a voice for TV. He's got that scratchy voice. Sounds like that when he talks. I don't know. I don't know if that's going to work on TV as well. But you're right. If he's being paid that kind of money, it's going to easily cause him to walk away. I think he still comes back. I think they all have older guys come back. I don't think Miller comes back. I don't know about Odell, but Hoxo says, if the Seahawks aren't going to be aggressive in free agency and go all in, then they better trade Wilson. Very well, maybe where they go. Mark Harbicorn says, how about the Patriots rookie quarterback and first pick? Sorry, dog, on my lap. Hit the sub and like button. How about the Pat rookie quarterback and the first pick? Are you saying, Mark, that we would trade for them with Russ? I wouldn't want to do that, but I'm very low on Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones tapped into whatever his well of potentiality is this year. He hit his ceiling very quickly, but I don't know that his ceiling goes beyond that. Mark, are you talking about a trade for Russ? Because that's still a late first round pick and Mac Jones at that point. That's the equivalent of like two mid first round picks. Superior Records, he's really reading every message. Yeah, Superior Records, I look at it like this. New folks that are in the chat, you've taken the time to come in here and watch myself blather on and talk Seahawks and do that. I think the least I can do as far as being respectful on the other side of it is to read as many and try to get all the comments I can, questions I can. I don't get to everybody on all of it. I definitely miss on some, but I try to get as many as I can because it's a respect thing for me, Superior Records. I really do like the fact people have taken their time on a Sunday evening here to come in and talk some Seahawks stuff. So again, the least I can do is interact. Killswitch, stop by to like and support some streamers. Good luck, brother. Thank you, Killswitch. I appreciate you. You're very kind. Random Daniel says, you got to ask Chad Brown about those Colorado teams. Maybe some insight on Bieniemy. Maybe he knows why nobody has hired him. That was going to be my question for him. Yep. That's one of my ones, Randall, I'm going to ask is, his perspective on Bieniemy and why he hasn't been picked up as of yet to this point. And I think he's going to have some good insight on it. Ethan Techworld says, remember when you predicted Collier would get half a sack? I mean, I couldn't help it. Yeah, I did. I did predict he's going to have a sack this year. That was my projection for Mr. Collier in year 3 of his football career. Randall, you see the outside linebacker defensive end from Georgia who got kicked off for an off the field, really serious situation if true. If not, big time talent. I said Georgia has 4 of the top 15 ranked linebackers in the draft. They got a collection of guys. I mean, that Georgia team was definitely stacked in getting that championship in game and winning it. This is not, it wasn't happenstance. They weren't there by luck. They weren't there by balls bouncing in the right direction. They've got a just stacked team, and they're going to have a lot of guys playing on NFL Sundays on that particular team. You have to mention which one you're talking about exactly. I've looked at a couple of the Georgia guys. But the linebackers I've looked at, I don't think they fit that marker. I looked at their middle linebacker and I looked at their will. If it's the will that you're meaning. So I don't know if you're meaning maybe me find him. So I really like the guy. The one Georgia linebacker I really, really liked looking at. Of course, I'm going to have to. Let me find it here. All right, there we go. Is the Will. There we go. So it was Christian Harris I really liked. So I don't know if that's the guy you're talking about, but he'd be an awesome Will if we were to bring him in. He'd be a really good Randall. But let me know on the name exactly. Randall says, if the same email came out and McVay was on the one who's hit send, he'd find another job. I think Oakland saw it as a way to move on from Gruden 10-year deal. Yeah, I think so too. It got them an out. And I don't think Gruden will ever coach again, though. Tim, since we have no first-day draft pick, you should do a favorite good recipe cooking show while covering the first-round draft. Just putting it out there. I'm a horrible cook, though, Tim. That's the only thing. I can cook about popcorn and, like, eggs and bacon, and that's about it for me. I am definitely your quintessential bachelor who just needs everything fastly made to get put together. Kyle says, you and Sherman would be a must-see YouTube for years to come in an interview. Don't hold back if it ever happens. I'm sure that it would probably quickly get contentious between me and Sherm. Because, with me, I'm not going to, with none of these interviews, these are not going to be things where I'm going to dial away from topics. I'm going to want to, especially if there's something that has to be talked about, I'm going to want to hammer it on. But I'd be happy to do a Sherman interview. I don't know if he'd be happy doing one with me, but I'd do it. Randall says, I saw an estimate on Christian Kirk at 3 years, $36 million, which seemed really high. It does seem a little bit high, doesn't it, Randall? To me, I got him at $10 million a year, which, that's only $6 million less than that mark, but $10 million a year seems right to me for him. He's been a very productive guy for them. He's been very productive. He's not star level production, but very good. Sam Z, how about a corner early? I'm with it, Sam. I'm with it, man. It fits to where the strength of this draft is, where you've got a ton of good, if we're doing still some of the same zone principles we've done in the past, you've got a lot of good zone corners you'll be looking at in that second and even third round. So, if you want to pick there, I'm fine with that. That's appropriate value to be picking a best player available. And that best player available very well could be a corner, and it would make a lot of sense to me as to why you made that selection if you're Seattle there. YD White says, we talked about changes in D. Seattle will have big-time linebacker needs, pass rushing Sam and a pass rush covering Will. Yes, Taylor can play Sam, but I hope he is a full-time defensive end in 2022. Might be hard for him to do some of that. Why? If he's an outside 3-4 linebacker, it might be easier, but I saw Taylor at times get killed on early rundowns when he was the edge defensive end. I relate this a little bit to Bruce Irvin in his time here. Seattle in the first couple years tried to run a lot of early down of Bruce Irvin out of defensive end, and he would get swallowed whole in the run game. This is one of the things that eventually drove the decision to move Bruce Irvin to the Sam linebacker role. Very similar here with Darrell Taylor. I think if you have him there as an early down defender as a defensive end, he's just not quite big enough to hold up at the point of attack, and you're going to get him pushed backwards. So you got to protect him, I think, a little bit, just a little bit. Jason Jr. says, chirpy cat, so cute. Yeah, she's talkative, man. She's got things to say. Mason Dale says, I moved off of Daniel Lele just a bit. Seattle's trying to go all in this year, and I'm worried he's just too raw to start year one. It's a valid reason to move off of him. It'd be valid, Absolutely. I can't argue with that. Tim says, trading Russell Wilson is folly. If forced, at least 2022 draft is first, second, and third round picks. 2023 first, 2024 first round pick. Sounds about right to me, Tim. And I agree with you. I don't think trading him is the right move. I don't want to see it. But that also doesn't preclude the front office from feeling differently. Doesn't preclude Russell Wilson from not maybe pushing it to happen. But I agree with you. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. He says, Ricky Williams type trade from Bucks. Everything. Oh, we're going all 7 picks, Paul, Vita Vea, Antoine Winfield Jr., and, just throw in Tristan Wirfs just because. I want Tristan Wirfs just because. How about that, Paul? We biting on that? HB, at what point do we keep drafting or just trade those picks for proven players? I guess you can just buy championships now. They have to want to come here too, though. And I feel we have lost our appeal. Very good comment on your part on that. I agree with you. Yeah, I think that there's definitely a little bit of a lack of appeal in coming to Seattle in recent years. You haven't seen big-time free agents make this a spot that they want to come to. Some of that I've wondered if we're just not willing to pay them the money to get it done. But this is also going to be, maybe I just don't want to come up to what some players kind of consider Southern Alaska. Yeah, you can trade picks for players. I would be more HB if I'm looking at being in the go for now approach. I use the picks in this draft coming up, and I look towards the trade deadline to trade future picks as we come into this year. Hopefully with a team that's starting out, let's say 5-1. And you go, okay, now let's trade future picks for this. That's the way, to me, you bend that. Look, if you've got a guy like Grady Jarrett, for instance, and the Falcons say, hey, give us a 4th round pick for Grady Jarrett. Yeah, I'll do that. And I'm sure it's on the table for the Seahawks. They did it last year with Gabe Jackson. What'd you move like a 5th round pick for him, 5th or 4th round pick to bring in Gabe? So they have done it in the past. They've been willing to do it in the past. I'm sure they're willing to do it in the future. Whatever way it takes to get there, right, HB? Whatever way it takes. Randall says, Davis reminds me of the Clemson defensive tackle from a few years ago. I think one in Miami and the other is a Giant. Oh, I know you're talking about. Yeah, he's a little bit like that. Randall, I thought he was he's a little closer to me of the kid that came out of Auburn, Derek Brown, 2 years ago. But he doesn't have Derek Brown's ability to rush the passer. Not yet. Brown was a little more refined as a player coming out than Davis is. But they both have a little bit of that same freakish kind of size to them a bit. Though Davis is even bigger. But I can see where you're at with the other kid too. Brian O'Connor, I'm going to the NFL draft in Vegas. Think I'm going to sport my DK jersey. Any suggestions on things to do? In Vegas? I mean, what is there not to do in Vegas, man? So if you're looking for things to do in Vegas, just walk and turn in a direction, you'll run into something to do. I've not been to Vegas a lot, though. I'll admit to you on that. It's one of those places I always mean to go and have a lot more fun and go do stuff on. I never just get around and doing it for whatever reason. But that's awesome. Yeah. Rock that DK jersey, man. Rock it. BK Voiceover says, thoughts on re-signing Disley and Everett instead of exploring the position in the draft or free agency. Everett, 3 years, $18 million, Disley vet minimum. Well, I'll go backwards to front on that. Disley vet minimum, sign me up on that. You do need to get two tight ends no matter what as we go into the future. Colby's not enough. You need to run with 3. So you do need to get another inline tight end in this group. Disley knows what's up. He knows what he's doing here. He's fine. Vet minimum is great. Everett at 3 years, $18 million. Some of it, BK, would be a little bit dependent on what is the market right now out there for the O.J. Howards and David Njoku's. What are they pulling out there? I mean, with a David Njoku, if I got a guy there that I get on a 2-year, $10 million deal where I can pay Gerald Everett 3 years, $18 million, I might lean a little more to Njoku. And I really don't want to go 3 years for Everett. I'd much rather go 2, though I don't want to go 1 because I want to move the money around a little bit there. You could talk me into a BK, and I'm okay with bringing both of those 2 guys back. I got bigger fish to fry this offseason. I need to upgrade my left tackle. I need to upgrade my center. I got to figure out my corner situation. I need a free safety. I need a 3-tech defensive tackle. I probably need another pass rusher. I could use another receiver. I need a couple of running backs. So when it comes to tight end, I'm not going to be as worried on that as to what I'm reeling in. It just got to be some quality. It's other places where I'm really more getting kind of obsessed on getting the quality. Offensive line, for instance. Randall says, regarding the Bengals and their frugality, apparently the daughter of owner is really involved now, and she's not afraid to spend money. I hope so, and if she is, that's great. And look, they did go into free agency last year, signed Trey Hendrickson from the Saints is their big signing. Maybe been a little bit more willing in recent years. I do know, again, this offseason, Randall, they're sitting on a tremendous amount of cap space, like the 3rd or 4th amount of cap space. They once again, another year, rolled over money from the previous year. They're never not rolling over money from prior years, which speaks to the fact that they don't spend all the money that they should. They were also, Randall, one of those teams that the CBA in the negotiations between the players and the owners, they negotiate for a salary cap, but the players also started to have to realize that they had to negotiate a salary floor. That is the bare minimum an NFL team has to spend every year because of the Bengals, because they just weren't spending any money. But if they are, that's very welcome to see, Randall. It'd be great if the Bengals could change their approach on this, because they've not helped out. They're not helped their fan base or how good a team they could be by taking that approach to it. Cool Bree says, love the Sonic shirt, Brando. Just rewatched the docu-series this last weekend. Can't remember the name, but man, it still hurts. F. Howard Schultz, by the way. Yeah, F. Howard Schultz. Howard Schultz can go to hell. He can go right to the 8th Dante's rung of hell tomorrow for what he did. You don't do your countrymen wrong. You don't do the people where you grew up wrong. You don't do the place that your business was grown and fostered and supported wrong. And he did us wrong. All in the name of getting a, $30, $40 million extra to his bank account, which got him what? So he could go blow it on trying to run to be president. Randall says, please don't pay Everett that contract. Yeah, I can't go up that high, Randall. Goax says, been so long since Pete has done anything in free agency. Pete's enrolled in how to pick up free agents in the NFL classes. Nice. Whitey White says, I believe the NFL teams only have to spend 89% of the cap, so a team like the Bengals can pay $22 million extra by only spending a cap minimum. They've done this so many times before. NFL is absolutely a business. You better believe it. And it's not good to see. It's bad look for the Cincinnati Bengals. It's bad when it reaches this point. It's this common knowledge too. No, not that they should hide it, but it's just it reaches this point. It's like, come on, change your ways on this. James Watson says the Pro Bowl should just be a basketball game. What do you think? I would watch that. I wouldn't watch the Pro Bowl, James. So yes, your idea has me at least watching that. I'd want to see what they'd look like on a basketball court. Yeah, that'd be cool. Gina White, yo, Brando, love the streams. Makes the offseason much more enjoyable. You mentioned you've done evals for cornerbacks. Few questions. Booth ranking. Booth's ranking. Sorry. Elam, or a Gordon in top 5. McCrary, size versus tape, Bama corners. All right, let me give you my early breakdown. And on this, Juno, give me some rope here with this, right? Because I'm still refining this ranking list. So I still have at the top of my list Stingley. Gardner's my number 2. They're both neck and neck. You could make an easy argument to me that Gardner should go over Stingley. I think Gardner's got some of the closest elements I've seen to Richard Sherman since Richard Sherman came out. Trent McDuffie's my number 3. I've got Roger McCreary, the guy you mentioned, as my number 4. And to your reference on this, I do have him as lacking prototypical size and length, but he possesses a well-built frame and physicality. He's a good football player with excellent instincts that allows him to be a step ahead when he's missing some of the twitchier elements. Real fluid hips. He can change direction, very comfortable in man, comfortable in zone, a little bit handsy. But I really liked his play out there. He's a guy who could drop down the list a little bit for me. He was an early 4, but I think he's more going to slide into about 8 off my list. So the problem with him comes into arm length. He's only got 29-inch arms, does Roger McQuarrie. So that actually is going to put him right in about, as I got to adjust my list on this. He's about probably my 8th, 9th, or 10th at that point, being a guy that's 5'11". Kyler Gordon's my next guy up there. I have him over Daxton Hill. Daxton Hill is a guy a lot of people like a lot. He's almost a jack of all trades, master of none type guy. He could play safety, he could play slot, he could play some outside, but not really great at any of those roles. I've got Alontae Taylor from Tennessee as my next guy. Below that, I got Andrew Booth. You mentioned where Andrew Booth is from Clemson. I've got Andrew Booth just beneath Alontae Taylor, but they're neck and neck on my list. Then I go Akili Evans, Mikael Wright. Then I've got, you mentioned then this is where the first Alabama corner comes up, and that's going to be Jalen Armour Davis is going to come up that'd be 10th. So Davis would be in my top 10. Yeah, both Gordon and McDuffie would be in my top 5 cornerbacks. Both of them would. And the guy on the rise for me, you mentioned Booth. Booth is the guy that's starting to rise up my board. The more I watch of him, the more I enjoy. Elam is on the fringe outside. He had a tough year this year versus what he put up on tape the prior year. So he's at like number 11, but he's also a guy that I wouldn't necessarily hate either if we're talking about picking him in the third, probably the fourth round or so. He'd be a guy that'd be a fun player to grab. But I think that he had just had that rough year of tape this year. I wanted to see him take a step forward this year, and he sort of took a step backwards a little bit in his game. But thank you, Juno. HB says, ironic how Sherman and some of the old guys saying keep Bobby when the whole reason the Legion of Boom was successful is because Pete wasn't afraid to play his rookies back then. Yeah, there's a little weird thing that's going on with some of the players from the Legion of Boom era as they talk about the team and their view of the team. I can't say I agree with their outlook on things, and sometimes the way they talk about stuff, which like football in Seattle didn't exist until the Legion of Boom came, and then it existed, and there was football, and it's like, it didn't work like that exactly, boys. They go back and forth in what they say with stuff with that. There's no accountability, but then yet you just keep players who were great once here forever because they were great once. Well, which is it? Is it about accountability or is it about that? Part of what allowed them to be the youngest team at the time to ever win a Super Bowl was Pete's willingness to play rookies, to play young players, a willingness that has frankly kind of gone away in recent years too often. Great point, HB. And it is ironic. Randall, I think it's time to move on from Bobby, move Brooks to the middle, go get a pass rusher and Marlon Mack from that $18 million. It's really a lot of money to save by moving on from Bobby. It's another one of those decisions that isn't just based on the player he is or where he's at right now. It's certainly at the very least still a solid middle linebacker in this game. Probably no longer one of the best or the best in the sport or in that contention of things. Still solid. But to save $16.6 million to move off from him, it's so significant. That's such a big cost. It's hard not to just pull that trigger and go for it, in my opinion. You gotta kind of do it, I think. You got to. Even a restructure where you take him down to $10 million, and then you only end up saving $6.6 million to bring back Bobby. And again, then on top of that, knowing that you have Jordan Brooks, his heir apparent, sitting there playing out of position, waiting in the wings. You have the backup in Cody Barton, whose best position is middle linebacker. You have the backup's backup in Ben Burke-Irvin. You're three deep there once you move on from Bobby, which should inform a little bit of the decision on that too. Let me get some more coffee, folks. 1 second. Gina White says, Tariq Castro Fields is my sleeper for corners. He's one of my next ones up. So I haven't seen the two names you mentioned there, Gino, Kobe Bryant, and Tariq. Tariq's like my next guy up on my scouting list, but I will. So I got Tariq there. Tariq Woolen is another guy I got there on my list. I didn't have the other guy that you mentioned, though. So Kobe Bryant wasn't on there. But I'll take a look at those guys for sure, Juno. I'm attacking it right now. So every day I get through a good few names. Randall says, watched film on the corner from Auburn. That'd be McCreary. More of a man-to-man guy. Yeah. And again, I had him initially higher on my list. And then the more I saw more of the guys, I should have dropped him down here. Can turn his hips, fluid hips. He is more comfortable in man in my notes here. Very, very handsy. Good ability to stay in the back pocket of the receiver when trailing coverage, which is more man-based stuff. Close enough to often make a play on the ball on dragging and crossing routes. So he's really good at that stuff, which is, of course, given our defense fits in recent years. Even when he's beat, he is there to quickly make the tackle. Solid tackler. He's physical, plays with a little bit of an edge. I do wonder, Randall, if he's a guy that ends up being pushed into the slot long term with some of his stuff. That 29-inch arm stuff is going to kill you. As a 5'10 guy with 29-inch arms and not necessarily great speed, you're going to have to overcome that. But he's a gamer. He's a guy that understands how to play the position. He's got good instincts on the field, but yeah, I do think Randall, he wouldn't be a fit in Seattle. Alejandro Verducico says, "Go Hawks, Alejandro." And Randall, I promise you, I'm going to get to Darian Kinnard. I haven't quite gotten to him yet, but he's the guy. Yeah, he's one of my next guys tackle list wise. So he's on my list. I promise you, I will get to him though, for sure. For sure. Megan out. Have a good one, Megan. Whitey White says, I believe the NFL teams only have to spend. Oh, sorry. Yeah, we got those. Randall, I want a kicker too in the 6th or 7th round. I still got to scout some kickers though. That'll be where I'll get to the last of that list. Randall, Khalil Mack is this year's Von Miller. Watch him get moved at the deadline. I could see it. I could see the Bears moving this offseason, frankly. They're not in a position to really win yet. Why not unload a guy to get assets back from him at this point, especially because now his bonus money is basically cleared for the most part off their books. But he will definitely be a target. He'll be definitely a guy people look at. Tagman says, Brandon, the 8-hour stream. Bye, pod. Yeah. Charles Riley says, McVay does sound like he's talking through a trachea. He does. He sounds like, you guys ever see Beetlejuice? And there's the old woman in Beetlejuice she smokes a cigarette and then the smoke comes out of her neck wound. He sounds like that. It's very grating for me. I don't know how he's able to motivate players, but he pulls it off. Randy Daniels says, Danielle Hunter, the defensive end from NOLA, former first rounder, Philly drafted from University of Tennessee. All with risk, but upside. Hunter's got a tremendous amount of upside. Still a very young player, too. Back issues scare the hell out of me, Randall, which is his main issue with the injury stuff. I mean, multiple back injuries. Also, the second that Minnesota kind of paid him, it seemed like he wasn't the same player. One of those situations that happens. I'm not saying doesn't love the sport, none of that. Just one happened to begat the other. That does open some questions to me, as well as knowing that, Randall, if you do trade for him, he's going to want a new contract. He's going to want to get paid. Do you want to make that deal? Do you want to pay that money? I don't know if I can pay Daniil $18 million a season right now. But can't deny his talent. Can't deny his freakishness. Mason Dale, I'm opposed to drafting a running back inside the first 5 rounds, but if you like, but if you did, I like Jerry and Ely from Ole Miss. Sheds block and a solid receiving back. I know he is on my list as well, Mason, so I'll be taking a look at him, and I'm with you on that. I go low as 4th, so I'll go to the 4th round, Mason. I'm willing to even go into that realm of it. I won't go lower than that. And as I like to say, I'd almost draft a running back every year between rounds 4 through 7. I'll just commit to drafting one. It's not the worst route to go, and you'll land on a couple of diamonds in the rough there. Go Hawks Survive. Christian Harris is a Bama kid. I love Christian Harris. Christian Harris is maybe one of my favorite linebackers to watch so far. Might be one of my favorite linebackers. Might be my favorite linebacker so far of any of the guys I've watched. Damon Clark's pretty cool too. Damon Clark's fun. But Charles Harris would be an awesome little linebacker for us. You move Jordan Brooks to the middle. You brought in Christian Harris. Sideline to sideline linebacker with a great closing burst and a very keen ability to blitz. Kid's got the full meal deal of an understanding of how to blitz, the timing, the getting skinny, how to attack offensive linemen. He takes great routes to the ball carrier. He plays hard, relentless, rarely overruns plays. When he's sent on the blitz, he can get upfield fast while still under control. This allows him to alter his path to the quarterback and sort of he's able to sort of do-si-do linemen a lot of times, really kind of putting them in a pickle as far as challenging them on their mobility. He's very strong still for his size, 6'2", but just a heavy hands, strong hands. When he wraps the players, he throttles them to the ground. I mean, just when his hands touch a ball carrier, they're going down like instantly. It's pretty impressive to watch. He had a more impactful year in 2021 than this past year, which is a little bit disconcerting to a degree. He can play both middle or outside, I think, at the next level. You could put him in middle or as a will. I'm not sure if he's going to be a super impactful pick for you as far as being a star guy at the next level, because that's somewhat of the nature of will linebackers in general. But he could still be one of your better defenders, a guy that helps you win a lot of football games. Alexander says, who's the Bucs quarterback now? I don't think the draft. They could go draft Alexander. I could see him doing that. They're going to certainly try to target somebody in they're going to think the roster is in a place where they want to go grab somebody. I think Deshaun Watson makes a lot of sense with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I could easily put that as a 2 and 2 together kind of scenario. Kirk Cousins would fit into what Arians wants to do. He's got a big enough arms that Arians would, I think, even look at a guy like Cousins if the Vikings wanted to move on from him. Those would be a couple guys that I think would be potential Bucks. Herbicide says, yeah, I saw Taylor get ragdolled a few times this year. I did too, Herbicide. It wasn't pretty at times. The Washington game stands out to me where there was a touchdown run from like the 12 where they ran right over the top of him and he couldn't set the edge. He couldn't hold up at the point of attack. Doesn't mean that Darrell Taylor doesn't have a future. It just means to me you slide him into the Bruce Irvin role. If it's a passing down and you know it's a passing down and not a high likelihood it's going to be a run, he turns into your Leo, your edge rusher, or rushes from the left side. If it's a base defense, you put him in as the Sam. There'll be plenty of snaps for him, in my opinion, with that role. But I just don't think he can be an early down defender and hold up there. Charles, thank you for the $10 donation. Damn, Charles, coming in hot with the dono game. All right. I appreciate you. I see you, Charles. I see you. Steal some Russell Wilson words. I see you, Charles. I see you. Charles says, Brando, it'd be cool if you could do a stream where you break down a player in the draft. That said, if you want to be a scout in the future, maybe keep that stuff to yourself. If not, it'd be a fun stream. I would be willing to do it, Charles. The tough part comes into that you do get the monetization thing claimed, but that wouldn't be maybe a big deal. I don't think they don't care as much about the college stuff. So maybe that'll be a stream that we do where I'll put up a stream where we're just watching game film and I'll show you some things on guys as I'm watching live. If you guys want to do that, that'd be real geeky stuff, Charles, right? Because it's going to be a lot of me, replaying stuff and replaying it again. But I got no problem doing it. I got no problem kind of doing a breakdown on that. I do think I've tried too running the Streamlab OBS thing that I'm running right now and trying to run it with YouTube at the same time over the top, and it sometimes slows a few things down. Like it'll slow down the YouTube player just a little bit. But I think that's a great idea, man. Let me see if I can find a way to make it work. And thank you for the $10 donation. Thank you for all your donations. Kyle says, laughing out loud, Rams going to run it back? Sure, run it back. Let Goodell let you all have no cap. Let the refs let you win some games you obviously shouldn't have won. They think Russ is going to get hurt again? I love it, Kyle. I love it. Kyle bringing the heat. Yeah, good luck running it back. There's definitely going to be some cap shenanigans if they're bringing all those guys back. And it was a one-year wonder. You're right. Jonah White says, Darrell Taylor was good against the run in college. I think he needs to have a year or two or more in the NFL strength program, and he'll be fine on that front. Maybe. Maybe. I saw him coming out as more of a better pass rusher than a run defender, though he wasn't, to your point, he wasn't bad as a run defender in college. I do think this is also, we got to keep in mind, this is technically his second year. He's going into his third year of an NFL training program because he had a whole year off to just live in the weight room. So, it's possible, but he hasn't shown it on tape that he can hold up so far. Tim says, put some respect on your name for answering all our questions in the chat. Much thank you. Much respect. Samurai nod. Hey, samurai nod. Right back at you, Tim. Thank you, brother. Sean Proper says, any thoughts on Mike Florio and Bill Simmons' predictions on Brady to San Francisco? 49ers can send their third-round pick comps they have to Tampa Bay, plus they'll get a mid-round pick for Jimmy G. I was getting not laughed. There were some folks that were snickering in the chat when I brought this up a couple weeks ago, Sean. I said, I can easily see one of Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady being moved to the San Francisco 49ers. And I don't know why, and especially in Brady's case, I don't know why people are so aghast at that possibility. It makes a ton of sense to me. Trey Lance came out as one of the younger quarterbacks to come out in recent memory, right? He was dominating at 19 years old, out by like 20 years old into the draft. So he's got a long road ahead of him, Trey Lance. And he was a rough guy coming out. He had a lot to work on in his game. Could San Francisco feasibly look at that and say, look, it's going to take him 2 years to get to where he's going to get to? Yeah, they could. And if that's the case, and you're talking about Brady on a one-off, And you're talking about not having to give up that much draft capital to go get him at that point. I mean, keeping in mind, to your point, you go move Jimmy G for a mid-round pick. You have the 2 extra third-round picks just for having your offensive coordinator signed as a head coach to the Dolphins. That alone probably gets the Brady deal done. You're not out of pocket anything that you weren't already on to start this offseason at that point, and you've added Tom Brady. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me, Sean. It makes a ton of sense to me, and I'm kind of deathly afraid by it because not only do you rip Brady in there now, you also have backup of insurance if you're the Niners. If Brady should go down as a 45-year-old guy, you're still sitting on Trey Lance. Yeah, it worries me. Puff says, what's up, Brandon? Just getting in. Anything missed? Any new updates with the team? Nothing really right now going on news-wise, Puff. We've just been talking a little bit about Clint Hurtt's press conference and him saying all the right things, right? Him saying all the right things. We're going to be more aggressive. We're going to blitz more. We're going to use Jamal Adams appropriately. Our linemen are going to go forward instead of backwards in coverage. So, Buff, they're saying all the right things, all the things we'd want to hear, even that we're going to run some 3-4 stuff. We're going to do a little bit of that. So, liking it. GoAxel5 says, do you think the Finns will re-sign Ugba? Says he should get $10.1 million. Would he be a good fit? Would he be good for the Hawks? Would you sign him for that? Boy, $10 million. Well, it'd be a good fit because you could run your 4-3-3-4 stuff with Ugba because he could be a 3-4 defensive end for you. He's been doing that for the Dolphins. So he could slide right into that role for you if you're wanting to do some more of that different stuff with the defensive line. And that absolutely would make some sense by going that route with it. $10 million a year feels a little rich for him, but he's coming off a very productive year and he's a very young player. So it's probably about the right value for him. That'd probably be a little rich for me on that cost for Ugba. Because defensive ends in a 3-4 just don't usually have that much impact. I think some of his impact with the Dolphins comes from their blitz-heavy nature, and so he's not doing the traditional things in the 3-4 at that point, being that he's going to be taking on a lot of double teams. I think he got a lot of single block opportunities on the back of Flores' defensive approach, and I don't know that he would get there in the way that we would run the 3-4 here, so that I don't think we'd be able to get the same kind of production out of him here. It's a great question, though. Mason, what do you think about the strategy of teams swapping first-round picks for X? What if the Bengals swap their first with the Vikings before the season, feeling good about their chances? Risk for reward. Oh, that'd be ballsy, wouldn't it, Mason? That'd be ballsy. I'd love to see it. I would love to see it, man. That'd make it a lot of fun. But that's the type of stuff that make general managers piss themselves. So I don't think you're going to get any GMs willing to sign up for that type of deal, but it'd be interesting. Puff says, what is your top free agent signing this offseason? For me, Puff, it's Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead is my number one at this point off the board for me. Number two would probably be Kelsey. And if not Kelsey, then probably Jensen. Those would be probably my top three. I'll put together, Puff, I'll put it together on the next stream. That's actually what I'm going to do for my next stream is we'll put up the rankings of the top free agents by priority as far as I'm concerned. Not by money, but by priority. That would be fits with this team and within reason. But yeah, I'd be looking at Teron Armstead. I'd throw the bank at him. I'd throw a literal bank at Teron Armstead. I'd like have a forklift pick it up and throw it at him. Kyle says, why aren't retired players from our team reaching out to other players to tell them how great Seattle is? It seems like want to complain, but then not help the situation get worse. I know it's the office. Hard to say on that, man. Sometimes people have hurt feelings. I mean, you certainly can hear Sherman talk, and there's some hurt feelings there. You can hear KJ Wright talk right now, and there's some hurt feelings there. So some of that could maybe factor into that. I think that there's also been, over the last couple of years, some rifts within that locker room, some cliques that have developed, which don't always endear themselves to bringing in people from the outside. But we don't know. Maybe they're doing stuff. Maybe Avril's doing stuff. Maybe they are making these calls. It's just not being reported about. Why? He's a good player, but I have no trust in Everett. Last year, I was concerned with his 11 drops in 2020. In 2021, he was awful with drops and caused turnovers. Yeah, he had like three in one game, didn't he? Why? Yeah, that's why I can't go up to that high cost. Somebody's mentioned a 3-year, $18 million. I can't do that for a guy that has that many drops. And while I like his game, I do. I like it a lot more at the 1 year, $5 million, 2 year, maybe like $10 million type realm. Gohawks 2022 says, would you sign a free agent running back? Ronald Jones, Marlon Mack, Dearness Johnson, or Leonard Fournette? Fournette would be my guy of that mix, Gohawks. I think Fournette would be the one that I've long liked Fournette's game. I think that he gets kind of beaten on by fans unjustly at times. Marlon Mack, there's a lot of people in the chat love Marlon Mack. I'm not as much in on him. I don't know as much on Dearness Johnson, admittedly. Ronald Jones, more of your slasher type. You know, he kind of likes to dice up things, be not historically what Coach Carroll's looked for in his running back position. But Fournette would be a fit. I like me some Fournette. I likes me some Fournette. Jose Rodriguez in the house. What's up, Jose Rodriguez? Good to see you, Jose. Looking for a great channel to go follow over there. Please go follow Jose's channel over here on YouTube. He runs some good stuff. Jose says, what about Kobe Bryant from Cincinnati? Have you watched his tape? Is that the, hold on. I think you mean the, so you're talking about is it the wide receiver you're talking about, Jose? I'm thinking of Alex Pierce. I don't think I've checked him out quite yet. There's a Kobe Bryant, Jose, that plays Cincinnati. I didn't know that. I'll take a look at him, though. That's a good name. I wonder if he was named for Kobe. Probably. I'll check him out, though, man. Tackman says, I'll keep Wagner if he reworks his deal. He's got to heavily rework it. He needs to lower that sucker down. Tackman says, Sky Moore, wide receiver skill set, has Saints offense written all over him. I did look at Sky Moore. He does seem like a little bit more of a slot guy to me at the next level. Not the biggest guy, but he is sure competitive, run good routes, and he really is good about shaking defenders at the stem of the route. So if you play him off coverage, he's going to come eat you up at the edge of that route, and you're not going to be able to cover him. So run some really good routes. I could see that as a fit with the Saints. Yeah. Tackman says Logan Hall could be a boomer bust type prospect. He could. You get into that realm a little bit with those guys that are a little more tweener types, right? Not quite defensive tackle, not quite defensive end. Does he have enough in both realms to be good in either? Randall says Adam Anderson is the kid from Georgia, 5 sacks in 7 games before the suspension. Not sure he's draftable at this point. Well, I'll do some research on him. Certainly Seattle's willing to take risks on guys, aren't they? So, I mean, if there's a guy they're going to risk on, we'll have to see what his off-the-field stuff has going on, but I could see him being interested. Smoke Monday, Jose? Okay. Some awesome names in this draft. Sauce Gardner and Smoke Monday. If your defense has Sauce Gardner and Smoke Monday, that's a badass defense just to begin with. Though Smoke's probably like a receiver some, right, Jose? Matthias 23451 says top 3 to 5 offseason ads we could make. Who are the top 3 people you want us to draft? Top 3 to 5 off-season moves. So obviously, Teron Armstead and Kelsey are my 2 guys that kind of sit at the top of my list. I put Jadeveon Clowney up on there as well as maybe, let's say, my 3rd on that. I'm thinking of my next 2 here, so I'm contemplating on my next 2. I'm not sure the next 2 moves. If I've got guys, I'm locked into saying this is who I want here for sure. Yeah, there's just nobody out there that sits on the other realm of things that stands out to me. I'm sorry. So I don't have a lot of the back 2 guys. I'm not, a running back. Maybe McCourty. Devin McCourty get him in on a 1-year deal to replace Quandre. Maybe something like that. Top 3 people I'd want to see us draft. I'll give you a couple names. Let me give you a couple guys. Let me give you guys some names of just guys that I like in this draft so far and watching their game. Who would be where we're picking in that 2nd or 3rd round range who have me interested. So I don't think I know me and Randall have talked a lot about this. I don't think Tyler Lindenbaum's going to drop from center position. I do like Alex Lindstrom quite a bit. Zach Tom is interesting from Wake Forest. I like him a lot as a player. I've already mentioned the 2 right tackles that have my interest here so far. Nicholas Petit Ferrer out of Ohio State, I think would be a fun name. Wide receiver wise, couple guys that I like out of the wide receiver class. Alex Pierce, a guy that's not getting a lot of recognition or name talked out a lot. I think Alex Pierce has a lot of Allen Robinson in his game, Adam Thielen. I don't know where he's going to land. I see him as a 2nd round pick. I really like Alex Pierce's game though quite a bit in the receiver rank. I think Drake London is a really good player too as well. I've got him as sort of a Mushin Muhammad kind of comp with him. No, I don't need you crying on the lap right now. Kirby Joseph. Kirby Joseph is another guy that playmaker out there. I believe he plays for Clemson. He's a guy as a free safety. If you're talking about picking a guy in the 2nd round free safety, he'd be a real interesting cat to take a look at. Who else we got? I mentioned Christian Harris is a guy that jumps out to me that I liked his tape quite a bit. Corner, both of the Washington corners stand out to me. Would love them. Andrew Booth is a guy that I like his tape quite a bit. These are just some names. If we ended up with these guys, I'd be very, very, very happy with. I'm trying to get talked into Boy Mafi. Boy Mafi's one that we're going to have a lot of discussions on him, but I can't quite. I like him, but I'm not sure where I'm at completely with him as a player. If DeMarvin Leal were to fall, I don't think he will. I think he's going to be a 1st round pick. But he's another guy I like. Perry and Winfrey, Devontae Wyatt as 3 tech defensive tackles are 2 guys that jump out to me as well. Those are kind of a couple guys, is just guys that I like, just that I gravitate towards on this. Charles Riley with another $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you, brother. He says, what do you make of these young Olympic girls changing the country they represent in the Olympics to China while growing up in the States? Got to be a cash grab with China having 3 times the population. Well, thank you for the donation here. And I know people get touchy with politics stuff, but this is actually Olympic stuff. Cash grab is the right word. Our movies are being changed right now as we speak, right? We get movies that are edited. We get scripts that are changed so that they can be palatable to Chinese audiences. That's the world we live in now, and for better or for worse in regards to that. But yeah, I think that they said the girl, I think I saw a story, she had made like $30 million by making that change over. She's not making that kind of money here doing that. And Olympic athletes don't always swim in money unless they have like 20 gold medals. So I can't hate on her for going where the money is, but it certainly isn't, historical pride that's driving her decision-making on that. Matthias says, what's the biggest positives and negatives of these new defensive coaching hires? The main positives out the gate from my standpoint would be you're going to change what has been broken in recent past years. From where the Legion of Boom started to finish off and end very quickly, and some of the problems within your defense of now trying to rebuild that defense properly. You had the 2018 rebuild with bringing in Norton and all that you put into that side of the football without the returns. That now changes. You're now going to go to a different scheme now for really the first time, in my opinion, in years. And it's a scheme that's going to be more aggressive, less of sitting back and taking it, less of letting backup cornerbacks slice and dice you to pieces, more of taking it to the offense, which is an awesome part of these hires. You're bringing on smart minds like Sean Desai, who understands what it is he wants to accomplish with his defense, learned at the feet of Vic Fangio, brought about a great defense from Chicago last year, This is something you've not added from as far as brain power to the room here of recent years. Everything just comes from within. Everything is always just, we'll get our guy from within. That's not always the best candidate. And that brings us around to what I don't like about these coaching hires necessarily, especially as it pertains to Hurt. I don't like the thought that you always are looking in-house for an internal candidate, because if we're looking at this going forward, part of the problem has been in place with Carroll having too much say and too much sway over the defensive coordinator. Hiring a guy from in-house doesn't really stop that from happening. It just continues in my mind to kind of propagate that a little bit. So I'm worried about that. The defensive coaches are telling us, like Hurt's telling us, he's got autonomy. Sean Desai wasn't willing to come aboard here unless he was given a certain amount of control by Carroll, and he ceded that control over. So those are good indications that might not end up the case, where my negative might not end up a negative at all, Matthias. But I have to kind of see it first to be fully believe in it. Alexander says, do you believe it's going to be more of the same this next season, or are we really going to see changes, mostly in the way of what Pete thinks? Well, Alexander, you were pulling right from my mind on that one, what I was just exactly talking about. I'd like to believe that this is going to be changed. I would think that to get a guy like Sean Desai, you had to give over certain assurances, that those assurances are not going to be taken back as we get to the start of next season. That Pete wouldn't do that. But with that said, again, we saw this play out with Waldron this last offseason. I was lauding Waldron's addition. I was saying Waldron's the biggest addition of this entire offseason. And I was doing that thinking that they were going to embrace the offense, not just bring the offense in for show, but for actual, this is how it's going to look. And instead they slid back into old designs, and that is Pete. So if he was willing to do it last year on the offensive side of the ball, a side of the ball that he doesn't care for as much as the defensive side of the ball, then will he not probably maybe do that on the defensive side of the ball? It's possible. It makes it hard to predict. GoHawks 2022 says, hey, Brandon, I've looked at the kickers. There's a few free agents in Nick Foles who hit 92% of his field goals, and he only had only 89% on extra points. Sometimes those extra points get in their head. GoHawks 2022. My theme of this offseason is learn your lessons, because I think that there are things that this team has failed to learn, that have been broken, have gone wrong in the past, and then they go make the same mistakes the year after that, getting the same results because they do not learn their lessons. Well, one of the lessons I think you got to learn, GoHawks 2022, is 2 of the last 4 kickers that you've had brought in here were paid good money for kickers. You paid Hoshka good money for a kicker, and you're paying right now Jason Myers big money for a kicker. Myers, you're going to probably save $4 million by doing so. But I think the lesson that you have to learn here is that you don't pay kickers money. It's too of an up and down position. You're paying too much for past performances and what a great past year they had, rather than what you'll get in the future, i.e. Jason Myers, who you brought in after he had a Pro Bowl year with the New York Jets, has a bad first year, has a great second year, has a bad year this year. That's the up and down nature of the position. So I don't spend money on a kicker going forward, Go Hawks. But in the draft, I'll take the best kicker in the draft in the 5th round. I'll do it like what we did with Dickerson. Tackman says DJ James transferring to Auburn will rise his stock to the roof if he plays well versus the SEC top dog wide receiver. We'll take a look at him down the road. Brian O'Connor says totally on board to bring back Clowney. We should sign Gilmore, re-sign DJ Reed, Trey Brown. I'd love it, man. You sign me up for that offseason, Brian. Sign me up for that. I'm really good with that. I don't think Gilmore's going to cost you an incredible amount of money, and he played really good for Carolina when he went over there last year. Seahawks Jose says, I'm not making these names up. I was thinking for a second with the Kobe Bryant, Jose, because I know you got an affinity for Kobe. So I was like, well, he's making this up. No way. Brian, I think we should let Diggs walk, but I will look at him, Jose. I'll take a look at those guys. Brian O'Connor says, I think we should let Diggs walk. Who do you think would be a good replacement for Diggs via the draft or free agency? Probably easier, Brian, to look into the draft. You've got some guys in free agency, but the reason you're letting Diggs leave in large part is because you don't want to spend big money on 2 safeties at the same time. You can't really run it that way. This does remove a lot of the top end guys in free agency, because if you're going to be willing to spend the money, you would just spent it on Diggs, right? You would have just cut this right through the middle and just taken it through that method. They're not taking it through that method because they understand you can't pay those 2 safeties that kind of money. So I look at it and I go, okay, I got to take Marcus May off the board. I got to take Marcus Williams off the board. Tyrann Mathieu doesn't fit, more of a strong safety type. That's not going to really work. Devin McCourty to me makes some sense on like a 1 year, $5 million, $6 million deal if you can bring him in as an older guy who I think could at least hold up okay out there. There's been a past of free safeties being able to play into their mid-30s and still play pretty well. If you're talking about the draft, I think there are a couple of free safeties in this draft into that second round who could be interesting guys to take a look at. I certainly wouldn't be maybe opposed to looking at that. Veron McKinley is a guy that looks very similar coming out of Oregon to Earl Thomas. Very much the new mold of safety. He can do it all for you. 5'11", not super small. I mentioned a second ago Kirby Joseph as a guy that I like a lot. He might be my favorite free safety in this draft who's not named Kyle Hamilton, who is absolutely a freak. But I think one of those two guys in the second round could make a lot of sense. Admittedly, I haven't gone as deep into the free safeties yet in the draft, Brian. I've just at the upper top end of guys. But those would be two names I'd give you that'd be interesting cats to take a look at in the second round. Randall Daniels has scouted Cameron Thomas, defensive end from San Diego State. I see he's ranked somewhere around 4th to 6th best defensive end prospect. I got to be honest with you, I don't have him in that same lane of things as far as other guys do. This is a little bit, Randall, it's a little bit of the situation of what you have with Logan Hall, where you've got a little bit of kind of a tweener spot if I don't know where he fits exactly. He can shack and shed as well as anybody in this draft. So you get the initial point of contact between him and the offensive lineman. He will shed that offensive lineman as well as anybody there is in this draft. Really good at that. He's got an array of pass rushing moves and little tricks of the trade within those moves, little adjustments he can make in the moves. He can move his hand to a different spot, attack an arm while still doing the same type of swim move, but adjust it to the offensive lineman. Tremendously smart player. Plays with high effort and hustle. Certainly going to be a high motor guy, a guy that's going to get sacks just with second effort. I do think he'll be a little bit too light to play defensive end at the next level. I think you're going to need to move him out as a 3-4 linebacker. That's my one thing with it is I don't know if he fits doing the down, putting his hand in the dirt, because I just don't know if he's going to be just twitchy enough, big enough to kind of hold up in that realm. But as a stand-up outside 3-4 linebacker, very agile, I think that's a little bit of the transition you got to move with him. But I would probably put him more. I think I like. So I like. Yeah, there's. I don't know if I got Hutchinson, Thibodeau, Ajobi, Leal, Zachary Carter. He'd probably be 7th for me, Randall. I'd probably put George Karlaftis of the Purdue Boilermakers just a little bit ahead of him. There's something about George's game that I like. Tagman says new woke culture will be the new quarterback for the Bucs. Randall says, I boycott Starbucks this day because of Schultz. As you should. As you should. I'm trying to boycott him, Randall. That coffee's just so damn good. Glox 2022 says another kicker is Gay, who played for the Rams, of course. 94% of his field goals made, 98% extra points made. There will be some good kickers. If they don't cost a ton of money, I'm willing to do it, but I'm paying big cost for them. That's my only thing. Tagman says Daniel Bellinger from San Diego State is going to be a sleeper pick at tight end. I rate him as my number 1 blocking tight end. There's been McBride's a good blocker. But I'll tell you, and I don't know if you saw the same thing on this Tagman, not a lot of great blocking tight ends in this draft. A lot more of the guys that are, movers, big catch radius guys. But I'll take a look at him. Bellinger, it's Bellinger. He's on my list, so I'm definitely going to be getting to him here soon, for sure, Tacman. Is the streaming pause? No pausing here. Looks like we're okay, Randall. Sorry if we got held up there. Leland Kimball with a $5 donation. Thank you, Leland. I appreciate you, brother, as always. Very kind. Says, what's up, Brando? What's up, 12s? Sorry I'm late. Go Hawks. Hey, better late than never, man. I appreciate you jumping in, Leland, and thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you. I do appreciate it. Deraji Desta, thank you for subscribing. Desta, I appreciate you on doing that. Wow, a lot of new subscribers here on the channel today. Very kind of you guys to do so, and thank you, Leland. You're awesome for doing so. We're just chilling here, talking Hawks, talking free agency, talking the new defensive coordinator and some of the things he's making our hearts sing with some of the stuff he's talking about. John Robinson says, did Brady retire because Tampa Bay is up against the cap and will have to get rid of a lot of good players? If so, doesn't this make the 49ers the bigger possibility for him? John, you're thinking about this the way I'm thinking about this, where Brady kind of holds the cards on this situation, pushing the Bucs up against the cap, being able to kind of go, I'm in, I'm out. I can say I'm in after you guys have spent the money. Now you're over the cap and you got to move me by being forced to. I think Johnny just looks at the team and knows they're not going to be as stacked up as they've been the last couple of years. And so now he's looking for another team that's stacked that he can go to. And the 49ers make a lot of sense as to be that team because they're stacked up perfectly for him. You know, they've got, especially if they make a couple extra moves on the back end like the Buccaneers did when they brought in Tom in the first place. You know, go get yourself a go get yourself another offensive lineman with your first pick in this draft. And, you know, then go sign another guy here to help him out as another player on the outside he can throw to. And, you know, they could easily do it. And John, I'm glad I'm not the only one on this one, man. It makes a lot of sense to me. Jose's got the kicker from LSU. Randall's got the kicker from Texas. I'll look at both those two. Jose, Randall, I'm going to look at both those because I think we're going to look at kickers in this draft. And that would be interesting to see them do it. They had a lot of success doing this with Dixon. We're going to get the best punter in the draft. We're just going to put the assets into making that happen. And boy, did that turn out to be a real smart decision. AJ Johnson says, trade Wilson. He sucks and is slow and old. I don't know if he's old. He's slowed down a little bit. I'm hoping we can keep him. Coax22 says, you're talking about players talking up the Seahawks season ticket holders, get a presentation of the Seahawks. They send out videos, of course, and they show the players doing that exact thing. Oh, that's good to hear. Like I said, some of this might just not be being reported on too. So that makes sense. Randall says, Cameron Thomas is intriguing. 6'4", 265. Says he has nearly 34-inch long arms. Not the best comp. Seems like Max Crosby comps are coming. They might be on that one. Boy, he don't look 265 to me. Maybe I'm just not seeing it on the tape right, but he don't look that big to me. But maybe it is. Sometimes it's hard to tell in these college fields because they get the camera angles from so far back. You know, everybody looks a little smaller. And then you got the fields extra wide. Or the hash marks wide, so it makes it look weird. Jose says Smoke's a cornerback, safety. All right, I'll take a look at him. I'll take a look at Smoke. I love that name. Buff, do you think our new hybrid defense scheme is going to fit well? You were part of the coaching staff. How would you approach it? What players would you keep from last year, and who would be on your radar? Yeah, I think the new hybrid scheme fits well because it allows you to do a variety of different things. You know, you're dealing with an offense that's attacking you through a method. Now you have a couple of different approaches to a counter. However, maybe that offense is having success in going after you. It is harder to basically get both sets of players where you need to have 4-3 guys and 3-4 guys. I think you're uniquely set up to do it because you already have some of those parts and pieces in play. Like I was saying with the linebackers, for instance, you already have 3/4 of a 3-4 linebacking crew if you wanted to run it. So that does make it interesting. I think getting another edge rusher, maybe who does some stand-up stuff like a Von Miller or a Chandler Jones to bring in there in addition could help that out. Getting some down defensive linemen who fit more into a 3-4 scheme. Ogba, somebody had mentioned from Miami, that type of player could be an important part of this as well. I think with Brian Monet, you can get away with some nose guard stuff there, nose tackle stuff with him. I think Ford can do some of the defensive end stuff. Really, there's not as many guys, Puff, that I feel like we have to move off of necessarily. It's more about who you would need to add, which is an outside 3-4 linebacker and maybe a down lineman or two. So it wouldn't take as much as you might think on that. But those would be who I'd be looking at. YDY, Kobe Bryant, Cincinnati, 6'1", 198 with 30.5-inch arms. Good athlete. I like this kid. He would be a steal for Seattle if gotten in the late second round. Jim Thorpe Award winner. All right, I'll take a look at him. Nice thing about being in Cincinnati with him, I always like this. We had this last year a couple times. When you have two corners that are going to go into an NFL draft, it's really good tape to be able to watch because both of those guys are going to get tested. Last year you had, I think, J.C. Horn and his running mate, Mufamua, the corner they had over there. And then in Syracuse, also last year, had a couple of guys. So it lets you get a chance to see them really tested. Because, if you got a great corner on a team and there's just one, then the quarterbacks are just never going to throw at them all game. And there's not a lot you as much can take away from on that tape. Jason says the U.S. has been absorbing athletes from around the world for decades, and now Americans are going to complain about it. I'm not. It's fine from my standpoint. I don't hate it. The only thing I'll say I hate is when we start talking about paying China. You start taking China's money, so you don't speak about the evil who has no name, so to speak. But I don't. Hey, make your money, girl. Do what you got to do. Aaron saying, "What's up, Brandon? Hope you're doing well." Thank you, Aaron. I'm doing great. Hope you're doing well. Great cheeseburger man's in the house. What up? What up? Go Oxo Hive. So y'all excited for DK's gold medal run in 2 years? Yeah, I didn't love that DK's trying to train for the Olympics. Train for football. Just train for the football. It's hard enough. Maybe it'll make him faster. Who knows? TJ says, I remember Smoke Monday. Good safety. Yeah, check this guy out. Got me interested. Go Oxo 05. I think the only position we should pay big money for on D is pass rusher with how strong the draft is in that area. Go Hawks, you wouldn't go big money on the offensive line? Or are you talking about just on the defense? That's the only place. YDY says Seattle can clear another $35 million with ease. With $70 million in cap space, I just know I'm going to get pissed if they get too conservative and don't trade a single impact player this offseason. Agreed. Yeah, agreed. I would be annoyed if they did that. And yeah, they can create a lot of money. This team's sitting on a glut of cap space that they can spend if they want to. Do they want to? Are they going to go all in? Are they going to be aggressive when they've been so tentative recently? They'll talk about consistently winning and having a 2 or 3 year plan. Well, what about next year's plan? What about next year's potential? Where are you trying to get with that? And if they do a lot of 1 year deals, if they don't clear as much cap space as they possibly could, if they're just going to try to go through some motions on it, I'm going to call them on it, and I'm going to be dissuaded going into this season. I will. Because this is the one place where you can really go out there and make some headway in the NFL this year, because you're sitting on some of the most amount of cap space of anybody in the NFL. Certainly more than what this division's sitting on. Will you use it, though? Will you use it right? It's a big question of, are they really going to embrace this new style of defense? Glock says, Dutch Brothers better than Starbucks? I'm trying to get on Dutch Brothers, but I can't quite get there with them. Brian O'Connor, Kirby Joseph, and Veron McKinley, yeah. Which one would be a better starter from day one? Oh, my God, dude, what a tough question. I mean, God, it's hard to pick between those two, Brian. They're both really close on my board. They're both early second-round picks as far as where I'd put them. Probably Veron McKinley by a nose. But Kirby might have more potential. Veron's just a little safer for me. So, day one starter, I think Veron McKinley slides right in and he's rolling. I think Kirby's not far behind him, though. They're really close, Brian. Like, they're right there with each other. And none of them have a lot of rough edges to their game that you're going to have to iron out to get them right. But I guess I'll go with McKinley just because he looked so much like a 2-inch taller version of Earl Thomas. And Kirby, I've got a little worry on speed. Brian says, thanks for the info. Love watching your show. Go Hawks. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I love doing this, brother. WDY, what's up? How you doing? Coax05 says Hassan Reddick would sure fit as a 3-4 outside linebacker. Yeah, he would. If you got Hassan in here, that would be a fit. That's what he's done more of in the past. And yeah, he'd slide right in and be able to do all that stuff with a lot of ease. You could even move Hassan if you want to go to your 4-3 stuff into the Sam role at times too. So he's got a couple of places he could play and play it well. YDY, massive time saver that would be for you to live stream player evaluations, kill two birds by doing research and the stream at the same time. Then you can later edit out the Q&A to have a good video post. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm down to do something like that for sure, man. That's a great suggestion on that YDY. So I'm open to doing that. If you guys, we got enough people who want to go through and look at the stuff with it, then I'm happy to do it. Happy to do it that way. So I've been trying to figure out how to do that scouting stuff right. I got my Scouting Seahawks channel. I just end up running out of time to put much content on there. So that would definitely speed things up. You're right on that respect. Great suggestion. Let me think about how I can kind of pull that through, but it's worth doing, especially as we got kind of now the quiet time of the off season a little bit. Aaron Zhang says DJ Reed or Quandre Diggs if we have to keep one. Aaron, I'm going to go with DJ Reed. Number one, more important position I think on the field than free safety. Number two, you're going to get him at less a cost than what you'd have to pay for Quandre Diggs. Number three, he's a much younger player. Not much younger, but he's at least 3 or 4 years younger than Quandre. So there's theoretically still some prime that he has to drive to get into a little bit, still left to go. So pretty easily, I say DJ Reed on that one. Lolo says, Brendan Nelson did a video on cap space, and with basic non-surprising cuts and restructuring, they can get over $76 million in cap space. That's enough money to revamp this team to the Super Bowl. Agreed, Lolo. Agreed. Because the thing you got to always put as the marker within that, of course, is understanding that just because you sign a player to a big money deal, right? Just because you go sign a guy, let's say, to Tron Armstead to a $20 million deal, and that's on average, right? 4 years, $20 million, a 4-year, $80 million deal, whatever it is, somewhere in that neighborhood, right? You give him a big amount of bonus money. But we can never forget what I apply to this is like the Frank Clark situation to this. Frank Clark goes to the Chiefs a couple years ago, and it's widely reported he just got signed for $23.5 million. $23.5 million on average. You shouted from the rooftops. But what you noticed is in that first year, the Kansas City Chiefs lowered down Frank Clark's cap hit to $6.5 million, being paid $23.5 on average, but the first year cap hit was $6.5 million. That was so they could build out the biggest, best roster, and it got them to a Super Bowl. They got the fruits of squeezing as much of that cap space in as possible. And I say this because you can go sign a guy, Lolo, right? You could go sign a guy at a 1-year, $8 million deal. Now you've just used up a good chunk of that change. As opposed to the guy you get on the big deal that you lower the first year cap hit down so you can put more players in under that cap. That's really the key on it to me. Above the cap space, how you structure the deals, how you put them all together. And the more that they can push the money out, the more they can put bonus money together, the more that they can lower the first year cap hit, the more players you can add. The more players you can add, the better potential to get back to that Super Bowl you're talking about. And recent history is showing us the old line, you can't buy a Super Bowl. You can't buy a Super Bowl. The Philadelphia Dream Team, Eagles of 2004 showed you can't buy a Super Bowl title. What? That's changed. That's incorrect. That's factually no longer true. The Broncos got the crap beat out of them by us in the Super Bowl. Year and a half later, they went out and spent money in free agency for guys like Aqib Talib and TJ Ward and DeMarcus Ware. You know, they spent big money, paid off, got him a Super Bowl. Now, I just mentioned the Chiefs with Frank Clark and giving him that big money. Trying to take advantage of every bit advantage of Patrick Mahomes' rookie contract as they could. That paid off for them. This past year, the LA Rams went as any team in the modern NFL history has gone in. And they got him a Super Bowl title. So going in can pay dividends. It's no guarantee. Certainly could go sideways. Certainly you could end up still in the same state that we've been at the last 5 years as a one-and-done team. But at least you're doing everything in your power to get your team then to that elite status, as opposed to sitting back on some silly excuse like, well, we just got unlucky. Well, we just got snake bit by injuries. Well, we have a 2 or 3 year plan. You know? But well said, Lolo. Absolutely can create as much money as you want to create. You're not in a bad cap situation. You're not carrying a lot of dead money hit right now. The players you are paying big money to, like Wagner, Wilson, pretty much outside of Locke and Adams, you're not really on the hook for a lot of money there. Aaron says DJ for me in terms of impact, and it's not even close. Me too, Aaron. Me too. Just a more important position. Puff, do you have a favorite home game you went to? For me, it was probably be against the Texans in 17 or 18. Watson and Wilson put on a shootout. Hard to watch at times, but sure felt good to win. Puff, that's actually my next great Seahawks moment video I'm going to do for the channel is going to be the Texans Seahawks game in 17 that you went to. So that's going to be the next game that I'm already cutting up the footage, working on the script for it, and I'm hoping to have that some point this offseason out to you guys. My favorite home game to go to. There was like an 80, I think it was an 89 game. I went to the Kingdom. We came back and beat Elway. That was a real fun game to watch in the Kingdom. That one, or I was at the Fail Mary game against the Packers on Monday night. That would probably be my favorite, but both of those are kind of to a neck and neck. The Fail Mary game was ridiculous because the whole stadium didn't know what happened. Everybody's looking at everybody else like, what happened? And everybody's just standing around. It was wild. Aaron says, chat's quiet. That's the off season for you. It was growing for a while there. We're rolling here a bit. We're 4 hours in. So folks got to get to bed and all that stuff. Why do I? As good as Diggs is, there still is a glut of good safeties out there. Good cornerbacks are much rarer. Well said, man. Well said. And if you hadn't paid Jamal Adams, if you were riding with the cheap Marquise Blair, strong safety on a rookie contract, I might be open to signing Quandre Diggs. But that's not the choice this team made. They decided to pay Jamal Adams not just a market-setting deal for the strong safety and safety position, but reset the market on the safety position. It means you can't pay your other safety $10, $11, $12 million per season, which is probably what Diggs is going to command. Puff says, best time after an epic home win was the miracle comeback against the Packers. Wasn't able to go, but went to Seattle after to the E40 concert. Marshawn Lynch made an appearance. Place went nuts. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I bet that would have been an awesome one to be in the stadium in. Just to be in the bars after that game and the buzz, the energy. That just felt like we were in this magical era where just nothing could go wrong. Even when it went wrong, it was going to find a way to go right. Just a different time, but man, it was an awesome time. It was a great time. It was the best of times and the worst of times. I'll never forget it either, Puff. Lolo, I'm scared of getting either players, but would you rather have Chandler Jones or Von Miller? They're both still good and valuable, but a little risky move to pay big money too. I'm more open to it now, Lolo, that we've heard our new defensive coordinator talk about the willingness and want to go to more of 3-4 stuff, be a little bit more multidimensional in your approach. So I'm more encouraged from that standpoint of things. Both of the players are very close to each other in a lot of respects. They're not far off as far as their age goes. Both are outside 3-4 linebacker types that can rush the passer really well. Both have pretty rich injury history that you have to deal with in signing them. I think that Chandler Jones is going to get a little bit more money, maybe an extra year. I don't know why. I think I lean a little more to the Von Miller side of it because of that. I'm taking a little more bigger risk with Chandler. I'm paying him a little bit more money. I'm getting very much an equivalent risk, equivalent age, equivalent production with Von Miller, but at a little bit of a cheaper cost. Maybe Chandler is maybe a hair better than him right now, maybe. But even that, I'm not so sure of. So I would go to Von. Brian O'Connor, do you think Clowney would want to come back to the Hawks? He had a great relationship with Clint Hurtt when he was here. He was really fond of Clint, so they've got a good relationship there. I'm hoping maybe that can bring him a little bit more back into the fold. Clowney wanted to be here in Seattle. Clowney was willing to be here in Seattle. There was actually, and the players wanted him here. In talking to my few inside sources on this type of situation, when it was found out by Bobby Wagner and KJ Wright that they weren't bringing Clowney back, they went into John Schneider's office and yelled at him. So there's definitely, the players wanted him here. He wanted to be here. I know for sure. I personally talked to him and know that he liked being in Seattle. But Seattle wasn't willing to come up and pay the price. They wanted to try to kind of lowball him on it, and that's not going to work. But he'd be open to coming back here. He enjoyed his time here. He liked playing for Carroll. He liked the team. Absolutely, he'd be willing to come back. Mystic says, what changes do you think we make to the O-line this offseason? I think the two main changes that you're going to make is I think you're going to try to find your next left tackle. I don't think Dwayne Brown comes back. Outside of that, they just take their swing at, let's say, Teron Armstead in free agency and whiff, and that they're just left with Dwayne Brown as who they got to go get. I think they're going to try to go find upgrades at left tackle, center, and right tackle this offseason. I think that's the three positions that get moved around. So in that order, Mystic, is how I'd put it. Left tackle is priority 1, center priority 2, right tackle priority 3. I think they'd like to probably deal with the left guard situation and move Damian Lewis back, but they've already made their bed with Gabe Jackson. You only save $3 million by moving off from him. He played all right last year, and you have a little bit of the bigger fish to fry as far as problems on this offensive line that go beyond the guard situation right now. Dante King says, how do you feel about Jake Ferguson? He's a big tight end from Wisconsin. Dante, he is my next tight end on my list to look at. So I've gotten through what we got, Trey McBride, Jelani Woods, Jalen Weidermeyer. I've got Cade Otton I've taken a look at. I took a look at Cole Turner, but Greg Dulich, I took a look at him as well. But Jeremy Ruckert and Jake Ferguson are going to be my next two offensive linemen that I take a look at. Brian O'Connor says, everyone say he's a tweener. What does that mean? Tweener means that you're a player that don't really fit to either position points. And you can kind of do both, but you're sometimes the part of that, sometimes you can do both and be lethal. Sometimes you can do both and you don't do either very well. So I'll give you a relation to this. Let's take a guy like Michael Bennett in Seattle Seahawks history. Michael Bennett came to the Seahawks as an undrafted kid out of Texas A&M who was really quick as a defensive tackle, could really get penetration as a defensive tackle. But he's a little light, a little slight for the defensive tackle position, which eventually kind of moved him out to defensive end, where he was able to develop his pass rush game and little tricks of the trade to get better in that realm. And so he came to a point where Michael Bennett was a tweener, but he was a tweener who could do both things really well. I would probably I would say, Brian, that most of the time with tweeners, they will tend to fall in the other latter camp where they're just not able to do either very well, and where you're getting a guy who's got some exciting skill, but he hits this middle ground. So for instance, let's say you've got a guy who's a defensive end, and maybe he's a guy that's maybe he's 230 as a defensive end, and he does a little bit of linebacker stuff, and then he does a little bit of defensive end stuff, but he's not fast enough to be a linebacker, but then he's not good enough as a defensive end not big enough as a defensive end to rush the passer. That would be like a tweener. A defensive tackle who's maybe not big enough to be a defensive tackle, but not fast enough to be a defensive end. Let's see if a guy is 285, right? It's not quite big enough to be that guy. Can be operate inside, not big enough, not enough sand to the pants, but then not quick enough to get to the edge and be a defensive end. So when I'm relating, for instance, tweener, as I've seen Cameron Thomas on film, what jumps out to me with that a little bit is that, when he's pass rushing and whatnot, he can be very good in that realm, but that he also looks sometimes a little slight, a little smaller for me on the field for a defensive end. This is what has me think, okay, you move him out as an outside 3-4 linebacker standing up. The outside linebackers and the 3-4 versus being a down defensive end, usually you have a weight difference, size difference of an inch or two and maybe 15 to 20 pounds. So that tweener guy now no longer becomes a tweener. If you transition him out as an outside 3-4 linebacker, he becomes a traditional sized outside linebacker in a 3-4. And that's how sometimes players, in my opinion, can kind of land into the right positions. Scott Nina says, what's Russell Wilson's trade status? Scott, I wish I could give you a non-sitting on the fence answer, but it's uncertain right now. It's uncertain. The team and Russell are being very quiet. There's a lot of teams in the league that are already doing some open courting kind of stuff a little bit, some slight, very subtle open courting type of thing. But it's just a situation that we're all going to just be remaining on the edge of our seat and not know how it'll play out until it plays out. And unfortunately, that means about another month and a half of kind of just sitting there holding our breath, waiting to see where it goes. But everybody's been very quiet on this. It's just uncertain as it stands right now. I do think that to keep Russell Wilson here, it's going to take assurances. And those assurances are going to have to take the form of, in my opinion, beefing up the offensive line specifically. And I don't know yet that we've seen Carroll willing to do that as of yet. Aaron Zhang says left tackle options are pretty bad, man. After Armstead is Eric Fisher. Yeah, Aaron, this is what could end up leading us to Dwayne Brown, right? You don't want to land on Dwayne Brown to start things off, but you could finish up. This is the best option we've got available to us because he's pretty much the third best guy available on the board at the left tackle position right now. I will say Fisher's not horrible. And Fisher didn't play great last year. He played all right, but he was also coming off of a real major injury. Given another year fully removed of that, he's not an old player by any measure. He still's got some in the tank, I think, and I'd be okay with it. Charles Riley with a $10 donation. Thank you, Charles. Oh, man, all the donos on the channel today. Thank you so much for it. Says, Brando, I envy you being at the Fail Mary game. I watched on TV with great friends and all agree it was incredible. I thought that game was a one-off till the Patriot game in Seattle. Seriously, yeah, it was pretty insane. The one-off game to the Didn't the Patriot game take place the year before that, Charles? Oh shoot, lost my mouse. Mouse down. Mouse down. Oh. Mouse is getting mousy. All right, here we go. I thought that Patriot game at home was in 2012, and then the Fail Mary game was 2000. No, that was 2012. You're right, Randall. Nope, or you're right, Charles. My old memory's suffering here a little bit at the moment. That's right. Yeah, that might have been topped on that. It was wild watching just the whole stadium after the throw go. I know the ball didn't hit the turf. Somebody caught it, but it was a pile of bodies from our standpoint. It looked like on the camera, it's really clear because they had cameras right next to Golden there. But from the stadium steps, it was just this big pile of humanity that all went into this pile. And you thought somebody caught it, but you weren't sure. And then one side of the stadium that was closest to it had seen the play and were starting to get kind of hyped up, which was all getting us hyped. But there was about 35, 40 seconds there where nobody knew what the hell was going on. YDY, whatever they do on D, 3443, man zone, just for the love of God, disguise it. Pre-snap, please. Pretty please. I'm with you on that. Please do that. There was a stat I referenced this past year that Seattle led the NFL in what they showed you pre-snap versus what they played post-snap, meaning that what you as a quarterback read pre-snap as their coverage is what they were going to show you post-snap. And Seattle led the league at one point this year at 94%. What they showed you as far as their coverage was what it was going to be 94% of the time. Some of the league leaders in changing what they were pre-snap to post-snap were the LA Rams, who just won a Super Bowl, and of course teams like the Broncos that were adopting the scheme from a little bit in what they're doing, and the Chargers, who had Staley come over from the Rams. But it's one of the easiest places that you can disguise is changing what you do pre-snap to post-snap, because it makes you way more unpredictable. And I do hope they do that same thing. Lolo says, I saw PFF put Trayvon Diggs in the lockdown category. He led up nearly 1,000 yards. That doesn't sound like lockdown quarterback to me. He's a big play cornerback similar to Xavier Howard. That's exactly what he is, Lolo. And on top of that, too, let's not forget this as well. Trayvon does not love tackling. Tackling is not a big part of his game. Run defender, not a big part of his game. And yeah, he's going to make plays. He's going to get picks. But he's also going to give up a lot of yards because he's the biggest gambler in the NFL right now. And it's not even close. It's like him, Marcus Peters, Xavier Howard's another guy you mentioned is a good mention on that. Just they're gamblers, man. Gamblers are great, but when they're going to give you up a lot of yards in between, and Trayvon gets a lot of love, but man, he gave up a lot of yards this year. 1,000 yards for a cornerback to give up is a lot of yards. Lolo says Clowney wanted $20 million a year. We offered 18 and then 17, then 16, and he was gone. Look where he is now, not making 16 for sure. Lolo, I personally, I don't have a lot of inside contacts. I will never, anybody that's followed this channel knows I'm not a guy that has any inside information on anything. This is the one place that I have inside information on. The 18, the 17, the 16 figures that were reported, Lolo, was not the truth. Coming from literally from the man's mouth himself, from JD's mouth himself, they didn't go past $8 million. That's from Clowney's own mouth to my ears directly. So they didn't offer what was there, man. They didn't come anywhere near what the other offers were on the table. This is part of why, Lolo, we've not been good in free agency in recent years. We draw a line in the sand. We say, here's the price we'll pay. Here's as high the cost as we'll go. And we ain't going past it. And then we have other teams around us going, well, we'll go 10 million past it. We'll go 15 million past it. And we go, yeah, well, we have a price we go. And we don't go over that. Puff, do you think the NFC West will make the playoffs next postseason? Will the Seahawks be back on top, first seed in the NFC? Hard to say, Puff. I mean, they're taking the right steps for the initial steps we're watching this offseason. You're bringing a new defensive coordinator. That helps. You're adopting a new defensive scheme that's been long, discarding the long broken one. That's a good step in the right direction. Now we've got to see an offensive line rebuilt. Now we've got to see them maximize the free agent period to the utmost, putting all of their chips into the table for this upcoming season. If I see those things, then yeah, you can get back to the first seed. But absent those things, only partially doing those things, kind of hard for me to see us getting there. Lolo says, I like Fisher only if Armstead doesn't come here. He's basically Dwayne Brown right now, but 6 years younger. Kind of. And again, Lolo, if you're measuring the mark on how he played last year, for instance, I think it's a little bit of an outlier of what his career's been up until this point. Never been an amazing player, don't get me wrong in that respect. But he was coming off, I think, the Achilles tear that he suffered in the playoffs the prior year. And he was back playing in like week 2 of this last year, I think, if not week 1 for the Colts. So you maybe get on the field at that point off that kind of major injury, but are you at your best? Are you at your prime? No, probably not. But the brass tacks on this too is a little bit of, it's just a light left tackle market. Cheeseburger Man says, nice shirt. Just noticed. We'll be back soon. Sounds good, man. I love me my Sonics. I hope they are. Home Mint episode. LeBron James. Did he hit a game winner tonight? Lolo, I got a feeling the Cardinals are going to regress heavily. Kingsbury isn't a good play caller in crucial moments. Kyler isn't capable of winning in big moments, and their defense is regressing. Well, they're going to lose out on Chandler Jones. He's going to be off their defense. They're stuck with Watt in his contract going forward. They've got to figure out if they're going to pay Kyler or not. Kyler doesn't look like he's super happy if they're not going to pay him. So this could lead to a trade on their part. And if they trade Kyler where they're at, that's going to put them in rebuild mode. And maybe the Cardinals are embracing that process. I'm not sold on Kingsbury either as a coach. I thought he got that coaching position without much of a track record to earn it. Especially when you consider guys like Bieniemy who can't get a job. And this guy, Kingsbury, didn't even have a winning record in college as a head coach. So I see them as being a team that does take a step back. Another year with DeAndre Hopkins getting older. That line needs help. They've got a lot to kind of fix and rework. Say nothing of your point on that. Where can you ride with Kyler as your leader? Scott Nina says Brandon Williams, defensive tackle, free agent from Baltimore, should be a good fit in the Seattle 3-4 defense. He would fit, Scott. He would be a player you could put in here. It's been a very good player for Baltimore for some years. Not a great player, but just a good, solid player for them. But that's a guy you could bring in as, I think, a nose tackle here and certainly would fit the type. Whitey White says Fisher will be year 2 coming off the ACL. Most players are much better second year after those injuries. He might be a good deal with some upside. Agreed, man. If you go from Armstead to Fisher, I know it's not going to get a lot of people super excited, but I'll be encouraged by that signing. I'll look at the position as being okay going forward. I certainly want to get a center on top of that. I want to get my right tackle now on top of that, but I'm all right with that. Lolo says Fisher has the experience and accolades of being a good left tackle, but he's older and had a serious injury. That is very true. The injury risk is there and real on that one. Scott Nina says Ryan Jensen or Matt Paredes for Seattle center. Neither fit as much what I would like to get as far as the movement-based center guy like a Kelsey Scott, but I do like Jensen better. I think he just gets the job done no matter what, whether he's got the movement abilities or not. He's a tough guy. He's going to add a little bit of an edge to your offensive line. I think he's just a little bit of a better player than Matt Paredes is. Aaron says, Fail Mary game, I was in 8th grade. My math teacher was a Packers fan, and when student asked about it, the look on her face. That game had replacement refs, right? It did have replacement refs. Though I still do maintain myself, and this is a long look, I've gotten in a lot of debates with Packer fans on this. I don't feel like I'm showing my homer face on this. In my opinion, it was a simultaneous catch, just like with baseball. Tie goes to the runner. In football, In the case of a simultaneous catch, it goes to the Golden Tate. Did the Packer defender's hands touch the ball first? Maybe, yeah. But when they both gained control, when it became a catch, just because when you touch it first doesn't mean that you now caught the ball. It's who has basically maintained the catch, maintained possession of the ball. And by the time that Packer defensive back had quote unquote maintained possession of the ball, Golden Tate had maintained it right with them at the same time. So I still fall back saying that it was a catch, but I've gotten into my share of debates with Packer fans on it. Including I was having a dinner with a friend who had I've gotten some heated debates on that. Lolo says, Jason Kelce is my favorite for center position. Age is a concern, but he's a great scheme fit. Mitch Morse and Jensen a second. Yeah, Lolo, I love Kelce, and I agree with you. I'd have to worry about his age, but man, he'd be as pure a fit as you could find for that center position via trade or free agency that's out there. Guy moves phenomenally from the center spot, even at his age. Morris is a guy that you'd have to get as a trade, but when you look at Buffalo Bills and their cap situation, understanding they're now starting to feel the pain of Josh Allen's contract, he could be a guy you could potentially go out there and make a trade for, and a very good player at that. Aaron Zan says, favorite fast food. I don't eat fast food. Five Guys, I guess. I get fries from Five Guys every once in a while. That's about as deep as I go. I can't do those chains. Part of me feels like you got Soylent Green in fast foods. I would not be surprised. You know what I mean? I don't trust those fast food places and the food they serve. Dante King, did you hear the Hawks are one of the teams that are going to try to get Akeem Hicks? Akeem Hicks does 0 for me, Dante. Just 0 for me. I've heard his name mentioned, a variety of times. Seattle may target him. Desai's got history with him with Chicago. But from my standpoint of things, Akeem Hicks is just a guy that doesn't do anything for me whatsoever. Jamie Don says, you're really good at this. Why aren't you on the radio? Well, I'm definitely an amateur at it, Jamie, so I don't have much of a pedigree as far as going to college for it or having contacts or, a lot of the radio guys have to put the time and effort in and doing a lot of what's the word I'm looking for here? Where you got to work for free and just learn on the job and then you eventually get a position. But as I always do say on that, in this realm of things, Jamie, if I ever get an offer, somebody ever wants to come down the track and say, hey, come be our time slot from 5:30 to 8:30, I'll be saying yes. You know what I mean? So I'm definitely open to doing it on the radio and hopefully to do this full time one way or another, whether it's radio or do it on just YouTube, if we keep going like we're going. Lolo says, well, damn, if that's true, that definitely lowballing Clowney. I'd understand why he left. Yeah, Lolo, it was at the time. So what happened on this, Lolo, is he was in the chat here today. It was Heat Cranks. You'll see his username up on the chat from time to time pop in. He plays with Clowney online, video games. And he actually plays with a lot of, I don't know how he got connected in, but he's a Seahawks fan and he got connected in with a lot of different Seahawks players that he plays with. He plays with Julio Jones. He plays with Jermaine Kearse. Just a variety, who's who of guys that you would have, went with. It's funny. I was going in there playing at one point and I came in, my handle is the Hawks Nest. So one day we had T.Y. Hilton in playing the game and I came in there with the Hawks Nest and he's like, oh, hell no. Hawks Nest. Oh, hell no. I was like, deal with it, T.Y. I said, deal with it. Yes, with the Clowney thing at that time, Lolo, I was literally playing games with Clowney. I still got him on my friends list. I still play. I just never get time to play video games anymore. But I was asking him about it. I wanted him to come back, and so I was talking about what's really happening here. And I said, they're saying that they're offering you 16. Is that true? And no. And he said half that. Oh, Jamie, Jamie says, that's a great question. Being able to talk for hours and keep it interesting isn't easy. Skill deserves recognition. Oh, thank you, Lolo. You guys are very kind. I appreciate it. Chuck Seeger says, Adams, 10.5 sacks next season. It's only going to be about 6.5, Chuck. But the good news is that it's going to be efficient 6.5. But when they got him up to that 9.5 realm a couple of years ago, he was blitzing at, I think, a 13% rate, coming off the Jets where he was blitzing at about a 6% rate. And so he did set the high water mark for 9.5 sacks for a defensive back, an NFL record. The cost to do that, though, took a lot of rushes to get there. I don't think they're going to go to that 13% route. They'll stay more into probably that 7-8% range, 6% range, somewhere in there. But 6.5, yeah, he can get there. Go Hawks 05 says, why not sign 2 former number 1 picks? Hey, why not, man? Why not? They make the team better. I'm with it. Aaron says, I used to like Chipotle, but they kind of, you out of the fillings. I got to give Chipotle another try. Some of that fast food, I've seen too many documentaries. Just like, ugh. I'm also super picky though, too. I'm so bad about that. Scott Dina says, great show, 12th man. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate you watching, man. The Cheeseburger Man says, I'm with you. Hot take, but hey, man, if you can tell and it's a simultaneous possession, it always goes to the offense. If you can't tell. That's it to me, Cheeseburger. And I mean, obviously I'm a Seahawks fan, so you can go the home run, but I've watched that play 50 times. And at no point in time did it seem as clear as the Packer fans were trying to say, oh, well, it's obviously a catch. And no, he jumps up in the air and he's up flying in the air. So he doesn't have his feet down, right? Which we already know to make a catch, you don't make a catch floating in the air, right? The only way you make a catch is once those feet come back down onto the ground. So if he's floating in the air and he's just touched the ball and then Golden Tate's touched the ball before those feet have come back down to make the possession, to make the catch, it's still kind of any man's game at that point. It's up to him in that air to grab that ball and twist it away from Golden before he gets down to that ground. Didn't do it. To me, simultaneous possession, Seahawks win, and the Packers can suck it. YDY says mathematicity. It makes sense to dip into the future cap as long as the cap keeps going up. And the cap's going to go up. I've seen the metric. We got 208.8 this year, which is an increase off 182 last year. That's a significant $30 million increase. Next year, I think you're going to be up another 15 million. Then you'll probably be up another 15 million. Yeah, it is going to keep going up. You got the gambling money kicking in now, which is saying something that's going to bump that, and that's how the cap is dictated by the revenue that they bring in, and that's going to up the revenue. So why not? Why not just go dip into that future for the now, for the this year? You've got a team that can compete right now. It's going to rely on you spending the money, but you got the team to do it. Don't worry about the 2 or 3 year plan. Go for the now. Pop says, who is our biggest threat in the NFC this upcoming season beside our own division? Well, Aaron Rodgers' situation, much like Russell Wilson's, very much a question mark right now. If Aaron Rodgers remains with Green Bay, even if Green Bay is going to have to feel a little bit of pain to make that happen, they're going to lose the Smith brothers, Tanyan, a couple receivers. I still think that they would be the number 1 team to be the biggest competitor for you in the NFC. To me, the Cowboys aren't it with where they're at. I don't trust anybody in the NFC East at all. The NFC North or the NFC South, Saints just lost their coach along with their Hall of Fame quarterback. They're fixing things. Carolina doesn't have a quarterback and doesn't have a lot offensively. Tampa Bay doesn't have a quarterback. If they got Watson, they would obviously, if they get a legitimate quarterback in there, Tampa Bay is still then very scary at that point. But outside of that, to me, it's Green Bay. And after Green Bay, there's not a lot there. This is where it gets exciting. This is another one of the reasons why you go for it this offseason. Because you look at the nature of what the NFC is looking like going forward, and this is the weakest the NFC has maybe been in 6, 7, 8 years. There's just not, your division is almost better throughout almost the whole division than what you have through the rest of the landscape of the entire NFC. If there's many more needing an indicator of why you should go for it, this should be the year, because in going for it, you're going to be able to attack on the weaker rebuilding type squads that are going on out there. Strike while the iron's hot, Impact Fitness NJ says, wasn't it Paul Richardson that caught the Fail Mary? Nope, it was Golden Tate. Paul wasn't here until 2016, 2017. It was golden on that one. A very Golden Tate-like play, by the way. If there was any player that's been a Seahawks receiver here in the last 10 years, you'd think they would make that kind of catch on that type of play. For some reason, it would be Mr. Golden Tate himself, Mr. Donut Stealer himself. June 36 just got here. What I miss? we're just getting hyped June 36 about some of the things that the new defensive coordinator has to say, man. Just he's saying all the right things. We're going to be more aggressive. We're going to blitz more. We're going to use Jamal Adams correctly. We're not going to have our linemen going backwards, but instead going forwards. We're not going to have our linemen covering people in space. Very good to see. So we're very encouraged by what we're seeing so far on that June 32nd. YDY says, let's say the cap is 200 and future cap is 225, and you dip into 25 of future cap. That adds 25% to now cap while only taking away 20% from future cap. This has been the new model. Yeah, this is what teams have been going with. And this is why teams who a lot of people thought for years the cap is not a real thing, you don't have to really deal with it, where now you're watching the Saints over the last 2 years have to really deal with it because the cap went down. It depressed for the first time last year, and the Saints didn't have that built in their model. I would say that we're probably not going to run into another vid situation again where you're seeing that type of reduction in revenue to cause the cap to go down in that way. And so it's a better, I'd more operate from the standpoint it is going to go up into perpetuity. And if it's going up into perpetuity, dip from the future to use, like you said, it's more valuable in the now than it is to the future. That's where it lands with me, why. It's more valuable in the going forward now. If I've got to go get one more impact player now and take an $8 million cap hit for next year's cap to make that do that, I'm making that choice this year. I'm going for it. Herbicide says, no zips for you, crazy talk. I go every time I'm in Spokane. I'm not a zips guy. No. Cheap bun. They use the bad steak fries that they don't cook through all the way. You know, if you're a burger joint and you don't get your fries right, I don't care what you're doing with that burger. I don't care what you're doing with that burger. You lost me. You lost me with your soggy ass undercooked fries. But I'll tell you what, I go into Five Guys, I tell them, you get that cooked up right for me. You get that nice and crispy, and they do every time. Girl gives me a little wink every time she hands me the bag too, which I don't mind that as well. That's kind of nice as well, right? Get the bag and a little wink. So that makes the fries just a little bit better. I don't know why. Yeah, you're right. There is no money in radio. That's true. I've heard that. Aaron says, haha, what's your favorite food then? Oh, Aaron, you're not going to like it. Aaron, again, and I'm not overstating this. I am literally the most pickiest person eater-wise that you've ever met in your life. I eat like probably 8 foods. Like I only eat like 1 fruit. I probably only have like vegetables just by happenstance or accident. The diet is not good. Your boy's diet is not good right now. I do some stuff all right. I'll do a salad and some eggs and stuff, but it's really, popcorn's probably my favorite food. I probably, for whatever reason, popcorn's just always, I think it's going to the movies when I was younger. My dad used to always go to movies, and we'd always get the big popcorn with the butter that made you sick after you ate it. You know, the kind that like got you on a toilet 2 hours after the movie. But it was so good going down. Like it was so tasty going down. I don't know, something about that clicked with me, I think. Because I'll probably be eating popcorn after the show tonight. So I'm worried about it that way. Goaxo Vibe, bro, I don't think I couldn't fangirl if I was playing with Julio. They're going to maybe do something. Him and Mike are going to do something. So I might eventually get on with those guys at some point online when they're playing. They're the thing with Heat Cranks and them is they're over on the East Coast, so they all play in the afternoon and evening when it's earlier here. So it's just like sometimes the time doesn't fit up with it. But yeah, I would too. I think they're going to try to start some kind of gaming thing with those guys too. They're going to put like a gaming team together or something of former athletes as like Twitch channels or something, I think. Goaxo High says, I tried Chipotle one time when I was 7. Never again. Never again. Lolo says, Adams won't ever reach the dominant 9.5 sacks in 12 games again. He'll definitely be effective at blitzing, but he'll be in coverage like a safety is supposed to be. Hopefully he's not our deep safety. No, hopefully not. And I agree with everything you just said there. Yeah. Just he'll never hit that mark again. That was a little bit of a necessity, a little bit of the fact that you didn't have the pass rushers to get it done up front as to how he got that sack number that he did, but they'll never be rushing him again at that same rate. Scott Nina says, who is your worst Seahawks first-round pick ever? Well, I'll tell you what. Let me answer this question 2 different ways, Scott. Because the first way is the easy way, which is sort of the lazy answer, which is going to be Chris McIntosh. And Chris McIntosh was taken in the same draft as Sean Alexander, a first rounder at the end of that first round. And Chris McIntosh didn't play a single game for you because I believe he had a neck injury. So that would be, obviously that would be your worst pick ever. Beyond that, you probably could look at a Brian Bosworth if you want to look at maybe a higher value guy. You did get him in the supplemental draft, but I believe you gave up a future first-round pick to get it, which would have been a higher first-round pick than, for instance, what you gave with McIntosh, who's like the 26th pick in the first round, I believe. So that would be, Boz would obviously be the worst bet. That cost you, I think, like a top 10 first-round pick to get Boz, and he really broke down fast. Like the roids wore off on Boz almost instantaneously. I don't know if he just got tired of the needle or what, but that body went to hell in a handbag quick. So that'd be my two, Scott. Those would be my two first picks. Lolo says the burrito bowls at Chipotle are all I go for. I hate how the tortillas leak and become soggy. Ugh. Yeah, I don't like. That's a big part of my stuff with eating too. Is that my pickiness is the consistency is a big part of it. Cheeseburger Man says if you're that worried about fast food, you should know things like FDA, an average of 1 or more rodent hairs and 30 insect fragments allowed for every 100 grams of peanut butter in Jiffy. Well, I don't eat peanut butter. So yeah, I'm not surprised, Cheeseburger Man. The thing with the fast food markets is it's not just about what gets in there. It's like, look, insect fragments probably just give me a little bit more protein, right? But like with McDonald's, like, some of the meat you get's like kneecaps and elbows and ligament tips. Like, I don't know on that stuff. That just goes to another realm for me. Lolo, Packers were reported to going all in for Rodgers. Packers were reported to be going all in for Rodgers. Rams will still beat us again. 49ers usually play well. Cowboys, no one else realistically better than us. No, that's it. That's the list. We'll see if the Packers can pull it off there with Aaron. That's going to be a tough one on their part because they got Devontae Adams connected to that, and they got to put Adams on a new contract extension too while they don't have any money to spend. Brian O'Connor says, do you think we will pick at 41 or will John trade back? My instinct on this, Brian, would be that John's probably going to try to trade back because this is that tier 2. The tier 2 is the strength of this draft. And so if you want to get into tier 2, you want to pick as many times in tier 2 as absolutely possible. And if you trade back in the second round, you probably pick up an extra third round pick. If you can pick up an extra third round pick, you're now getting a third pick in that tier 2 range. So I think John's going to be aware of where the talent in the draft lies. He already has a predilection towards liking to trade back in drafts as it is. Those two things to me go hand in hand, and he has moved back at that point. Megan's back in the house. What's up, Megan? Brian O'Connor says, I want a safety at 41. I'd be okay with it, Brian. Or corner. I'd be a corner of that. You're right, though. Pete and John don't tend to pick a corner that high. You got to go into the late third to early fourth round for them to take a corner there. And they've had success doing it that way to their credit on that. Nick Reeder, center early. I'm with it, Nick. I'm with it. Take the best. If you land early in the second round and you just took the best offensive lineman on the board in the second round, I would be perfectly happy with that. Just get the best player on the round right there. Megan says, whoa, B, a little wink. I'm upset now, dude. Hey, let me get a little flirtatious with me sometimes, Megan. Sometimes it happens like that. You just, I just a little smile back, It's all very innocent. Besides that, I'm much too old for them. Much too old for them five guys, girls. Megan says, I'm more picky than you be due to severe allergies. I don't know, Megan. I'll take the Pepsi challenge on that one. I've had many people have come up to me and said, oh, I'm as picky as you. I have a brother who's as picky as you. I do it. And then we start breaking down what I eat. And they go, dear God. Lolo, either draft a tackle, center, defensive end. Cornerback's not our option. I'd probably lean to that more than going to corner. Dante, if we got a corner in the draft, I would love to get Cam Taylor, Britt, or Trent McDuffie, or JoJo Doman, or Alante Taylor. I've watched a couple of those guys, Dante. Haven't watched Cam Taylor, the Britt guy. McDuffie's great. He'd be awesome. Alante Taylor's great. JoJo's kind of more of a slot slash Sam linebacker. JoJo's a fun player. He's awesome. But boy, is he a weird player. 6 feet tall, playing Sam, but also a good slot corner. He's just kind of a fun player. He's a little bit of an oddity type player to him, in that he doesn't have that kind of positionless. Scott Dina says we need another Chad Brown and Ricky Waters for our Hawks. Yeah, we do. Those would be two very welcome additions. Chad could do it all. He could cover. He could rush the passer. He could be an edge guy. He could be a blitzer. Nick Reeder says, I'd take Zion Johnson. I would too. I think he's the best left guard in this draft. Very good left guard. Puff says, any early predictions on a team that is going to surprise us next year? Kind of like the Bengals or Cardinals in the beginning, that is. Good question. That's actually a really good question. Surprising teams. Do I have any surprising teams? Goodness. I think the Panthers could surprise some people if they get their quarterback position right. If they went out and got Deshaun Watson, maybe they wouldn't be as surprising at that point, but that would help their team out significantly for what they need. So I think that they certainly could be that team to jump up there into that realm of things. I think the Steelers are in a similar boat where if they get their quarterback position kind of fixed up, they could also be kind of a dangerous team as they've started to rebuild that offensive line, and they really had to fully rebuild it this year and still were a pretty good team despite that. Those would be a couple of teams out the gate. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else. See, I don't know, Raiders, no. I don't know if you consider the Chargers that. They're kind of an ascending team, so they're not really going to catch somebody by surprise. A lot of teams where if they get their quarterback right, they could definitely be dangerous. Eagles, Washington, Steelers, Carolina. If any of those four teams get a legit quarterback in there, then that's definitely going to be a team to surprise. But I don't have anything really beyond that. I think a lot of the teams that are bad like Chicago Bears are going to remain bad. Detroit Lions are going to remain bad. The Saints are going to be in a rebuild mode. The Giants aren't close to being good. The Raiders, I'm not buying it, even though they got to playoffs this year. I think they actually regress. I think the Chargers take their place in the playoffs next year. I don't see Jaguars jumping up. So there's not a lot of teams ready to take that leap, I think, a little bit like there was kind of this year a little bit. Niners are there, yeah. Maybe the Pats. Pats is a good one. Sam brings up a good one. Pats makes sense. Why do I? Says Aaron Curry is way more of a bust than Boz. I forgot about Aaron Curry. Why do I? Very good point. Aaron Curry would be that would be the answer. I'm off on that one. So Aaron Curry would be the top 5 pick. I think you took him 4th in the first round, and he was a complete bust. Complete bust. Though I think you probably look at Boz and Curry, and their careers are probably pretty similar. But Curry's a higher pick first round than what you gave for Boz. So that does make it worse. Go Survive. Did Boz get sunned by Bo Jackson? Yep, got ran over by Jackson. Ran over. Puff says, besides the obvious rule change that needs to go away, taunting, what other rules are you hoping to change or add? I do agree with Bill Belichick on this. I think all flags should be able to be challengeable. At least give a coach one challenge a game on a flag, be it a non-call or a call. So I would probably go to that. A lot of it, too, would be just trying to find ways where I could move across the board subjectivity from the officials, trying to get less of there being a variance in what you see from one to the next. That's easier said than done, I know, but challenging the calls would be probably the number one. Just let me challenge at least one call a game, or let me just have the same number of challenges and I can challenge 2 a game, but I only get my 2 challenges unless I get 2 right and then I get a third one. I don't think it would change the game that much, and it would take out some of these really bad calls. Megan says, I had McDonald's yesterday for the first time in years, still not feeling the best after it. Yeah, every once in a while I'll do a McDonald's and I pay for it in the gut pain. The gut rot is real. Real. Great Cheeseburger Man, laughing out loud. Dan McGuire is definitely one of the worst Seahawks picks ever, and for sure the worst first. Definitely not the worst. I think Aaron Curry's still the worst on that Great Cheeseburger Man, because Curry, you took top 5. McGuire, I think, with like 13. Not far off. Boy, we've had some busts here in Seattle, I guess, haven't we? But again, I mean, Chris McIntosh basically beats all them. He didn't even get on the football field. He didn't play a single snap, and that's a first-round pick right there. But I don't know if there's any wrong answers here. Scott says, if I remember correctly, the Hawks drafted first overall pick in the 6 to 9 quarterbacks from San Diego. Is it McGuire? Let's double check this one here. Let's see how my old brain did on this one. Let's see where. Nope, I was right. I was closer to being right on that. So he was taken in the 91 draft with the 16th pick in the first round. So literally halfway through the first round, McGuire got picked versus Curry, who was picked 4th overall in his draft. Curry is the worst one on that one. Aaron says, Brandon has a thing for fast food. I'm always asking that stuff with him. Nowhere. I wish I could, man. It's an easier way to go. It's so much cheaper to eat that way. But boy, I just... Great Cheeseburger Man. Well, Jiffy was just an example. Point being, you can't really avoid most of the stuff. Haha. I get what you're saying, though, for sure. Yeah, look, food, a lot of the food's basically just poison right now. I mean, the stuff they put into it. I mean, say nothing of the chemicals. Look at how, they no longer use sugar anymore, right? We went from sugar to high fructose corn syrup to now we're all eating this soy-based stuff, which is all turning us men into half women. So, they're loading it to the nines, man. None of it's really as good as it once was. That's for sure. I mean, say another for even GMO food was it's 6 times the size of fruit back in the 50s with a fifth of the nutritional content and vitamins. Lolo, I'm 17, only been watching football for 4 years, and I still know who Boz is. The man literally had documentaries about him being a bust. Very much true. He also was such a colorful profile at a time where football players were still very much buttoned down. We're going to wear the tie into the locker room. It's he was the guy with the weird hairstyle, colored hair, and the attitude and all that. It definitely elevated his star. Cheeseburger Man says, isn't Wingstop selling chickens on steroids? Megan says, trust me, you'll see if you have a meal with me while I'm here. Oh, well, it'll be you who gets to see when I have the meal, Megan, because you'll be looking at me eating a roll and cheese, and you'll be like, that's it? That can't be it. And I'll look up at you and I'll be like, that's it. The Count of Toulouse. The Seahawks are going to suck next year, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. I can stop it, Count. I can fight this fight. I can reverse this course. I can change time. I can bend bullets. So you better believe I'm going to get the Seahawks team back to front. If I've got to be the one-man band show to make it happen, I will make it happen. Believe on it. Or count on it. Count to lose. Count on it. See what Why do I? We have an easy schedule next year. Outside of the division, Kansas City is the only tough team, and we get Denver and both New York teams. Ooh. I had his liver with a bit of Chianti. You're right. Schedule does look much easier than it looked this year. No doubt about it. It looked way easier than this year. So I'm encouraged with that. I'm encouraged. I am a flirt. I've always been a flirt, man. These ladies are beautiful and they need to be flirted with. That's just the reality of life. I didn't make the rules. I didn't make the waves. I just ride them. Lolo, I'm evil. I enjoy dark chocolate, blue cheese, mustard, not all at once, but I enjoy them. I can do blue cheese a little bit on select things, very select things. I can't do mustard, and dark chocolate doesn't do a lot for me. Am I missing some chats here? Charles Riley with a $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. Says, Brando, I totally forgot about McIntosh. He was a mistake. Ask Chad Brown about McIntosh if you think he's cool with the question. Was he? Yeah, he was here when McIntosh got drafted. Yeah, I'll ask him. I'll see what he remembers about Mac. I remember it must have been a bad neck injury, you know. But boy, that was a tough one. Boy, because if you got McIntosh in, I think he was going to be your right tackle. Imagine that offensive line. First round right tackle. Walter Jones is your left tackle. Hutchinson is your left guard. I mean, the talent you've now stacked up with where you have the center and then Chris Gray at the right guard, Toback and Gray. That would have been even a better line in 05 than it was as it was, which is a pretty amazing thing to say. Nick Reeder says, I wish we could get Devin Lloyd. Sadly, he'll be long gone. I haven't looked much into Devin Lloyd yet. I got to look him up, Nick. Aaron Zhang, Brandon, you should make a Discord server. Aaron, I do. I got one up. You know what it is, Aaron? They had me change my mods on my Discord server said I've got to keep changing the link every day or we get a bunch of trolls in there. So I've been doing not a great job of I'm trying to create an invite. Here we go. I'll put it up in the chat here for you though. If you're interested, if I can bring it up. Here we go. Got it. Here we go. Got it. Here we go. Got it. Here's the Discord server. Here's the Discord. But I change it up because that's what they said you got to do. I don't do much in there though. I'll warn you. I'm bad about getting the Discord. Charles, only a $5 donation. Oh, yeah, you got that. I did that fine. Sorry. Thank you, Charles, again, for all your donos, man. Appreciate you. Curry was bad. Lolo says Jacksonville, I think, can make some booms. Peterson's a good coach, but stubborn. Trevor is talented. I just know it. They might be able to capitalize on beating teams like the Bills and the Colts. They might, man. That roster's got a long way to go to my eyes, and especially changing coaching staffs again now a second straight year. That type of turnover is hard to get some traction that first year from. But Trevor, I love Trevor Lawrence coming out. Still love Trevor Lawrence as a quarterback. So, Cheeseburger Man says, yeah, Dan McGuire was the worst Seahawks first rounder. I don't know, man. Curry's might have been, it's neck and neck. Megan says, I would love to see what we have in cricket. 3 calls that can be challenged by players. If the challenge is proven right on replay, you keep it. If the revs are right, you lose the challenge. That's how I like it too, Megan. Like to me, it's more important getting it right than oh, well, the game went an extra 15 minutes because of a couple of challenges. So what? Get the call right. It does more damage to the sport to get the call wrong, in my opinion. Dante King says if the Seahawks tried to get Hassan Reddick, how many years would you give him on the contract? Probably a 3-year deal, you know. He's going to probably command like $10 million a year, so it's probably like a 3-year, $30 million, somewhere that give or take a couple million on one side or the other with that. Something like that. Probably a 3-year, like $33 million deal would be about what it is for Hassan. I'd probably be willing to do that. Chris Maggie, like Seattle pick quarterback. Count to lose. Hawks are sliding into post GSOT mode when they had one good player, Steven Jackson, and that was it. The Hawks are declining. We'll see. We'll see how it plays out next year. I don't know how we're going to lose to Detroit next year, Count Toulouse. We beat the doors off them this year. So how do we lose to them next year? Megan, I used to love KFC until I had food poisoning twice and feathers on 6 pieces out of 10. There's another fast food I don't try. They do something dirty in their process in the background of that. I've always long suspected that with KFC. Tastes good, but that's one of those ones where you're like, what am I eating? Megan says, don't ruin Hannibal for me. Lolo says, I swear if the Colts get McCoy just to beat us again, I'm going to jump out a window. Wouldn't that be funny? They got their normal starting quarterback, Jones, and they're like, we're sitting Jones this week to play McCoy. He's the Seahawks killer. That's how he's known throughout the league. Like one of those great old hunters that they call in from some other country to come hunt some special beast, something like that Val Kilmer Douglas movie, The Ghost in the Darkness. Toulouse is a funny dude. DJ says, I can honestly see us going 8-0 at home. I'd love it if they did. We got to get back to recapturing that dominance at home again. That's been slowly bleeding out the back door here for the last couple of years. Charles says, I flirt as well, but I don't look like Brando. Why do I? I've yet to hear a good reason why they won't let flags be reviewed in a challenge. It makes no sense to me. Why only review part of a play? Like refs only make mistakes on what's a catch? I'm with you on it. It doesn't hold up for me either. Why do I? It's not a good excuse. If it's the wrong call, it's the wrong call. Let's get it right. And again, you saw this a couple of years ago when they let the pass interference calls be challenged for a 1 year off situation, and the officials all went up into their feelings and they wouldn't overturn calls even when they should, because they didn't want to get the poor referees to get butthurt about having their calls overturned. Well, too bad. Then get it right. I don't get it either. I don't. Piff says, I saw an article about us signing a running back from KC. Is this true? Thompson, I believe his name was. Does this change the way the Seahawks draft running backs or go for free agents? When you sign a futures contract, Puff, no. These are flyer guys. These are fringe roster guys. He'll be given a shot. I don't think, though, that I would count on him very much. You need to get a couple of running backs this offseason, and that's not going to be impacted by Thompson. Count of Toulouse says it's going to be funny watching Donald teabagging your offense again next year. It's going to be funny watching him finally break down and reach the end of the road. It's going to be fun watching Toulouse, all that go for it now approach. You feel the pain of it now. It starts to really set in now, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. You just got to sit and take it. So enjoy your 1 year wonder, your 1 year off, for it will only be 1 year. I'm not on the Discord, Megan, so it's all good. I'm barely over there. We'd have some of the group, though, of Hawk Nesters who go over there. Consumer 114, hey, Brando, good to see you. Any news on DK's contract extension? Hope both parties find the right number. No word yet. All silent on that front, Consumer. All silent on that front. They do have to wait to sign him to the new contract till they get to the new contract season, right? Till mid-March, the new contract year turns over. So you won't have anything officially announced by that point, but nothing yet. Herbicide says, funny story. The only time I really paid attention to college football, I was living in Austin. The quarterback at the time, Colt McCoy. I should remember one of the images that stands out to me in college football history is Ndamukong Suh in that game they played in the bowl game against the Texans, against Texas and Colt. He just took Colt by like one hand and like threw him to the ground with like ease, like he was a little baby. I just remember just how freakish Ndamukong's strength was then. Just like, Jesus. God. Puff, do you think Wilson will opt out on the deep passes this year as the go-to and start accepting into the new offense and only go for the deep ball when it's open? I can't make that prediction until I can see it, Puff. I think Russ is always going to slide to one to make the deep ball down the field. He's just got to embrace more the new offense than he has, at least through a lot of last year. Started towards the end of the year. Does take 2 years for a quarterback to kind of adopt into a new scheme. So it's not unexpected that there were some bumps in the road, but nonetheless, it should get a little bit better on that, but not go away completely or to a large degree. Cheeseburger Man says, I don't totally understand the hype on Trevor Lawrence. He certainly has potential, but he desperately needs a good NFL coach to stop him from continuing to play as if he's still in college. I think a lot of the quarterback success where I stand on this, Great Cheeseburger, where especially when we look at young quarterbacks in their first year and we go, God, that guy sucked like Justin Fields or didn't play very well. We've got to, I think, first understand that the situation they go to is very important here. And if you go to a team that doesn't have a very good offensive line, doesn't have great skill positions, that has a defense that's bad, you're not exactly going to be allowed to shine that brightly. You're going to have to do quite a bit to shine brightly. Trevor didn't go to a good situation. One of the worst situations that he could go to coming out of college. Does he have bad habits to break? Does he have a lot to still fix in his game and clean up? He does. But the talent I saw on tape coming out of Clemson was as a guy who could be a top-level quarterback in this league. It's why I always grade Cheeseburger, man. I harp on this time and time again. If you're going to go get your quarterback of the future, get the offensive line in place first, or as much of the offensive line in place in first as much as you can. Otherwise, you're setting that quarterback up behind the 8-ball. You're going to have him start to learn bad habits. You're going to start to get him seeing ghosts, taking too many hits. And this is what I think you saw from the Jaguars this year. This is what you've seen with Burrow in Cincinnati. And while Burrow's been able to overcome it so far, they're playing with fire. So I think Lawrence will get a lot better when you get him an actual offensive line in front of him who can pass protect for him, give him the time to throw, not have him under duress as much. Scott Nina says, I'm a Seahawks fan from far away, a small island in the Pacific, but I think Rick Meyer, second overall pick in 93, or Steve August in 1977, the 14th overall pick. Well, I think Meyer at least gave you a Rookie of the Year type play in that first year, Scott. You know, I mean, at least he gave you that 1 year of really good play where he was showing some potential. He fell off a cliff after that. I'll give you that. August, I don't know too much about on that. That goes far back for me on that one. But Meyer certainly didn't end out good, though at least you ended up be able to recap a first-round pick from Chicago to eventually move him. Herbicide, hey, count. Lolo, there's a way he'd only accept only short passes. Russ maybe there's no way he'd accept only short passes, being Russ. Russ may have an ego, but he understands that he's still one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, the best in terms of deep ball, definitely. Agreed. Charles Riley with another $5 donation. Thank you, Charles. I appreciate you. Says, how could Curry be the physical specimen he was and not be at least league average? It doesn't compute. I believe it was mental more than anything. He couldn't read plays pre-snap for his life, Charles. Misdirection was the worst thing for him. He wanted things to be simple and easy and just go attack. And he couldn't do it. He was freakishly built and put together, speed, explosion, all that. There was times in his pass rush where you watched him rush the passer off the edge or as a defensive tackle even, and he did it well. But he didn't have any pass rush moves in his game. He was just getting by on being athletic and fast. But, man, when you blind him up as a will linebacker, an outside linebacker, and he had to sit there and sort of read the play, he just couldn't read a play for his life and never really developed, which makes it all that much odder to me, Charles, that he's become a coach. He was not the guy that would have struck me as a guy that guy will eventually be a coach. You know, the guy that can't read a play for his life. But he is, and he's supposedly a very good one. Great Cheeseburger Man. Hey, Brandon, how do you feel about Jay Inslee? Well, I tried Cheeseburger Man. I try as much as I can on the channel to stay away from the politics stuff. There are Seahawks fans that are Democrats. There are Seahawks fans that are Republicans. There are Seahawks fans that are independents. And there are Seahawks fans that don't participate in politics at all. So I try to just stay up out of that. I will say that I'm ready for us to somewhat go back to normal life here soon at some point. I'd like that. Goak says, can only trust Chick-fil-A. I would trust Chick-fil-A. They got some good stuff there. Why do I remember 3 to 4 year deals or only 2 year deals? The guaranteed money for non-quarterbacks is rarely more than 2 years of the average annual value. Yeah. I mean, the 3 and 4 year deals, though, if you're going to the 4 years, you're at least getting the bonus money lowered down a little bit more and going to 4 years over 2 years. Jersey Mike's is good, simple, but expensive. We got Jersey Mike's here. Dante King, have you seen Boy Mafi from Minnesota? The Seahawks should draft him in the 41st pick. I have seen Dante, and I like Boy's game. He's getting hyped from guys like even Rob Stanton over the Seahawks draft blog is really pumping him up as a first-round guy. I don't see first-round talent on tape. He absolutely wants really, in my opinion, pretty much no part of the run game. He'll flash every once in a while in the run game, but more often than not, he gets pushed backwards. So he's really more of, to me, the one-trick pony pass rusher. He's got twitchy elements. He's explosive. He's very good about being able to disengage off of initial contact. I do think his hips are a little bit tight. I do see him around in the second round range of things where he's at, in my opinion. I can't see him in the first, but I also don't see him as a high second round pick. I see more of a mid to late second round where I would put him. So I wouldn't want to make him our first pick in the second round. I'd want to trade back and then maybe try to grab him. But again, a lot of people are very high on him, Dante. So there's folks that really love his game. Sean B says, wow, I respect how long you stream. Oh, man, I love streaming, man. It's what I love to do. So I'll do it long because if you love to do it, it ain't no big deal. But I appreciate you watching, Sean. Megan says, can the coaches and general managers start talking to players about possible trades now, or do they have to wait until free agency and draft time? Megan, the coaches and general managers have to wait on, can talk about trades right now. With free agents, you are supposed to have to wait on free agents until a certain period, and then you can talk to them. Right now, it's supposed to be the teams that are able to re-sign their own free agents. That's supposed to be going on right now. And you're not supposed to be, you're supposed to be giving them their space. Teams break that rule, though, Megan. Teams are obviously already talking to these players. So it's one of those like rules that's not really, I don't think it's really being policed, but it is in place. Cheeseburger Man says, laugh mask for real. Good getting job, one ring out of, talking about this, sorry. You're talking to Toulouse. Charles Raleigh, Crazy Cheeseburger Man says, right, exactly. That's why I'm really worried for his career. They need to do everything they can for him. Agreed, man. It drives me crazy. It's one of my pet peeves in football, watching franchises go get their quarterback with their number 1 overall pick and not having an offensive line in place to protect him. Not only because you get the guy beat all to hell, but because we also have had so many examples of teams who've actually provided that for rookie quarterbacks taken high in the first round or even into the third round, and those quarterbacks having instantaneous success. Dak Prescott, Carson Wentz, Jared Goff, even Lamar Jackson. These guys, the part and parcel of the reason that they've had the success they've had is that these organizations and franchises understood what to do first. Don't get the cart before the horse. Get your offensive line, then get your quarterback. Lolo says Tua, Lawrence, Fields all are in bad situations. Burrow is different. His team invested after the second season. Burrow still was hit 70 times, counting the playoffs. And Burrow is absolutely unique in this respect, Lolo. He's able to get hit and beat all to hell and still play at a high level. That's part of, to me, what makes Burrow a special player and on the rise. Tua, Lawrence, and Fields have different attributes to their game that Burrow doesn't have. I think, I don't know if I'd say that about Tua, but Lawrence and Fields, I would say that. I think they've got more arm strength, for instance, than Burrow has. Probably capable of making just certain types of throws that I don't know if Burrow can necessarily make without making those throws with always the anticipation. Those guys can just hose it on in there. But look, it matters where you go. I still think the Bengals have played with fire on this. Easily could have gotten Burrow torn again this year for a second straight season. Already got his ACL torn once. It's an easy lesson to learn. Charles says Brett Meyer also got some trade value. Great point, Brando. Yeah. I mean, you got to factor that a little bit to the bust status. If you're able to recoup a first round pick from that, I think that first round pick became, it might have been Sean Springs that we got that first round pick from Meyer. It's not too bad. Lolo, I called it on Burrow transitioning to the NFL pretty easily. He just needs a damn O-line. I don't want him to be another Andrew Luck. I don't either. That'd be awful to see. The Bengals, you got lucky. He got through it this year. He showed you what quarterback you are. If you don't, to me, it's almost like the Bengals should come in this draft, just your first 3 picks are on offensive linemen. End of story. First 3 picks, offensive linemen, make the big signing this offseason, offensive linemen, attack it in that manner. I don't think they will, but they should. Cheeseburger Man, haha, right on, Brandon. Herbicide, the coolest thing the Bengals did for Joey B was draft his buddy from college, Jamar. Very much. That ended up being a smart move on their part. And boy, Jamar Chase making me look good on that one. I said he was my favorite player in last year's draft, and boy, is he good. Boy, is he good. Jose Lopez says Trevor's going to be the best F100. He's a beast. Oh, you meant to say beast. I agree with you, man, Jose. I still leaned on my pre-evaluation on him. I thought he was the best quarterback coming out of last year's draft. I had Trey Lance as number 2. I'm still sitting back, leaning into all of my evaluations on that draft. I have not changed a beat on any of those yet. Charles says, if Antonio Brown goes to Baltimore with his cousin Hollywood, I think that'll cause problems. I don't know if Antonio Brown's going to get another job in the NFL. I think he's pining. I think he's trying. I don't think he's going to get another job in the NFL. Or it'll be with some real bad organization, bad team that's just like, whatever, we're Detroit. We don't care. You know? Herbicide says, watching Burrow introduce himself to Rams defense was cool to watch. Like that dude. I did too. I like his vibe. I like the way he carries himself. That's the reason they call him Joe Cool. Cheeseburger Man, somebody get that man GD indoor facility. Yes, please do. AB shouldn't be on a team regardless. No, he shouldn't. Charles, you think he'll get a job? Yeah, maybe he will. Should he, though? Should he? And I was a guy kind of backing up Antonio last year, but boy, that was the bad look to end things out this last year. All right, well, we have gotten 5 hours here on the stream. Let's go ahead and get the last of our comments and questions in here. We'll kind of finish this up. Dante King says, you should look up Alex Lindstrom from Boston College. He is athletic and he can be really good. I like him for the Seahawks. They should get him in the third, and it's possible he will be there. It is possible he does last into the third, Dante. You are right on that. And I have looked at Alex's tape. I really enjoyed it. Very good at the second level, very good in combo blocking, agile, mobile, those type of things we're going to want in our offensive lineman here going forward. I'm a little worried about him when you get him lined up with a one tech over his head. When he gets that nose tackle up on him, man, they can kind of drive him back into the backfield at times. But not every time. And it's something that wasn't glaring necessarily. But that's why one of the reasons he'll probably last into the third round. But I definitely like him, Dante. He'd be a good player here. I don't know what his top end's going to be, but I think he's got a kind of a high floor. You know what I mean? TJ says, do you think there will be a power greed with our coaches? No, I think they got to figure out how the dynamic will work, TJ, and that's going to be a little bit of a learning process. But I would like to think that some of this was set up in understanding what they needed to do to fix it, what that was going to take, that this is going to be the first season coming up this offseason where they're truly going to drive for change on the defensive side of the ball, rather than just making slight little adjustments. We're now going to make some big strokes, some big turns. So I think that that's not going to be much of a problem. The only place the power greed thing could come in is if Carroll just can't keep himself out of it. You know, if he just can't just can't let them do what they're doing. He's got to insert himself in there. That's the only way that power greed stuff comes up to me. I don't think Desai and Hurtt are going to be a problem. They'll work together just fine. But can Carroll stay out of it? That's the question. Daniel W. says, Russ, for Tyler Heineke, Chase Young, 3 firsts and a third this year, would you take it? I would without thought. I guess my caveat would be, Daniel, is if Russ is asking to be moved, if Russ is pushing for the trade, and if he's saying, I want to be moved, then I would probably say yes. If it's a matter of us just making that trade proactively and doing it on our own, then no. But if he's forcing it, that's probably about as good as you're going to get capital-wise. You know, if you go to the Eagles, you'll get 2 first-round picks in this draft. You'll get Hurts. You'll get maybe a couple thirds, but you're not going to get a player like Young. So, yeah, probably. Lolo, I'm off for the night. Have a good night, Lolo. Have a good night. Go Hawks, 05. Appreciate you. Daniel W., just tuning in now. I will go back to start of stream once you log off. Did you see Schneider scout the left guard this weekend? Shamarius Gilmore, 6'3", projects to guard in the NFL. I didn't see that. Daniel, let me write Shamarius Gilmore. I will write him down, though. Marius Gilmore. I'll take a look at him. We'll see how he looks. Go Hawks Alive. Center is hard to play man. You have no space to work. No, you don't. And you are snapping that ball right off that. It is a bit of a tough deal. It's my only one worry with Lindstrom, though, is just that getting pushed back. Everything else about his game is pretty clean pass protection, but that one-on-one with a one tech is a little rough with him on tape to watch, just to a tiny degree. Great Cheeseburger Man, fantastic stream per usual. Thanks, Brandon. Take care. Go Hawks. Go Hawks. Great Cheeseburger Man. And thanks for all your interacting here in the chat and watching the whole show, man. You've been here from nearly the start. Appreciate you. Cheeseburger Man, Chase Young isn't looking that good lately. He's not necessarily tapped into what he could be. You could move out Chase Young and put Jonathan Allen into that deal. I'd probably say yes in that terms as well. But Chase also had the injury last year. Maybe that was holding him back a little bit. But he definitely did have a little bit of a sophomore slump. Herbicide says, yeah, and I don't want Damian Lewis at center either. I want Damian Lewis at right guard. That position that he played really well in his rookie year. That's where I'd like him. Jose Lopez says, why do people think Russ still wants to be traded? I don't know if anybody's operating from a knowledge base on this, Jose. I think people are just bringing it up because, many, especially folks in the sub here that might bring it up. They're just seeing a lot of other fans out there that are bringing up the trade potentials and possibilities. You're hearing a lot of talk about this nationally. I don't think it's based on a whole lot, Jose. I don't think these guys talking about nationally are basing on inside info that Russ has asked for a trade. But certainly they're doing some math on this, and we don't know. I mean, we don't know. I know, Jose, that Russ has said that he wants to remain, but my counter to this has been, Jose, this. If Russ was intending to want to leave this offseason, if he's intending or he has pushed the front office's feet to the fire and said, I gave you a year, I told you to fix it last year, you didn't fix it last year, now I want to be moved. Well, if that was the case, and I'm not saying, Jose, that this is the case, but if it was the case, because we don't know for sure, if it was the case, Russell wouldn't be coming right back then and coming into the media and saying, I want to trade in the media, because the first thing that would do would destroy his trade value. If Russ wouldn't said that to the front office, what he would be doing to the media is saying, I want to be a Seahawk here forever, because that would then maintain his trade value. And by maintaining his trade value, that would then facilitate a potential trade that much easier versus scorched earth and saying, I'm tired of this franchise. I don't want to be here. The franchise could easily come back to them and say, hey, you destroyed your trade value. We can't get what we need to get for you. We got to eat $26 million to move off from you. Guess what? We got 2 years of club control for you, and we can franchise you twice. You don't like that? Tough. Retire. Is Russ going to retire at that point? No, he ain't going to retire at that point. So I know, Jose, that he said that, but you've got to go a little bit beyond just the words being said in a press conference to the media, understanding that there's a lot of a public relations game being played here. So we're unfortunately going to be kind of like white knuckling this with Russell, worrying about this with Russell for at least the next month and a half. Once we get clear of the month and a half range, once we get to free agency, then you can finally fully put it to bed. But we got to get there first. Charles Riley, another $5 donation, finishing off the stream right. Charles puts like about $60 to $130 a stream every time I do a show, and you're awesome for doing so, Charles. I really do appreciate you, man, on that respect. Thank you so much. He says, thanks for the stream, Brando. Always fun, interactive, and educational. Can't wait for the Chad Brown interview and the streams to come. Well, thank you, Charles. I'm getting stoked for it too. If you guys don't know, I'm going to be doing a interview with former Seahawk great Chad Brown this week. So I'll hopefully get that posted I'm going to try to get it posted if I can Thursday, maybe Friday. I got some stuff I want to put in there as far as some footage from his playing days in on that when I do that interview. So please be on the lookout for that interview with Chad. I'm hoping to ask him a lot of questions about not just the past history, but the current now. He's been a guy covering the Denver Broncos, so he's been watching a lot of Vic Fangio's defense recently. I'm hoping to kind of get some pearls from him as far as his thoughts on that defense, especially being a former linebacker. Probably have some insight in that respect. Megan says, Brando, can't wait for the Chad Brown interview for his thoughts on Mr. Allen. Thank you, man. Thank you, Megan. I'm looking forward to. Nick Reeder, do we know who the Hawks met with at the Senior Bowl? Not as of yet. I haven't heard anything on that, Nick. TJ says, if we had the first pick, what would you do with it? I would probably trade back to like 8 and get an extra second round pick, TJ. If you're going to make me pick though, I got to pick a guy there. I'm taking Hutchinson. I would take Hutchinson. He'd be my number one guy. I like the tackles, but there's some questions. All of the left tackles at the top. I like the two corners too, but to me the better value at that point is to go with Hutchinson. Danny W says Shamarius Gilmore will project to the center in the NFL, but yeah, John Snyder went to his bowl game this weekend. He is Division II, I think, or some small school. They're still playing bowl games. They're playing bowl games right now. Dang. Well, I'll definitely check him out. Coax Survive. I was playing Scout Center a little bit this year for varsity, and they sent a bunch of mid blitzes at me. Makes me hate the position. I'm just a JV tackle. Leave me alone. That's brutal, man. Stay out of my A gap. Stay out of my A gap. In Tech World, hey, I'm back. All these ridiculous writing math assignments are killing me. Yes, writing in math. Math was my worst subject, man. I'd help you, but I was lost in that realm too, man. Completely lost. Completely lost. All right, well, we hit the end of the chat. Got all the answers and questions in here. Another awesome show. So much support. Please do, if you like what you're listening to now or you're listening to even on replay. Even on replay, this helps me out just as equally. Do me a favor and just hit, slam, destroy, eviscerate, dominate. Dominate like our Seahawks are going to dominate next season, that like button. Okay? Same way. Just hit that like button for me. Helps this channel grow considerably. We're on the road to 10,000. I'm going to push hard for 10,000 here. It might be too aggressive to say, let's try to get there in a year, right? I don't care. I want to get there. So get subscribed to this channel. Hit that like button. I appreciate you guys on that. I know you're already doing it. I don't have to tell you what's up with it, but I do appreciate it nonetheless. Just another great, amazing show. I say this all the time, but it's got to be said. You guys are as smart, intelligent. You keep me on my feet, constantly thinking with just, kind of plumbing the depths on things. It could be our roster. It could be potential additions. It could be this draft. It could be thinking outside the box for solutions. No matter what it is, I'm just constantly impressed by what you guys bring from the chat and just keeping this thing thinking. Part of the reason that this goes as long as it goes is because you guys keep me as interested as you do with what we're talking about and what we're turning over. It's very geeky stuff at times, but it's the stuff that I love about doing this channel. So thank you to all of you for that. Megan, you have yourself a great night. October's not far away. We're 8 months away here. But I do appreciate all of you guys on that. Danny I think we'll spend draft capital on offense, tight ends, offensive line, running back, and spend on defense. Akeem Hicks, some other free agents, possibly another defensive end. Clint Hurtt loved Jadeveon, and Jadeveon loved Clint. They both loved each other on that, Daniel. So I could be possible. Herbicide says, would we still want Clowney if we go to a 3-4? Yes. Clowney has played in both a 3-4 and a 4-3 defense. In the 3-4 defense, you can oftentimes put Clowney in what's called a spinner roll. That is that you're going to have him standing up over the top of a guard. It gives guards a lot of problem. Clowney's been very efficient in being a pass rusher from that inside point in that realm too. Countdown is on, Megan. Countdown is on. All right, well, we're a week removed here, folks, from this silly Rams team with all of their going for it now BS, right? They won a Super Bowl. Okay, good for them. They got themselves a Super Bowl. They got their little spotlight. The NFL won them their little game. Enjoy your little dance right now. Enjoy your 100-people parade. How many people does it take to make it a true parade? Is it a parade if it's only 100? If a tree falls in the forest and no one hears it or sees it fall, did it actually fall? If no one cares about this Rams Lombardi trophy, did they actually win it? I ask you. But make no respect about it. Doesn't matter if the Rams win that trophy. Doesn't matter if we're playing in the toughest division in football. Doesn't matter if we got a lot of work to do in this free agent period in this draft. Doesn't matter if we got to add a lot of buys because we're going to add them. We're making the adjustments we need to make. We're coming for you, NFC West. You've been able to dine on the old way, the old stale way. You've had your Seahawks beater plays that you could go to every single time to beat us. No more. No more. There's a new sheriff in town, and he's carrying 2 guns on his hip. And he goes by the name Hurt because he's going to bring a lot of pain your way. So you get ready, NFC West. You get ready, rest of the NFL. The Seahawks Revenge Tour is en route. The Russell Revenge Tour is en route. And you ain't ready. You ain't ready for what's about to fall on your head. Ever see those Acme weights back in the old cartoons? Smushing down Wile E. Coyote to a dime? To a literal dime. That's what's going to happen to y'all next year. So you all get ready. And you Seahawks fans, worried, turning over, is Wilson going to be moved? What's going to happen? Can they really change this defense? Don't worry about it. You operate with a little bit of confidence and knowledge and knowing that this team's going to get it done. They know now they got to change their ways. And when they change those ways, that's when we're going to get the benefits of it. So ride high tonight, Rams, for you'll be falling far tomorrow. And our Seahawks will rise again. But don't you ever forget in the meantime. Don't you ever forget in the meantime. Go Hawks.